Chapter 8, Bonding. Enter Naruto OST Sadness and Sorrow. The night was dark, everything around was engulfed in the night's darkness while the rain poured heavily from the sky. It was as if the heavens were weeping. Two figures could be seen on a cliff, one of them was lying on the ground surrounded by blood, there was a large hole in his chest. The other figure was sitting on the ground, his entire body was shaking, his hands were trembling and were not able to hold the sword in his hand. The sword dropped down on the ground with a thud, drenched in blood which was slowly being washed by the rain droplets. These two figures were two people, both of them were dressed in their Anbu gear, one of them had spiky blonde hair and blue eyes. He had tears in his eyes and was holding the other person in his hands. The other person had silver hair and black eyes. He was coughing up blood but still there was a slight smile on his face. "Why?" asked the blonde boy with tears in his eyes. "Because you are my little brother," said the silver-haired boy and started coughing up blood. The blonde-haired boy brought his hands on the other boy's chest and was about to start to heal him when he was stopped by the other boy. "What are you doing?" "Let me heal you," said the blonde boy frantically. "It's no use, I am already sick, cough, cough, even if I survive now, cough, I'll die," said the silver-haired boy and coughed up more blood. "Let me get you to the medics," said the blonde-haired boy and picked up the silver-haired boy. "No." "What?" asked the blonde boy angrily. "Only one of us will survive," said the silver-haired boy. "Damn it, Shin," said the blonde boy and started rushing towards the medical center. "Naruto, stop it now," yelled Shin and coughed up more blood. He then gathered all his strength and gave a punch to Naruto. Both the boys lost their balance and fell to the ground. Naruto saw Shin's wounds. He was not a great medic but he knew the injuries Shin had sustained were serious and there was nothing he could do now. "Why did you do it?" "You are my big brother, I would have gladly died for you," said Naruto and more tears slipped from his eyes. "You and I both know that only one of us can survive, I cannot, cough, let you die. You are, cough, the only one who can stop Danzo," said Shin with a smile. "I cannot do this without you," said Naruto sadly. "You are too gentle and kind, Naruto, you must kill your emotions," said Shin angrily. Naruto's eyes widened in shock on hearing this. Shin was the one who guided him in Root, became his friend, shared the dream of peace with him and now he was dying in his arms. Naruto couldn't bear this burden anymore. "Promise me one thing," asked Shin groggily. His vision was starting to get blurry and his breathing was getting more rough. "Anything," said Naruto hurriedly with tears in his eyes. "Please take care of Sai," begged Shin. "Hi," said Naruto sadly. "You, cough, are the savior of this world, I just wish I could have seen the peace I desired," said Shin with a sad smile. "Don't die on me," yelled Naruto fearfully. "I leave the village to you, protect it, I know, you can, do it," said Shin and patted Naruto's head softly. Shin's eyes started to close and his hand slowly fell to the ground. The last thing he saw was a crying Naruto who was desperately begging him not to die on him. "Forgive me, Naruto." "Nissan." Shin's eyes closed never to open again, he had a peaceful smile on his face. Naruto's eyes were filled with more tears, his brother had died by his own hands, he was the one who killed his brother. He was not able to bear the grief, he couldn't breathe, his heartbeat increased and his vision started to get blurry and his 3 Tomoe Sharingan immediately changed into a shuriken with its 3 ends sticking to its sides. "I am sorry, Shin." Naruto Hatake. Naruto suddenly woke and found himself sitting in the academy. He looked around and saw many of the students looking at him amusingly. He wondered what the hell he did now? Then suddenly it hit him like a ton of bricks. It was graduation day. Fuck, thought Naruto when he saw Iruka and Mizuki looking at him a little angrily, and he sure understood the reason why. He was sleeping on the day of his final Junon test. The Hokage had changed the laws for becoming a Junon on the recommendation of the Jounin commander Nara Shikaku, who happened to be Shikamaru's father. He insisted that instead of letting the students become a Junon early, they should be trained properly. As a result, they had an additional extra year of training. The kunoichi were given training in genjutsu while the boys were trained extremely in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Their performance during the entire year was noted by the instructors, and on basis of that only selected and the best students were allowed to give the Junon exams. As a result, the number of students for the exam had been reduced to more than half, as most of the civilian students were not able to qualify. For Naruto, this training was rather boring. In fact, he didn't even call this additional year training in comparison to root training, but he did appreciate this training for the other students. Naruto, care to explain why you were sleeping? Asked Mizuki angrily. Naruto was so busy in his thoughts that he did not hear Mizuki's question, and only when Sasuke and Sakura gave him a light punch he got out of his stupor. "Ha, did you say something, Mizuki-sensei?" asked Naruto curiously. The entire class laughed loudly on hearing this, even Iruka chuckled a little while Mizuki was furious. How dare the Kyuubi brat make fun of him? He would show him his place. "Just wait for your exam, Kyuubi," thought Mizuki darkly. "You never changed, do you, Naruto?" asked Sakura with a smile. Sakura had indeed changed a lot during the years. No longer was she the annoying bitch of the class, she had matured a lot. She still had a crush on Sasuke, but she never berated anyone. She was also quite skilled in Genjutsu. "Sorry, but is it my turn now?" asked Naruto in a calm voice. "Hi," said Sakura with a light chuckle. Naruto groaned on hearing that. The final test was quite different. The future Jonin had to spar with their Chunin sensei for 2 minutes, and if the sensei feels they were good enough they would become Jonin. Naruto saw Mizuki's evil look and understood that he would go all out on him. He was not at all worried. Mizuki was a rat to him who he could defeat even with his eyes closed. He was not an Anbu captain for nothing. "How did your tests go?" asked Naruto to all the rookies. "I passed," boasted Kiba loudly and showed his headband. "Troublesome," said Shikamaru, who had a headband too, while Kuji offered a smile and also showed his headband. Shino just nodded and pointed the headband on his head. "I and Sakura passed too, Naruto-kun," said Ino happily, but also had a light blush on her face. "Me too, Naruto-kun," said Hinata with a blush. Naruto noticed the blushes on Ino and Hinata's faces. He knew what that meant but decided not to comment on it. Sasuke also saw that and snickered. "Shut up, team," growled Naruto. "Just go already, Dobi, or how are you going to beat me? I'm leading, you know, or do you accept that I'm the best?" jabbed Sasuke lightly. "HN," muttered Naruto and went up to spar with Mizuki. "I wonder if they are brothers," thought Sakura. 1 minute later. Naruto walked into the classroom. He had his headband wrapped around his left arm. "Iruka-sensei, I think you should go and check on Mizuki-sensei," whispered Naruto in Iruka's ears. Iruka's eyes widened on hearing this. He knew Naruto was far more advanced than a Jonin. He had even suggested the Hokage in moving him up the ranks quickly, but his suggestion was denied. He quickly rushed towards the training dojo in order to check on Mizuki, his longtime friend. "So did you beat him?" asked Sasuke with a smirk on his face. "I think," shrugged Naruto. Mizuki was already unconscious. The match had ended in 5 seconds. Mizuki didn't even know what happened before a quick chop to his neck ended the match for him. "Let's go party," yelled Choji cheerfully. "Troublesome, no one wants to eat right now," Choji said Shikamaru lazily. "Everything's troublesome for you, lazy bum," said Ino and bopped Shikamaru on the head. "It will be fun, man, let's go and check some hot chicks. There are no hot girls in our class, I hope there will be some at Choji's restaurant," said Kiba stupidly and laughed. Suddenly the entire air was filled with ki. All the boys turned and saw the girls glaring at Kiba. "What did I do?" asked Kiba in confusion. "Idiot," muttered Shikamaru. Shino and Choji remained silent while Naruto and Sasuke knew what would be coming next and as a result had a smile on their faces. "You don't think that we are hot?" asked Ino with righteous feminine fury in her voice. "You'll pay for that mutt, Shanaro," yelled Sakura. "That was not very nice, Kiba-kun," whispered Hinata in Kiba's ear in a very sweet voice. Kiba immediately shivered on hearing that. Even Akamaru had ran and sat beside Shino. "Shit," cursed Kiba. But before he could flee, 3 angry females jumped on him and started beating him to a pulp. The others watched in amusement as Kiba was being beaten. If it was anything else they would have helped him, but no one messes with 3 angry kunoichi. Apparently Kiba had brought this on himself. Shikamaru thought it was too troublesome. While Choji and Shino didn't want to get involved, Sasuke was bored and Naruto, well, he was just watching it all with an amused expression on his face. "I'll see you guys later," said Naruto and started walking towards the door. "You're not coming?" asked Sakura dejectedly. Naruto was the one who had helped form a friendship between her and Sasuke. From that day they had become quite good friends, but she could never understand Naruto. He was a very mysterious person. "It's always like this. When was the last time you ever spent time with us?" whined Ino and pouted. You should spend time with us, Naruto-kun requested Hinata with a warm smile. Come on, man, it will be fun, said Kiba and Choji together. For once the mutt's right, Naruto, said Sasuke impassively. Kiba's eyebrows twitched a bit and he was ready to start a fight, but one glance from Ino and Sakura made it clear that it would be wise to stay down or it won't end well for him. Naruto's heart melted on seeing that. He could not see his friends like this, nor did he want to spend time alone. You must kill your emotions. He could still remember Shin's dying words in his head. Was this the right thing to do? Naruto, it will hurt more if you do this. You know it's for the best, advised Kurama sagely. Right, thought Naruto with renewed determination. Sorry guys, I have some work to do and I'm running behind schedule a bit, said Naruto apologetically. Don't give us that bullshit, Naruto, I swear you are just turning out like Kakashi, said Sasuke a little irritatingly. Naruto was acting a lot more strangely these days. In the past he did spend time with his friends, even if it was just a little, but nowadays they hardly saw him. It was as if. No, he'll not do something like Itachi, thought Sasuke. Sorry about that, some other time, okay? Said Naruto with a short smile and went out of the room. Sasuke's eyes widened on hearing this. It was the same line that Itachi had used. He glanced at Shikamaru and Shino. Both the boys were quite comfortable with Sasuke. They had recognized the strange behavior of Naruto. All three of them were quite perceptive. As a result, they were able to understand the change in Naruto's behavior which the others failed to notice. The trio shared a look saying, something's wrong with him. It was night time in Konoha. Naruto had spent the rest of the day training. He knew he had to sharpen his skills. It would not be easy to take on the Root division. Even if he had help and did possess the Mangekyo, he would have to be perfect because there will be no second chances. Naruto was walking down in the streets with his hands in his pockets. He was thinking of how he would be able to execute his mission. Kurama, do you really think I am strong enough to do this? Asked Naruto. I am sure of it. Your damned eyes are one of the strongest Sharingan I have ever seen. Plus those two jutsu of yours makes you practically invincible, said Kurama with a little frown. He liked Naruto, but that did not mean he accepted his Sharingan. He despised those eyes, but he knew there was nothing he could do. Those jutsu also reduces my eyesight every time I use it, retorted Naruto. Yes, that is the only drawback of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Your eyes have already started showing signs of blindness, said Kurama flatly. I know, sometimes my vision gets a little blurry. Is there any way to stop it? Asked Naruto seriously. None that I know of. Maybe you should talk to the old geezer about it, advised Kurama. No, Gigi will already have enough problems to deal with in a few days. I'll figure something out, said Naruto flatly. That's your problem, said Kurama in an irritated voice. What? Asked Naruto. You do not trust anyone. You think you can do everything alone. You think it is your job to do everything by yourself. You do not even have faith in your friends, said Kurama angrily. Naruto's eyes widened on hearing this. He remembered what Kakashi had told him once. In the ninja world, those who break the rules and laws are regarded as scum, but those who abandon even one of their friends are worse than scum. Naruto closed his eyes as his mind was filled with thoughts of regrets. Am I doing the right thing? Do I really not have faith in my friends? Thought Naruto in confusion. I leave the village to you, protect it. I know you can do it. Naruto's eyes snapped up. He remembered what Shin had told him and what he had promised him, and one thing was certain: he never went back on his words and he never broke any of his promises. You're right, I'm worse than scum, but Shin entrusted the village to me and I will not let my personal feelings get in the way of his dreams, said Naruto fiercely. Do as you wish, said Kurama tiredly. He knew he could not change Naruto's mind. Sometimes he was just as stubborn as his mother. If he had made up his mind, he could not stop him. The only thing he could do was support him. Naruto was walking slowly on the street. His talk with Kurama made him realize something, but he could not back down now. He noticed someone sitting in the Dengo shop. This person was none other than Anko. Naruto just chuckled and decided to go on. He knew Anko would never get free from her addiction of Dengo. But then he noticed something which quite shocked him. Anko was staring at the 5 plates of dengo on her table and hadn't even eaten a thing. This was indeed alarming. Anko never sat down and just stared at dengo. Deciding to find out what was going on, he entered the shop and went towards Anko's table. "Yo, what's up?" asked Naruto cheerfully. Anko suddenly got out of her stupor and she bopped Naruto on the head. "Ow, what was that for?" asked Naruto with mock anger. "That was for disturbing me," said Anko a little angrily. "I'm sorry, I'll go," said Naruto dejectedly. "Wait. What is it?" asked Naruto calmly. He could clearly understand that Anko was disturbed. "Sorry Naruto, I'm just disturbed a bit, please sit," said Anko kindly. "What's troubling you?" asked Naruto and sat on the table. "Do you think that I'm a bad person?" asked Anko sadly. "No, you're not a bad person," said Naruto warmly. "You are too kind. Everyone in the village hates me for being that bastard student. I tried to ignore them but I just," said Anko with a few tears in her eyes. Naruto was the closest thing she had as a brother and who could understand her pain, and so she felt comfortable in sharing her feelings with him. "Whatever the villagers or anyone else may say, Anko, I think you are a great person, and I'm not saying this because I'm kind but because I know the real Anko," said Naruto and patted Anko's hands. "That's not true. Once I kill Orochimaru everyone will accept me," said Anko a little loudly. "You are just stuck up in the past, just like Kakashi Nisan," said Naruto flatly. "You can never understand how I feel," said Anko angrily. "I can never understand? I am hated more in this village. I can understand you, but what you are not seeing is that you can still have a better life with the person you love," said Naruto fiercely. "What?" asked a shocked Anko. "Cut the crap Anko, I know you love Kakashi Nisan," said Naruto flatly. "How do you?" asked an even more shocked Anko. "Please, he always talks about you, but like you he is still stuck up in the past and is not able to tell you that he loves you," said Naruto irritatingly. "Really?" asked Anko with hope in her eyes. She never imagined she would find anyone who would love her. "Yes, I'll talk with him," said Naruto with a smile. "Thank you," said Anko with tears in her eyes. She then leaned over the table a bit and kissed Naruto on his forehead. "No problem, this is the least I can do for you both," said Naruto with a light blush on his face. "You know I think Kurenai loves you," said Anko and winked at Naruto. Naruto spitted the water that he was drinking on his table in shock. Anko started laughing loudly on seeing this. The entire incident was quite hilarious for her. "Oh man, that was priceless," said Anko cheerfully. Muttered Naruto, but also was quite happy. "I'm serious Naruto, she really loves you, she even said this to me," said Anko happily. "That's not true Anko," said Naruto seriously. "It is true, you were the one who supported her through her bad phase in life, you even encouraged her to become a jounin, you always took care of her as a friend and not as a student. You are the kind of man she always wanted," explained Anko. "This complicates things," thought Naruto with a frown. "Do you love her?" asked Anko seriously. Kurenai was her best friend and she would never let anyone hurt her. "Doesn't she care about what the villagers would say?" "I mean she," said Naruto trying to give an excuse but stopped when Anko put her hand on his mouth. "What others say doesn't matter, do you love her or not?" asked Anko seriously. "I," said Naruto hesitantly. What could he say? How much he wanted to say he loved her to the damn world. How much his heart was paining to deny that he loved her. Understanding Naruto's dilemma, Anko put her hand on his hands. "Just think about it, I'm not forcing you to choose. We'll cross that bridge when we get there," Ototo said Anko with a wide smile. "Thank you Ne-chan," said Naruto with a true smile. "Now let's see who can finish this dengo first. The loser pays," challenged Anko with a mad grin on her face. "You're on." Naruto was going towards his house in order to get some sleep. Tomorrow he would be placed in a Jinan team and he had to reach there on time. Plus Danzo could summon him anytime, so he decided to get whatever rest he could. His talk with Anko had placed him in a lot of trouble. It would have been fine if he only loved Kurenai, but if what Anko said was true and if Kurenai truly loved him, then he was in deep shit. Fuck, why can't life be simple, thought Naruto. He then suddenly noticed someone moving very quickly in the shadows. Getting curious, Naruto stepped aside and activated his Sharingan. He saw this person was a shinobi as his chakra was visible. Naruto didn't know why, but he felt something was wrong, and deciding to act on his instincts, he decided to follow this person. After racing after the person for a few moments, Naruto could see this person was none other than Mizuki, and he was carrying a large scroll on his back. This was very suspicious. Naruto already had his doubts on Mizuki. He was the one who always tried to hamper his education at the academy, and to find him heading towards the exits of the village was very alarming. Mizuki then suddenly took a turn and started rushing towards the direction of the forest. This seemed to confuse Naruto. Why would he rush towards the west side of the forest? Asked Kurama curiously. Because it is the most hardest way to get out of Konoha. If a prisoner wants to escape without getting much attention, what would he do, Kurama? Asked Naruto sharply. Well, if I was in that place, I would choose the hardest way, as most humans would always consider the easiest way, said Kurama after thinking for some time. Yes, I think Mizuki is trying to desert the village. I may be wrong, but we need to find out, said Naruto thoughtfully, and Kurama just nodded. After reaching deeper into the forest, Mizuki stopped and hastily got down in the shade of a tree. He then brought the scroll on his back forward, and this time Naruto could clearly see what was written on that scroll. The Forbidden Scroll, said Naruto calmly. Now all the doubts he had vanished. Mizuki had indeed turned a traitor, as no one was allowed to even touch this scroll without the Hokage's permission. So what are you going to do? Asked Kurama nonchalantly. What I was trained to do. Mizuki was never before so much happy in his life. He had finally obtained the Forbidden Scroll. Now all he had to do was take it to Lord Orochimaru, and then he would give him the power he was promised. Finally, I will get the power I desire and show this village and the Kyuubi brat my true power, thought Mizuki, and started laughing. However, his laughter was short-lived when he saw the Kyuubi brat appear before him and was looking at him impassively. Mizuki. Oh, looks who's here. The gods must be very happy with me. I can finally kill you after all these years, Kyuubi, said Mizuki with a dark chuckle. Is he nuts? Thought Naruto with a sweat drop. I think so, said Kurama, and chuckled. Oh, don't give me that look. You know why the people in this village hate you? Asked Mizuki venomously. I don't care about that, said Naruto stoically. It's because you are the Kyuubi no Yoko, the demon that almost destroyed our villages, you, said Mizuki, and laughed madly. Naruto, I don't care what you do with the scroll, but I want this man dead, demanded Kurama angrily. Can't do that, Kurama, but I can make him suffer, but before that I need to find out why he stole this scroll? Said Naruto. Whatever, said Kurama irritatingly. Are you done? Asked Naruto in a bored tone. What? Asked a shocked Mizuki. He thought that the boy would break down, but it seemed he was not affected at all. I already know what is sealed in me, but I am Naruto of Konoha, and nothing you say would ever change that. Now tell me, why did you steal the Forbidden Scroll? I don't think you are alone in this treachery, said Naruto flatly. I must give you credit, you are indeed smart, but also you are a fool. But don't worry, when I tell Lord Orochimaru that I killed you and give him the Forbidden Scroll, he will give me great power, and I will show everyone how strong I am, said Mizuki madly. Orochimaru, huh? Sorry, Kurama, I need to get him to the Hokage. He might contain important information on that snake, said Naruto. TCH, said Kurama, and cut off the connection. Mizuki then suddenly charged towards Naruto with impressive speed and plunged a kunai right through Naruto's chest. This is the end for you, Kyuubi, said Mizuki victoriously. I don't think so, said a voice behind Mizuki. Mizuki turned around and saw Naruto holding a kunai at his neck. He then immediately turned and saw the Naruto which he had stabbed disappear into crows. How did he? Thought Mizuki, but couldn't think further when the Naruto behind him blasted and he was electrified as he was in the radius of the blast. A Ratenbunshin were Mizuki's last thoughts before he collapsed on the ground and drifted into unconsciousness. The real Naruto came in the field and went towards Mizuki's unconscious body. Well, that was too easy, said Naruto tiredly. He thought Mizuki would have put up a fight, but his skills were rusty for a chunin. Naruto then immediately sealed Mizuki's body into a storage scroll and went to pick up the Forbidden Scroll. Naruto picked the Forbidden Scroll and Mizuki's body scroll and disappeared with his crow sunshine. Hiruzen was getting quite worried at the moment. The reason was he had just received reports that the Forbidden Scroll had been stolen. That scroll contained many of the secrets of the village, and if placed in the wrong hands, then it would be a disaster. As a result, he had sent out many Anbu squads in order to catch the culprit and retrieve the scroll. If word got out that such important thing was stolen, then there could be mass panic in the village. Hiruzen was brought out of his thoughts when he saw a flock of crows appear in his office. He knew who this person was, as a result made a hand sign for his Anbu guards to leave the room and activated the silencing seals. "You know, your way is a little creepy," said Hiruzen lightly with a laugh. "Regardless, I have retrieved the forbidden scroll and the person who stole it," reported Naruto. "Who was it? How do you know it was stolen in the first place?" asked Hiruzen sternly. "It was Mizuki. I caught him escaping from the village and with this scroll, so I assumed he was stealing it, as no one was allowed to even touch this scroll without your permission," said Naruto strictly. "Good work. Do you know why he stole it?" asked Hiruzen. "He said something about Orochimaru. I recommend him to be taken to the interrogation department and questioned properly. He might contain some valuable information," said Naruto firmly. Hiruzen's eyes widened on hearing this. Anything related to Orochimaru was a major threat to the village. His wayward student was always a pain in the ass. "I'm getting too old for this shit," thought Hiruzen with a frown. He wanted to name the 5th Hokage as soon as possible, but Jiraiya had refused and was not in the village, and Tsunade had also left the village. And so he had to deal with all the problems at such old age. Naruto then laid the forbidden scroll and the scroll which contained Mizuki's body on Hiruzen's desk. "What is Danzo up to?" asked Hiruzen suddenly. "I have not received any further instructions or missions from HQ headquarters, or Danzo. My last orders were to remain discreet and follow whatever orders you give in order to gain your trust. But if my instincts are right, it will happen soon," explained Naruto. "Good job. I know it must be painful for you. Are you sure you can do this?" asked Hiruzen with deep concern in his voice. "Hi Hokage-sama," said Naruto without any hesitation in his voice. Hiruzen sighed on hearing this. He knew what he was doing was the right thing to do as a Hokage, but it was still very painful for him to see Naruto suffer so much. "You didn't peek in this scroll, did you?" asked Hiruzen authoritatively. "It is none of my business to look into it," said Naruto flatly. "Good," said Hiruzen proudly. "You truly deserve to be an Anbu captain. You know what it means to be a true shinobi," thought Hiruzen. Gigi, I need your help with something," said Naruto with little hesitation in his voice. "What is it?" asked Hiruzen curiously. Naruto then explained what he wanted to do. Hiruzen was quite surprised by Naruto's plan and was also proud of the boy whom he considered as his own grandson. "You are indeed a nice person," Naruto said Hiruzen kindly with a warm smile. "It's the least I can do," said Naruto with a smile. "Gigi, I think I should tell my team about my Sharingan," said Naruto firmly. "You think it's the right time?" asked Hiruzen cautiously. "Yes, if I don't tell me teammates the truth, then it may lead to some blunder during a mission and may cause serious damage. In order to work efficiently as a team, teammates should trust each other, and it won't be possible if I hide necessary information from them," explained Naruto. "I leave it to your judgment. But word of advice, Naruto, tell it only if it is extremely necessary and if you trust your teammates," warned Hiruzen. "Hi Hokage-sama," said Naruto. Next day. It was very early morning in Konoha. The sun had not rose up yet and the village was looking quite peaceful in this last part of the night. Naruto was sitting on the banks of the Naka River. He had a cigarette in his hands and was enjoying to sit beside the river. He didn't know why, but he found this place to be one of the most beautiful places in Konoha. He felt peaceful here. Looking at the cigarette, he didn't know why he had started smoking. Perhaps it was his way to deal with the horrors he had seen in the shinobi world. He was not sure about it. His thoughts drifted back to what Anko had told him. He couldn't describe how much happy he felt when Anko said Kurenai loved him. In that moment he felt that he had achieved everything in the world if he had Kurenai with him, but that happiness soon turned into despair when he realized that they could never be together, at least not in this life. He still remembered how much close they had gotten over these years. Flashback. Naruto was going towards the memorial stone. He always used to visit this stone in order to pay respects to his parents and Shin. Even though Shin's name was never listed on this memorial, but for Naruto he was a hero and would always be. It was close to midnight and Naruto knew there would be no one who would be present at the memorial stone at this hour. This was what he liked most about living with Kakashi. The man gave Naruto all the freedom he wanted. He could go anywhere he wanted, He had the freedom to come home whenever he wanted. Kakashi was really a carefree guy who just wanted Naruto to live his life in his own way and not according to Kakashi's own wishes. Naruto was surprised to see someone standing in front of the memorial stone. Who could be here at this hour? Thought Naruto curiously. He went a little closer and was surprised to see his best friend and mentor standing there. The person was none other than Kurenai. She was kneeling in front of the memorial stone and her soft hands traced towards a specific spot on the stone. A few tears came in her eyes. Naruto understood why she was here and decided to give her some time alone to gather her feelings. Now some people would call him heartless for not consoling Kurenai, but rather than making her feel more sorry, Naruto wanted her to vent out her feelings. So with that he just stepped in the shadows waiting for Kurenai to finish expressing her feelings. But it seemed fate had other plans for him. "You can come out now," Naruto said Kurenai in a soft voice. "I guess I can never hide from you, Kurenai-chan," said Naruto warmly. "What are you doing here?" asked Kurenai softly and wiped away the tears coming from her eyes. "Me? Nah, a black cat crossed my path and I had to take a different route to go towards my house," joked Naruto in a cheerful tone. He was trying to not make Kurenai feel more sad. "You were never good at making excuses, you know that," said Kurenai with a small smile on his face. Naruto saw Kurenai smile. She just looked so much beautiful when she smiled, and her appearance in the moonlight made her look more angelic. Naruto blushed a little on seeing Kurenai's beauty, but then he also saw her sad face. "I came here to pay my respects towards my parents," said Naruto and stood beside Kurenai. "You know who your parents are?" asked Kurenai curiously. She never knew Naruto knew about the identity of his parents. She always wondered if Naruto was somehow related to the fourth Hokage, but was not sure about that. "No, I don't know, but Gigi said he would tell me when the time was right. He said they were good people who gave their lives for this village," said Naruto sadly. He knew who his parents were. Danzo had told him everything, but it was not the right time to tell Kurenai about them. "I'm sorry," said Kurenai sadly and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Please don't be, they knew what they had to do as a shinobi and they did their duty. We are shinobi and it is our duty to protect our village. I'm a little sad that they are not here, but more than that I'm proud to be their son. If not for them and these countless heroes on this stone, we would not be having such a peaceful life in this village," explained Naruto. Kurenai was amazed by the mature thinking that Naruto had showed. It also showed her how much she liked Naruto. "I came here to pay respects to my parents too," said Kurenai in a sad voice. "They must have been great people," said Naruto with a smile. "Yeah," said Kurenai solemnly. "What were their names?" asked Naruto gently. "Kazuhiko Yuhi and Takane Yuhi," said Kurenai with a small smile. She was amazed by what Naruto did next. He traced the name of her parents on the stone and gave a deep bow in order to show them respect. "Thank you for sacrificing your today in order to give us a better future. I also thank you for giving me the best friend I have, your beautiful daughter Kurenai," said Naruto with a wide smile. Kurenai's cheeks flushed red. She knew she was good looking, but no one had ever truly called her beautiful from their hearts. Many men had called her beautiful just to have fun with her, but Naruto was a different person. "Do you really mean that?" asked Kurenai in a shaky voice. A few tears had already started to form in her eyes. Naruto looked at Kurenai. He could see the desire in her eyes. The feeling to be wanted, the feeling to be called one's best friend. He could see everything in her eyes. "You are the best thing that has ever happened to me, Kurenai," said Naruto romantically. Naruto was surprised when he was engulfed in a bone-crushing hug by Kurenai. He could feel the warmth of her body. He could feel the silent tears that were falling on his shoulders. He just felt as if this was what he always wanted, a person whom he could love with all his heart. Someone who could understand him and just love him for what he was. Not as a Jinchuriki, not as the fourth son, only just as Naruto. He suddenly realized that he had found that person. Kurenai was everything he ever wanted. She was caring, brave, and most of all she understood him and was always there to support him. She indeed was also very patient. It was a very difficult task of teaching him Genjutsu. There were times when he just wanted to quit and be done with it, but Kurenai never lost hope in him. She always encouraged him to be better. She never gave up on him and she didn't care what the villagers thought about both of them. Naruto felt a few tears rise up in his eyes. Kurenai had done so much for him and hadn't even asked for anything in return. His hands so slowly reached up and gently took Kurenai's waist in his hands and pressed her closer to him. Kurenai did not back away but hugged Naruto more tightly, pressing her breasts more closely to his chest. Naruto felt that he was finally complete. that his life finally had a purpose. Meanwhile, Kurenai was going through a series of emotions. She was feeling more happy with each passing moment. With Naruto she felt needed, he appreciated her, cared for her, was always kind to her, and even though she was one of the most beautiful women in Konoha, on whom every man would like to get their hands on, Naruto never tried to take advantage of her. For the entire village she was the Ice Queen, but with Naruto she could be herself without any hesitation. She could be Kurenai, and not a sensei, not a shinobi, just a simple girl. Naruto always supported her, he never gave her false consolations, nor did he just flatter her in order to flirt with her, and most of all he never judged her for her beauty or skill but just as Kurenai. They both stayed like that for a very long time, enjoying each other's company and the feeling of love between both of them. After a few minutes Kurenai gently eased the hug a little so she could come face to face with Naruto. He was easily at her height and his well-toned body was also providing her the warmth in the cold night. She didn't know what took her over, but she gently lifted Naruto's mask from his neck and uncovered it up to his lips. She then gently wrapped her hands softly around his neck and crashed her lips against his. Naruto didn't know what happened, he was just looking at Kurenai's lovely ruby red eyes when he suddenly sensed someone's soft lips kissing him. He looked up in Kurenai's eyes and saw her eyes full of love and a little bit, lust. He suddenly felt a warm feeling rush over his entire body, and acting on his instincts he quickly kissed Kurenai back lovingly. Kurenai was a little surprised by Naruto's sudden action but allowed him more access to her mouth, with their tongues wildly fighting for dominance. The passionate kiss continued for a few minuets until Kurenai broke it. Naruto looked at her worriedly, he just realized what had happened. "Fuck, what have I done?" thought Naruto frantically. "It sure was fun," commented Kurama with a chuckle. "Shut up, Kurama," said an irritated Naruto. "What did I do?" thought Kurama. "Kurenai, I'm sorry, I didn't mean," said Naruto, quickly trying to stop an argument, but was silenced when Kurenai placed a finger on his now exposed lips. "I'm sorry, I'm the one who kissed you," said Kurenai softly, but also had a large blush on her face. "Do you?" asked Naruto quite hesitantly, dreading the answer he would get would either make him the happiest man alive or send him into a world of misery. "Please give me some time," requested Kurenai gently. She looked at Naruto straight in his eyes to show him that she was serious and was not joking with him. Naruto didn't know what to say, his heart was breaking into million pieces. Danzo had already announced the invasion and the role he had to play in it. Naruto knew if that happened then his mission was to eliminate the entire Root Anbu Black Ops. If he went with that mission, he would never be able to have a life with Kurenai. He averted his gaze from her, unable to hide the tears that were forming up in his eyes. This was one of the worst pain he had felt after Shin's death. Kurenai saw Naruto's downcast look and thought that Naruto was heartbroken, and she immediately hugged him tightly and started rubbing his back. "Naruto, I swear I don't want to hurt you. I just need some time to understand my feelings about us," said Kurenai warmly. "I understand," said Naruto and hugged her back. He didn't know what to say to her. They both stayed like that for a few moments until Naruto broke the hug. He then placed his mask back on. "You have a very handsome face, Naruto, why don't you show it to me?" asked Kurenai playfully, trying to bring things back to normal. "I promise I'll show you my face someday, but not right now," requested Naruto. Kurenai gave a small nod. She knew she had to be patient and let Naruto be comfortable. "So how does it feel now that you've become a jounin?" asked Naruto curiously and pointed a finger at Kurenai's flak jacket. "It is indeed quite hectic. The missions have increased but the payment also have increased. I just wish that I can fulfill my responsibilities properly," said Kurenai with a little doubt in her voice. "Don't worry, I know you can do it. You are the best," said Naruto and gave an eye smile. "Thank you, you were the one who encouraged me to become a jounin, you never lost faith in me, I don't know what I would have done without you," said Kurenai sadly. Naruto gently took her hands and rubbed them gently, he then lifted her chin so that she could look into his blue eyes. "I could say the same for you. Thank you for everything," said Naruto with a wide smile. "You're welcome, I think we should go, it's getting pretty late," suggested Kurenai. "You're right," said Naruto and gave Kurenai one last hug, which she returned happily. "Goodbye, Naruto," said Kurenai and disappeared in a sunshine. "Goodbye, Kurenai," said Naruto with a single tear dropping from his eyes. He too then disappeared with a sunshine. Flashback end. A small smile came on Naruto's face as he remembered the incident between him and Kurenai. It had been a few days and he did not bother Kurenai because whatever answer she would give him would break his heart. If Kurenai did not love him, Then his heart would break because he truly loved her, but at the same time he would also feel a little happy as Kurenai won't be much upset when he would execute his mission. She would be sad, but one day she could move on with her life and find someone with whom she could happily spend her life. As long as she was happy, Naruto would feel happy because her happiness was all that mattered to him. But if what Anko had told him was true and if she did love him, then it was a major problem. Naruto didn't want to think what would happen if Kurenai found out what he was about to do. He was suddenly interrupted from his thoughts when a figure came and sat beside him. Naruto didn't need to turn around to see who it was. It was none other than Sai, his friend and comrade en route. He was wearing his Anbu gear and had a tanto strapped on his back. His face was hidden by his bird Anbu mask, but his silky black hair was clearly visible, and so were his black eyes. Sai was one of his close friends. They had trained together en route. They both had shared a deep bond with Shin. "You know smoking is not good for your health," suggested Sai. "I know, but it just helps me calm down," said Naruto carelessly. "You are always too stubborn, Naruto," said Sai irritatingly. "So what orders have you got?" asked Naruto, still looking in the river. "Naruto, HQ has made almost all the preparations for the coup," said Sai firmly. "What are my orders?" asked Naruto stoically. "Danzo was quite pleased when you returned the Forbidden Scroll safely to Hiruzen-sama. He believes that not only you did a great service to Konoha but also gained a lot of trust of Sandaime-sama," explained Sai. "I see," responded Naruto silently. "He wants you to gain more trust of Sandaime-sama and do whatever he wants you to do. Also keep your skills in check as the entire invasion depends on you," informed Sai without any emotions. Naruto just gave a nod in response, not bothering to hear anything more. "Do you still blame yourself for his death?" asked Sai softly. He knew how much of a brother Shin was to Naruto. In fact, Shin was more close to Naruto than him. Sai was never good at emotions. He was always trying to understand people. And as such, he couldn't understand what Naruto was feeling. "Yes, his blood will always be on my hands," said Naruto regretfully. "That is not true, Naruto. Shin-san gave his life willingly for you. He believed that you were the one who could stop Danzo and save our village," explained Sai. "I know that, but it could never change the fact that he died by my sword. I killed my own elder brother," said Naruto sadly. "I miss him too," said Sai sadly. "Sai, you don't have to do this. You don't have to take part in this mission with me. I could talk with Gigi, you can have a life," requested Naruto. He had promised Shin that he would take care of Sai. He had accepted his fate, but he did not want the same thing to happen to Sai. "Shin was like a brother to me too. Danzo is responsible for his death and I cannot forgive him. More than that, he will destroy the village, and that is something I cannot allow. I know what you promised Shin, but I have a right to choose my own path," said Sai firmly. "Do you blame me for his death?" "I can understand if you do," said Naruto regretfully. "I can never blame you for what happened. You were like a brother to me, Naruto. I know you would have died gladly for Shin. You should not blame yourself for his death," explained Sai. Naruto didn't respond, he just remained silent. Sai just gave a tired sigh. He knew no matter what he said, Naruto wouldn't stop blaming himself for Shin's death. He just wished one day Naruto could stop blaming himself. "Danzo also ordered you to keep your emotions in check. You seem to be getting a lot closer with the Genjutsu mistress," said Sai carefully. He knew Kurenai was a sensitive subject for Naruto and as such didn't want to hurt his feelings. "I can take care of myself and my emotions, tell him I can handle it," said Naruto firmly and gave Sai a firm gaze. "Understood," said Sai stoically. "How many days are left before the coup?" asked Naruto seriously. 2 months, said Sai firmly. "I see," said Naruto with no emotion in his voice. "Naruto, have you made up your mind yet?" asked Sai seriously. Naruto just remained silent. He looked at the river. It appeared to be peaceful. He then suddenly picked up a large stone and threw it into the river. The water got distorted with the force which the stone had hit. Waves of water rushed towards in different directions. To any other normal person it would seem that Naruto had just casually thrown a stone in the river, but not for Sai. He clearly understood Naruto's message. If the coup happens, then the village would suffer the same result as the river. "No matter what happens, Naruto, I've got your back. I won't abandon you and I will fight beside you till the end," said Sai and held out his fist, which Naruto punched gently. "Thank you, Sai," said Naruto with a short smile. "The situation is extremely fragile, Naruto. We must act quickly before it's too late," said Sai in a concerned voice. "I realize that." Sai heard the determined tone in Naruto's voice. It was one of things that he was fond of. Naruto was always confident in what he did. He was a good leader and Sai would follow his Anbu captain till the end. I shall settle this with my own hands, said Naruto and looked at Sai with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 9, Team. A lone figure could be seen standing in front of the famous memorial stone of Konoha. It was early in the morning and the sun had just started rising up, marking the beginning of a new day. However, it was just another day for the famous Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi was one of the most skilled shinobi of the Leaf Village. He was Junin by 6, Chunin by 8 and a Jounin by the age of 13. He was the youngest Anbu captain in the Black Ops forces of Konoha after Itachi Uchiha. He was famous in the entire world as the hero of the Sharingan and the man who mastered a 1000 jutsu. He was said to be invincible. Many would give everything they have to achieve such honorable feats, but for Kakashi this meant nothing. He considered his life nothing but a failure and always blamed himself for the mistakes he made in the past. He blamed himself for the death of his father, he blamed himself for his best friend Obito's untimely death, he never forgave himself for letting his other best friend Rin die, and finally he felt guilty for not being able to save his sensei Minato Namikaze. He always considered himself trash for being unable to save those precious to him. What good were his skills and intelligence when the people he loved died in front of his eyes and he could do nothing? The only thing Kakashi considered he had done good in his life was adopting Naruto and raising him. The boy was the closest thing Kakashi had as a family. Naruto was the best brother he could have wished for. No matter what happened and how lazy or boring Kakashi was, Naruto always stood by his side. He brought joy to Kakashi's life. The boy did everything which Kakashi had asked him to do. He was a true prodigy, even greater than his own father, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Kakashi doubted that even Minato was so powerful at Naruto's age. Naruto was a master in ninjutsu. He had learned and perfected every jutsu which Kakashi had taught him. The speed at which he learned was astonishing. The boy had even learned Kakashi's prized technique, the Chidori, in 2 days. Kakashi could still remember that day. Flashback. Kakashi and Naruto were standing in the forest of death. Naruto had matured greatly and Kakashi felt it was time for him to give Naruto a gift. He had thought about teaching Naruto the Rasengan, as it was Naruto's birthright, but had dismissed that idea because he wanted Jiraiya to teach him that jutsu as his godfather. Thinking of Jiraiya, Kakashi felt his anger escalate a little. The man was supposed to be Naruto's godfather, yet the man had never even visited Naruto even once in his life, nor had he even written a letter to Naruto saying that he was alive and was his godfather. That would have at least made the boy happy that he had someone there for him. "Soni-san, what are you going to teach me today?" asked Naruto curiously. "I am going to teach you my Chidori," said Kakashi with a smile. "About damn time," said Naruto a little happily. Kakashi had been delaying teaching him the Chidori for months, saying that he was not mature enough. Naruto had kept his promise and had tried to teach Kakashi his Yami no Seikai no Jutsu World of Darkness, but Kakashi was unsuccessful in learning it. The reason was, first of all, it required a lot of stamina, which only someone of the Uchiha clan could have. And Kakashi's Sharingan was not his own. As a result, it was already taking a lot of chakra to keep the Sharingan active, and any more strain on his eyes could be harmful. So Kakashi did not learn that Genjutsu, but he was indeed thankful to Naruto for trying to teach him. "Naruto, this is a very dangerous assassination technique. If you make a single mistake you could damage your hand badly. You may even lose the ability to mold chakra if you do it carelessly," warned Kakashi strictly. He needed to make sure Naruto understood the dangers. The response he got was quite surprising. Naruto activated his 3 Tomoe Sharingan and gave Kakashi a determined look. "I'll master it in 2 days, said Naruto confidently. "What makes you so sure of it?" "It took me 1 full year to master it. I'm not doubting your abilities, but don't you think you are being too hasty?" suggested Kakashi. "I can do it," said Naruto firmly. "We'll see. Now tell me, what do you know about the tree and water walking exercises?" asked Kakashi seriously. "Well, with the tree walking you learn how to focus chakra in specific amounts to a certain chakra points in your body, and with water walking you dispel chakra at the same time in proper amounts." "Why do you ask this?" "I have already mastered those exercises," said Naruto confusedly. "Precisely, you have mastered those exercises, that is why you can learn this technique. You have to channel lightning chakra into your hands, too much and it will burn your hands, too less and the jutsu won't occur. When you gather such chakra it will become visible like this," said Kakashi, and activated his Chidori. Naruto's Sharingan could clearly see the steady flow of lightning chakra into Kakashi's right hand. It was flowing there with great speed and in specific quantity. Also Naruto, this is just the beginning of this jutsu. It can be made into an S-rank jutsu called the Reikiri. But before I teach you that, you must first learn the Chidori, start practicing it. Instructed Kakashi. Naruto was fascinated by the concept of learning an S-rank ninjutsu. They were one of the most deadliest and effective ninjutsu which only a few shinobi could master. Now Naruto's resolve increased more than before to learn the Chidori. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Immediately 300 shadow clones appeared in the field, all the clones had a determined look on their faces. Kakashi smacked his forehead, how could he forget? He has 10 times more chakra than me, and with his shadow clones he can master almost any jutsu in a very short time. Thought Kakashi with a little pride. He was very pleased to have such a magnificent student like Naruto. Sensei, if he accomplishes this jutsu in 2 days, then I think he will surpass you. Thought Kakashi happily. Naruto and all his own clones started channeling lightning chakra into their hands. Many of them clones perished when they couldn't concentrate the right amount of chakra and blew themselves up. However, Naruto did not lose hope. He continued his concentration and focused on the flow of chakra in his hands with his Sharingan. A small amount of lightning started forming in Naruto and some of his clones' hands. Naruto could feel a lot of his chakra drain. Maintaining these many number of clones with his Sharingan active was extremely taxing. If I keep this up for more than a few hours, I'll drain myself. Thought Naruto with a little sweat dropping from his forehead. Kakashi was impressed that Naruto had started to get the hand of the jutsu so early. He was far from even performing it satisfactorily, but with the training Naruto was doing, Kakashi was amazed by the stamina Naruto had. The Uzumaki clan was truly something else, and so were the Uchiha. And if he is a true namikaze like Sensei, then his speed would be unparalleled, which is required for this jutsu. Thought Kakashi analytically. Naruto continued his training for 2 hours continuously. He could now gather his lightning chakra in some amount in his palm. He could feel the power of the jutsu. Almost 100 of his clones had perished in the effort, while many of the remaining were drained of chakra and had started to dispel. The overload hit Naruto pretty hard and he fell on one knee. Kakashi immediately stepped forward and grabbed Naruto's hand. That's enough, you'll tire yourself out. You have performed far better than I expected. I doubt even the 4th Hokage could do such thing in such short time. Complimented Kakashi with an eye smile. Kakashi expected Naruto to smile but was shocked when he saw hatred in Naruto's eyes, and it was a lot of hatred. Naruto's ki escalated highly and he glared at Kakashi firmly. Naruto, what's wrong? Asked Kakashi hesitantly. I will surpass him, said Naruto fiercely. He then gathered a large amount of lightning chakra in his hands. Many of clones dispelled in an instant, but Naruto didn't care. He had forgiven his father, he had never forgotten what he had done to him. He had sealed a bijou in him and condemned him to a fate worse than death. Naruto did not want revenge, but he felt bitter when someone talked about how skilled his father was. It made him feel weak. Maybe he was being naive, but he wanted to surpass his father and show it to everyone that he was better than the 4th Hokage. Meanwhile, Kakashi was shocked to see Naruto's reaction. It was as if his fatigue had vanished. The fierce look of determination in Naruto's eyes and all that hatred he had scared him a little. Hiruzen had explained it to him that the Uchiha's power came from feelings of anger, bitterness, despair, and worst of all, hatred. Their power of love was as equally strong as their hatred. Kakashi knew how Naruto felt. It was the same as it was with his father, the White Fang Sakumo Hatake. Kakashi always felt that he was weak in comparison to his father, and he always tried to surpass him. He even created the Chidori on his own. He could understand what Naruto felt. He was trying to surpass the 4th, who was said to be the greatest hero of the village, and he could also understand Naruto's hatred. He is still an Uchiha. These feelings will always be within him. I just hope he doesn't get lost in his hatred. Prayed Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened on seeing what was front of his eyes. Naruto had a perfect Chidori in his hand and speedily charged towards a nearby tree. His speed was good, and with the force with which his jutsu made contact was astonishing. There was a large hole in the tree and Naruto's hand had passed right through it. Naruto was panting heavily, all of his chakra had drained and his vision started to get blurry, and before passing out he gave a little thumbs up to Kakashi. He learned my Chidori, and what power! I think he will master it. He wasn't bluffing at all. Naruto, what are you? Thought a shocked Kakashi. The boy was a powerhouse who could become the greatest shinobi or the worst disaster. Flashback end. True to his word, Naruto learned the Chidori in 2 days. For the next 3 weeks Kakashi had worked to increase Naruto's speed and the boy proved him right once again. His speed was far greater than Kakashi's own speed, as expected from the son of the 4th Hokage and the heir of the Namikaze clan. Naruto was now able to perform the Chidori without any hand signs. One of the reasons Kakashi had taught this jutsu to Naruto was because Naruto had great speed and power. True, this jutsu was lethal, but without speed it was useless. But Naruto had mastered the Chidori and was now constantly practicing the Reikiri to master it. Kakashi knew that when he would die he would at least be satisfied that he made Naruto a strong shinobi of Konoha and did his duty towards his sensei. "Thought I'd find you here," said a very familiar voice. "Speak of the devil," thought Kakashi with a chuckle. "What brings you here, Naruto?" asked Kakashi, still looking at the stone. "Why do you always come here?" asked Naruto curiously. Kakashi looked at Naruto. The boy had grown up in mind as well as in body. Kakashi decided that it was finally time for Naruto to learn the truth. "I have done many mistakes in my life, Naruto. Some of them had very bad results and I lost my best friends," said Kakashi sadly. "Would you like to talk about it?" asked Naruto softly and put a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi gave a grateful nod in return and decided to let Naruto know about his pain. "Because of my mistake my best friend died," said Kakashi, shocking Naruto to the core. He just stared at Kakashi patiently. He knew he had to let Kakashi adjust his feelings. It was also painful for him to talk about Shin. "From my childhood I always looked up to my father. He was a great shinobi, far stronger than the Sannin, but an incident happened that changed our lives," said Kakashi sadly. "What happened?" asked Naruto hesitantly. "He and his team were sent to a top-secret mission behind enemy lines. I still don't know what mission it was, but it was very important for our village and the Fire Country. But things didn't go as planned and my father was faced with 2 choices, either complete the mission and let his comrades die, or save his comrades and fail the mission. He did the latter," explained Kakashi. Naruto's eyes widened on hearing this. He knew what Black Ops missions were. He himself had performed a few covert operations behind enemy lines. He dreaded on thinking on what would have happened to Sakumo. "Things didn't go well, didn't they?" asked Naruto silently, already estimating the answer would not be good. "They didn't. He rescued his comrades but the mission failed. As a result the village had to suffer few losses. All the shinobi and the villagers blamed my father and ostracized him. Even those comrades which he had saved turned their backs against him. My father suffered depression and ultimately took his own life," finished Kakashi. "I'm sorry for your loss, Nisan," said Naruto sadly. He couldn't imagine how badly it would have affected Kakashi. "What do you think of his actions, Naruto?" asked Kakashi curiously. "As a shinobi I think he made a tough call, but before being shinobi, we are human. We should always follow what our heart tells us. What others say doesn't matter as long as you believe you are doing the right thing, nothing matters. Your father cherished his comrades and saved their lives. For me he is a hero because betraying your comrades is betraying yourself," said Naruto firmly. Kakashi stared at Naruto. He could see in Naruto's eyes that he believed in what he had said. "Thank you, Naruto. After that I dedicated my life to rules and regulations. I did all things necessary for the mission and killed my emotions. I was an ass at that time and it took my best friend's life to make me realize that I was wrong," said Kakashi sadly. "What happened with your friend? What was his name?" asked Naruto curiously. "His name was Obito Uchiha. He was very different from his clan. He was more like Konohamaru. He bragged on and on about how he would become Hokage and always made excuses for arriving late," said Kakashi with a chuckle. "He must have been a good person," said Naruto with a smile. "I always taunted him for being weak. He had not awakened his Sharingan but he really cared about the team. My sensei and my other teammate Rin always tried to be peacemaker in the team," said Kakashi with a warm smile as he remembered old times. "What happened to Obito?" asked Naruto cautiously. "We were on a mission behind enemy lines. I was the team captain. Our mission was to destroy a bridge which the enemy was using. But somehow the enemy captured Rin. I wanted to continue the mission instead of rescuing Rin," said Kakashi with shame evident in his voice. "Let me guess, Obito had other plans," suggested Naruto. "Yes, he wanted to rescue Rin, and we had a little fight over that matter. In the end Obito went to save Rin while I decided to continue the mission," explained Kakashi. "Did you go after Rin?" asked Naruto with a frown. He did not like that behavior of Kakashi. "Yes, I realized my mistake and I teamed up with Obito. We faced a Jounin from Iwa in battle and my left eye was destroyed in the battle, said Kakashi. What happened next? Asked a shocked Naruto. Obito somehow awakened the Sharingan and killed the Jounin. We then went and faced another Jounin and were able to subdue him and rescue Rin, but somehow the Jounin regained consciousness and he brought the cave down crashing. We rushed towards the cave but with my defective sense of vision I was about to get hit, said Kakashi but stopped after that. He saved you didn't he? Said Naruto sadly. Yes, but he got hit by the rock in my place. I was devastated by this. I never considered Obito my friend but he sacrificed himself for me. He also gave me his Sharingan. Explained Kakashi. He gave you his Sharingan? Asked a shocked Naruto. He could now understand why the Sharingan was so important for Kakashi. It was a memento of his best friend. I cannot forgive myself for his death. If I could have gone with him from the start things might have been different. I wasn't even able to protect Rin and she died too, said Kakashi sadly with a tear dropping from his right eye. Nissan, I know it must be painful but you have to move on. You cannot stay like this. Obito and Rin wouldn't want you to live like this. By doing this you are not only punishing yourself but also making their sacrifices useless, said Naruto firmly. What should I do? I have nothing left in my life. I have failed everyone, said Kakashi sadly. No, you have not failed anyone. Your father would be proud of you for the man you have become, one who values his comrades. Obito gave his life to save you because he considered you a friend and any good friend would do that. His death was not your fault and Rin's death was unfortunate. Besides you have me. If not for you I would have been left to rot in this village. You saved me, gave me a better future, made me a strong shinobi. Kakashi Hatake, you are a good man and a hero of this village, said Naruto proudly and gave Kakashi a wide smile. You believe that? Asked a shocked Kakashi. Yes, and there is one more person who loves you and believes in you more than me, said Naruto, shocking Kakashi again. Who is it? Asked Kakashi innocently. Cut the crap, you and I both know that you love Anko. And don't try to deny that I know you better. Warned Naruto. Sigh, yes I do love her, said Kakashi tiredly. Then why are you not telling her? Asked Naruto irritatingly. I don't want to lose her. Every close person in my life has died, I don't want her to be cursed by being with him, said Kakashi sadly. That's a lame excuse, you cannot control your future. We are shinobi, we may die today but you should follow your heart. I am close to you and I am not dead yet and neither is Anko or your other friends, besides she loves you too, said Naruto with a true smile. She does? Asked a shocked Kakashi. Yeah, I think you should propose to her. Here take it, said Naruto and took out a ring from his pocket. It was a platinum ring with a little diamond on it. Naruto, I cannot take this, where did you get the money for this? Asked a curious Kakashi. I and Gigi have it covered, it's the least I can do for what you have done for me. Besides Anko is the only woman in this village who will allow you to read your Icha, said Naruto with a smirk. In truth he had made good money from his missions in Root and with a little advice from Hiruzen had bought this ring. Really? Asked Kakashi with stars in his eyes. I think so, said Naruto with a shrug. My precious, we will forever be together, yelled Kakashi and hugged his book with anime tears dropping from his eyes. Is he really an adult? Thought Naruto with a sweat drop. Well, take it and propose her, or I'll burn down every single one of your Icha, make you read its yaoi version in my genjutsu and we'll have Anko's snakes kick your ass, threatened Naruto playfully. I'll do it but don't harm my precious, begged Kakashi. Just do it already, said Naruto tiredly. He then wished Kakashi good luck and went towards the academy for his graduation day. If he had looked carefully he could have seen the biggest smile on Kakashi's face. Only two words could describe Naruto's mood right now: fucking boring. He was sitting in the academy, and was listening to Irika's boring speech for the past few minutes. Many of the students were excited as they were finally becoming a Genin and starting their path of shinobi. Naruto could understand their feelings, but he was already an Anbu captain and such knew that how harsh the shinobi world was, but for now these students should enjoy this moment. Alright, now I'll announce the top 10 students of this year and in which teams they shall be placed. Announced Iruka loudly. Everyone paid attention, even Naruto was curious. Sasuke and Sakura were sitting beside him. In a way these two were his best friends in the academy. Sure, he was friends with the rest, The only ones with whom he was close were Shikamaru, Ino, and Kiba. Shino was his friend but didn't talk much, and Hinata was a weirdo. She tried to talk but always remained silent. Kuji was always busy eating. The 10th place goes to Ichigo. The 9th place goes to Shikamaru. The 8th place goes to Kuji. The 7th place goes to Kiba. The 6th place goes to Hinata. The 5th place goes to Ino. The 4th place goes to Shino. The 3rd place goes to Sakura. The 2nd place goes to Sasuke. And the Rookie of the Year is Naruto Hatake, announced Iruka. All of the students had different reactions. Shikamaru muttered troublesome and went off to sleep. Naruto knew Shikamaru could be in the top 3, but he was too lazy like all the Naras. Kuji was just happy that he had passed. Kiba mumbled something which went unheard by the rest of students but seemed a little happy. Hinata had a short smile on her face. Naruto observed carefully and saw there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. He could understand why she was feeling like this. She was the heiress of the Hyuga clan and many people expected her to be top kunoichi, but Sakura and Ino had really changed in the past years. Hinata was formidable in taijutsu, but in the rest of the skills she was average. This was where she got beaten by Ino and Sakura, who were skilled in genjutsu and academics. They also were good at ninjutsu. Ino was yelling loudly that she would beat Sakura but was also happy at the same time. Naruto had advised her and Sakura that it was not a bad thing that they liked Sasuke or any other boy, but if they were just focused on their crush and do not develop their shinobi skills, then they may die. They both realized their mistakes and had started improving, and as a result were now strong kunoichi. Shino just gave a respectful nod and remained impassive, as expected from the Abarames. Sakura did the unexpected. She just gave a smile to her friends and accepted Ino's demand for a match. "Congratulations," said Sasuke, shocking both Naruto and Sakura. "Sasuke-kun," said both Sakura and Ino in shock. "That's all you're gonna get from that team," joked Naruto. Muttered Sasuke with a smirk. "So, Mr. Rookie of the Year, how does it feel to be on the top?" asked Ino, putting her hand around Naruto's neck playfully. "Naruto, you are really strong. You showed me and Ino what it means to be a shinobi," said Sakura and gave a warm hug to Naruto. Naruto just gave a small smile in return. He was truly thankful for having such good friends. "I don't know, names and titles mean nothing in the shinobi world. Even the strongest shinobi could be defeated by a single mistake," explained Naruto, earning nods from everyone. "Well said, Naruto. So Naruto is the Rookie of the Year and Sakura is the top kunoichi of the class. Now we will announce the teams," said Iruka loudly. All the students now paid attention. They were curious to see who their teammates and sensei would be. Iruka stated announcing the teams until only 9 students were left in the class. The rest had left with their Jounin sensei. Team 7, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Hatake. "You have been summoned to the Hokage's office," said Iruka. "Oh, that's not fair. Why does Forehead get to be with Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun?" whined Ino. Said Hinata, but stopped as a few tears came in her eyes. She really wanted to be with Naruto, to show him how much she loved him. She then quickly wiped away her tears and made the best poker face. "Why is she so obsessed with me? She should know I only see her as a good friend. I don't want to break her heart. If she finds out I love Kurenai, I don't know what she would do," thought Naruto with a frown. Team 8, Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, and Shino Aburame. "Your Jounin sensei will be Kakashi Hatake," announced Iruka. Naruto saw Kiba's excited face when his team was announced. Shino just remained stoic while Hinata seemed neutral but was very sad. Naruto understood why Kakashi was made their sensei. He had already trained both Naruto and Sasuke in their Sharingan. Also, Kakashi was a good tracker, and with his dog summons he was the best choice for these 3. Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Kuji Akimichi, and Shikamaru Nara. "Your Jounin sensei will be Asuma Sarutobi," said Iruka. "Troublesome," said Shikamaru with a yawn. "Why I have to be with this lazy bum?" whined Ino with anime tears dropping from her eyes. Everyone chuckled a little and they could understand why Ino was feeling like this because Shikamaru was really very lazy. Kuji just had a big smile on his face as he was in a team with his best friend Shikamaru. "Sasuke, Sakura-chan, we should go," said Naruto. "Right," said Sasuke, and Sakura just nodded. The trio then exited from the room and went towards the Hokage tower. "I wonder who their sensei would be?" thought Shikamaru analytically. The three Genin entered the Hokage's office wondering about the reason of why they had been summoned here. They saw the Hokage sitting in his chair. There were two more person in the room beside the squad of Anbu that was hidden in the shadows. These person were none other than Anko and Kurenai. Naruto could perceive that the Anbu were feeling quite curious and a little excited. He was a very adept sensor whose skills had grown over the years. Kurenai gave a wide smile to Naruto and Anko gave him a little wink playfully. Naruto just chuckled on seeing their reactions. The trio stood in front of the Hokage and gave him a deep bow. "No need to be so formal, now you may be wondering why you have been summoned here?" suggested Hiruzen. "Hi," said Sakura curtly. "First of all, I would like to congratulate you for your performance over these years. You three are the best of the academy and as a result you have been summoned here. But before we go further," Naruto stepped forward, commanded Hiruzen. "I am yours to command, Hokage-sama," said Naruto with a bow. Sasuke's eyebrows twitched a bit. He was always a little wary of Naruto. Naruto was his best friend, but he cared about the village more than what Sasuke expected. Naruto was also too devoted to the Hokage. Sakura and Anko just sighed on seeing Naruto's actions. They both knew he was a very loyal shinobi and no matter what he would always be too devoted for their tastes. Kurenai felt a little proud on seeing Naruto's loyalty. He was his student, best friend and maybe a lover. He was a prodigy, graduated at the top of the class and most of all she liked people who were loyal to the village and cared about their precious people. And Naruto was one such person. "Naruto, I hereby promote you to Chunin," said Hiruzen, shocking everyone present in the room. "What?" asked all of them in unison. "May I know the reason for this promotion, Hokage-sama?" asked Naruto seriously. "There are a few reasons for this. First of all, your skills are far too advanced for a Genin. Your teachers have recommended you be moved up further in the ranks," said Hiruzen. "But Hokage-sama, he just became a Genin, also you have to participate in the Chunin exams for promotion," argued Anko. She didn't doubt Naruto's skills but wanted him to have some experience before getting the promotion. "You do present a good point, Anko, but a shinobi can be promoted to Chunin if the Kage deems him fit for the duty," said Hiruzen calmly. "But Hokage-sama, such a promotion hasn't been done since," said Kurenai, but then she glanced towards Sasuke and did not speak further. Itachi was the only person who was directly promoted to Chunin after becoming a Genin. Kurenai knew from Naruto that Itachi was a sensitive topic for Sasuke and as such did not speak further. "Yes, that is true, however the major reason for Naruto's promotion is because of the Anbu commander of our village," said Hiruzen seriously. "What does the Anbu commander has to do with Naruto?" asked Sakura curiously. "He wants Naruto to join the Anbu Black Ops," explained Hiruzen, shocking everyone in the room. "No," said Sasuke, bringing everyone's attention to him. "Speak freely, Sasuke," said Naruto, knowing Sasuke wanted to say something. "Hokage-sama, I know Naruto is stronger than all of us, but he is a little young for this, it's the same as with him," explained Sasuke. Everyone in the room agreed with him. Naruto was happy that Sasuke cared about his well-being, but he would follow whatever orders the Hokage gave him. That is why the Anbu commander wants to test his skills as a Chunin. Due to the Kyuubi attack we lost many skilled shinobi. Over these years we have restored our military strength, but we need skilled ninja like Naruto in our special forces. Right now tension is rising between the villages, as a result you all have been summoned here," explained Hiruzen. "What is it, Hokage-sama?" asked Kurenai warily. She was worried for Naruto's safety. Anbu Black Ops performed the most dangerous missions for the village, and many missions were such where they didn't come back alive. She did not want to lose Naruto. As a result, she was trying to find a way to get him out of this mess, but she also knew that the Hokage's word was final, but that didn't mean she wouldn't try. In this hour the village needs a special group of shinobi for various missions. Our Anbu forces are already stretched thin, and the Jounin are also working as best of their ability. I am forming a team of shinobi with special skills. This team will directly report to me. You all have been selected for this team with Naruto acting as the leader," explained Hiruzen. He knew Naruto was more than capable of leading a team and was just trying to make the others understand it as well. "You said this team has been selected for its special skills. Can you tell us why we have been selected?" asked Kurenai curiously. "Certainly, Anko is trained in infiltration, assassination and interrogation. Kurenai, you are the best at Genjutsu. Sakura is also good in Genjutsu and perhaps medical ninjutsu if she is trained properly. Sasuke is skilled in ninjutsu and taijutsu. As for Naruto, he shall explain about his skills himself, said Hiruzen. Care to explain Naruto? Asked Kurenai skeptically. She didn't like to be kept in the dark, and it seemed that the Hokage and Naruto were hiding something. I will explain, but Gigi, do you really think I'm capable of leading this team? Surely Anko and Kurenai are jounin and are more experienced than me. Lied Naruto. That may be true, but this will serve as a test to ascertain your leadership abilities and your skills. Anko and Kurenai will surely guide you when necessary. To be honest, Naruto, I wanted to promote you quickly through the ranks, but I wanted you to have some friends, so I delayed your promotion, but I cannot do that any longer. I need your skills to serve the village as best you can, and I know you can do it. Explained Hiruzen with a warm smile. I will get the job done, Hokage-sama, I will try my best. Promise, Naruto. Anko was a little suspicious about all of this but decided to keep quiet. Sasuke and Sakura, you two also show great promise, and I intend to promote you two after seeing your performance in a few missions, said Hiruzen. Thank you, Hokage-sama, said Sakura with a warm smile while Sasuke nodded. Now all of you get to know each other and practice your teamwork. I will be assigning you your missions soon. You will not be performing D ranks, so don't be worried, said Hiruzen with a chuckle. All the three Genin sighed in relief on hearing this. D ranks were a major pain in the ass for all Genin. Hiruzen then handed over Naruto his Chunin uniform, which he accepted respectfully. Kurenai was really happy on seeing this, and she silently gave Naruto her congratulations, which Naruto noticed and gave her a small smile. Let's meet at Training Ground 20 in a few minutes, suggested Naruto. Everyone nodded and the Genin exited from the office while Anko and Kurenai stayed as they had some questions. Hokage-sama, are you sure about this? Asked Anko doubtfully. I am Anko. I want you and Kurenai to guide this team. Naruto has a lot of potential and I don't want it to be wasted. This team can become one of the best teams in the history of our village, said Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, there must have been some reason for you to have so much faith in Naruto's ability. How strong is he? Asked Kurenai curiously. All of your answers will be answered by him. The only thing I ask from you is be patient and hear him out first, requested Hiruzen. Both the kunoichi nodded hesitantly, not sure what they were going to find out. Only if they knew what a big secret they were going to hear. All the members of Team 7 arrived at Training Ground 20. Anko and Kurenai were in their jounin vest, while Sasuke was wearing a black t-shirt with the Uchiha crest on its back and was wearing black shorts. Sakura was wearing a gray t-shirt and black shorts. She was also wearing fingerless gloves. They all saw Naruto standing on top of the lake of the training ground, and he looked quite different. He was wearing his green Chunin flak jacket and had a blue t-shirt underneath it. He was wearing black Anbu pants and fingerless gloves in his hands. His face was covered by his face mask while his headband was on his left hand, allowing 2 locks of blonde hair to fall on his face. He was also wearing black combat boots. But the most interesting thing was he had a sword strapped on his back. Why do you have a sword strapped on your back, Naruto? Asked Kurenai curiously. She didn't know Naruto was skilled in Kenjutsu. That is because I am a little skilled with sword, said Naruto with a light chuckle. Don't try to play tricks, Gaki. Kakashi had agreed to teach you Kenjutsu but has not taught you yet. Please don't try to be a hero on the first day of our team, advised Anko seriously. Anko loved Naruto like her younger brother, and as such she considered it her job to guide him. We live in a world of lies and deception, Anko. There are many things which you don't know about me, said Naruto carefully. Sasuke gave Naruto a knowing look, saying he understood what Naruto might say and he had his support in this. Naruto gave a thankful nod to Sasuke. Naruto-kun, please don't talk in riddles. Get to the point, said Sakura curtly. She was a little doubtful of all of this, but she had faith in Naruto. I know all of you have doubts about me being a Chunin and more as a leader of this team. I can understand, and I can think of only one way to remove your doubts. Fight with me, all of you against me. If you find my skills or my tactics unworthy, I will resign as the leader of this team, said Naruto honestly. Naruto, I know you are strong, but you want to fight all of us? There are 2 Jounin here and 2 of the best Genin of this academy. Plus Sasuke has his Sharingan and Sakura is adept with Genjutsu. I don't think this is right, said Kurenai worriedly. Do what he says, said Sasuke seriously. What? Sasuke, you cannot be serious? Asked Sakura a little angrily. When fighting an opponent with superior strength, make sure you have the numbers. You taught me that, didn't you, Naruto? Said Sasuke with a smirk. You mean he can take all of us? Scoffed Anko. Yes, said Sasuke stoically and activated his Sharingan. Alright Naruto, but please surrender if you get injured, said Kurenai softly. I can say the same for you, said Naruto in a challenging voice. Alright, let's go, announced Anko. Anko then rushed towards Naruto and proceeded with a couple of hand signs. She finished with the tiger sign. Kaden, Ryuka no Jutsu, fire release, dragon fire technique. A large stream of fire was released from Anko's mouth, which headed straight for Naruto at tremendous speed and engulfed everything in its path. Naruto immediately took out a ceiling tag and threw it in the air. He then quickly performed a couple of hand signs in order to perform his technique against the fire attack of Anko. Fuinjutsu Fukahuin, fire sealing method. The tag then dropped in front of the stream of fire, and much to everyone's amazement it absorbed the entire attack and then disappeared with a puff of smoke, leaving only ash and a little smoke in the area. Before Anko could counterattack, she saw a figure cut through the smoke. Her eyes widened when she saw Naruto heading towards her with his sword, which was glowing. But the most shocking thing was she saw Naruto's eyes had a 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Naruto made a horizontal swing at Anko's chest with his sword. Anko stepped out of her stupor and backflipped a few meters away, avoiding the attack. Or so she thought. A large cut appeared on her Jounin vest. Anko was shocked to see this. But I avoided the attack. Most of all, why the fuck does he have the Sharingan? Thought Anko angrily. Naruto just remained there with his sword in his hand and looking at Anko with his Sharingan eyes. With the others. Is that, said Sakura in shock. A Sharingan? Asked Kurenai in shock. She felt hurt on seeing this. Naruto had betrayed her trust. Yes, it is. We need to move now. This is a fight. Our questions can be answered later, said Sasuke hurriedly as his Sharingan picked up Naruto, finishing a lot of hand signs rapidly. With Naruto. Suten, Suryudan no Jutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique. A large dragon of water was formed from the lake and it rushed towards Anko with great speed. Anko had started performing her own hand signs but was already late. To her surprise, Sakura and Sasuke jumped in front of her and started performing their own hand signs. Doten, Doryuaki, earth release, earth style wall. They both used a lot of chakra and a large wall of mud rose from the ground and covered the trio. The water dragon collided with the mud wall with great speed and shattered it to pieces, but they had jumped away from the position. The entire area was covered in water droplets as the water dragon exploded on coming in contact with the mud wall. The rest of the members of Team 7 were shocked when they saw Naruto high in the air and released a kunai towards them, followed by a couple of another quick hand signs. Kage kunai no jutsu, shadow kunai technique. That one kunai now multiplied into hundreds of identical kunai which struck the rest of the members of Team 7 with great speed. Genjutsu ha, pretty smart Kurenai. Thought Naruto as they members of Team 7 that were hit with the kunai attack disappeared and leaves. Naruto sensed Sasuke's chakra behind him and immediately swung his sword backwards and blocked the kunai that Sasuke was holding, making a loud noise. He then attempted to hit his left elbow straight into Sasuke's face, but Sasuke blocked it with his remaining hand, but was shocked when Naruto used that distraction to flip over Sasuke's head and gave a strong kick on his head and sent him stumbling few feet away. Naruto then saw Anko appear in front of him with a mad grin on her face, followed by a couple of hand signs. Sinai Tajashu, many hidden shadow snake hands. 36 snakes were launched from Anko's sleeves and were rushing at Naruto with great speed and flipping their tongues venomously. Where does she hide all of them? Thought Naruto in amusement. He then surged wind chakra through his swords and used a shunshine and teleported away. Anko was confident that her snakes would subdue Naruto, but was shocked when Naruto appeared in front of her and gave a harsh kick to her chest, sending her crashing in a nearby tree. She felt a few of her ribs crack from the attack. When she opened her eyes, she saw Naruto had already cleaved her snakes in half. Damn, his shunshine is way too fast. Thought Anko, but before she could do anything, 3 Narutos appeared in front of her and attempted to decapacitate her from different angles. But all of the Naruto's movement was stopped when their bodies started getting caught in branches of trees which suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Kurenai stepped out of one of the tree's branches with her kunai pressed on one of the Naruto's throat whom she thought was the main Naruto and not his shadow clones. "It's over, Naruto," said Kurenai with barely restrained anger. She was very upset that Naruto had hidden such big truth from her about him being an Uchiha and as such wanted to finish the fight and have a talk with him. "Is it?" asked Naruto impassively and looked at Kurenai with his Sharingan. Suddenly, to Kurenai's shock, instead of Naruto being bound in her genjutsu, she found herself trapped in her own jutsu, binded by her own trees. All three Naruto pointed a sword at her and took a swing, but she bit her tongue and the genjutsu disappeared and she ducked at the last moment. She backflipped a few meters away and looked at the three impassive Naruto seriously. "Which is the real one?" she thought frustratingly. She was relieved to see Sasuke and Sakura in their positions, and Anko had cleared herself from the field in order to prevent her from being used as a hostage. "Why do you have the Sharingan, Naruto?" yelled Kurenai angrily. She just wished her plan would work. But what she didn't know that Naruto had already sensed and located Sasuke and Sakura in the trees behind him, waiting to stirk him from behind. He was not a censor for nothing. He also felt Anko's signature behind him, but it looked she was hurt badly. She was surprised when two Narutos immediately performed a quick substitution, and she couldn't believe what they had substituted themselves with. They were none other than Sasuke and Sakura, both of whom had a sword and a kunai placed on their necks ready to cut them instantly. Naruto looked at Kurenai seriously and said in a very cold tone, "Your teammates are captured and are at my mercy. Anko is now at my clone's mercy, yield now." "That is the only option you have," said Naruto impassively and pressed the kunai and sword closer to Sasuke and Sakura's throat. Kurenai gritted her teeth in anger. Her entire strategy failed. She had planned to distract Naruto while Sasuke and Sakura would attack him from the back with their fire and earth jutsu. Naruto would have to dogda, and that was when she and Anko would strike unitedly and subdue Naruto. But now her entire plan had failed. Two of her comrades were captured and the third was nowhere visible. She had only one choice. "Damn it!" thought Kurenai angrily. "You win, let them go," said Kurenai defeatedly. "Thought you'd never say that," said Naruto with a smirk. Kurenai was again surprised when the Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura in front of her disappeared in a flock of crows. She found herself standing in the field. She looked around and saw all of her comrades were also standing beside her. "What happened?" asked Sakura curiously. "We were caught in his genjutsu," explained Kurenai. She was feeling a lot of emotions, proud of Naruto's mastery in genjutsu, angry at him for hiding the truth, and also at herself for getting caught in his genjutsu so easily. "But when did he get us?" asked Anko confusedly. "We must have looked him in the eyes," explained Sasuke. "How can we get caught in a genjutsu by just looking in his eyes?" asked Sakura curiously. She didn't know how powerful a Sharingan could be. "Sharingan can easily cast a genjutsu by just looking in the eyes. We must have looked at him sometime," said Sasuke frustratingly. He too had an Tomoe Sharingan, but from his training with Kakashi he knew Naruto's eyes were far more powerful than any Uchiha he knew. His eyes were even more stronger than Itachi. Also, Sasuke was not as skilled in Sharingan genjutsu as Naruto yet. Suddenly all of them felt something cold touch their necks. They looked behind and saw four Narutos holding a sword at their throats and were looking at them coldly without any emotion on their face. "Your assumptions are right," said Naruto seriously. "What are you?" asked Sakura, but was cut off when Naruto pressed the sword more closely to their throats. "Do you accept your defeat?" asked Naruto seriously, with his Sharingan eyes looking coldly at all of them. All the members of Team 7 were shocked on seeing this new Naruto. He was cold, calculative, and was insanely stronger, faster and smarter than all of them. All of them looked at each other and considered their options. They knew if they even tried to move their throats would be cut immediately, and most of all they wanted answers about his Sharingan, and that was more important than this fight. The only one who knew about Naruto's Sharingan was Sasuke. But he was also quite shocked by Naruto's skills. Naruto had showed great skill in ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, fuinjutsu, and kenjutsu. Plus his speed was far too great for them. He wondered how far stronger was Naruto. Sakura couldn't believe what had just happened. She liked Naruto. He had helped her change from a crazy fangirl to a smart kunoichi. She received the title of top kunoichi due to her strength in genjutsu, academics, and her strength with her earth-style jutsu. But when she compared herself to Naruto, she found herself outclassed. Anko was in a state of shock. She couldn't believe that the boy she considered her brother was so skilled and had hidden such a big truth from her all these years. She wondered how far had Naruto held back during their training spars. But the one who was upset the most was none other than Kurenai. She felt cheated. Naruto had lied to her for all these years. He had not told her about his identity and his powers honestly. She loved Naruto, and to find out that he had hidden such a big truth from her broke her heart a little. "We forfeit," said Anko seriously, giving Naruto a firm look, saying this was not over. Naruto removed the sword from their throats and dispersed his 3 shadow clones quickly, but as soon as he sheathed his sword he felt someone grab the collar of his Chunin vest roughly and being pulled closer to this person. He looked up and saw this person was none other than Kurenai. And one look in her eyes made Naruto realize what she was feeling. It was pure anger. "I need answers now," hissed Kurenai angrily with righteous feminine fury in her voice. Chapter 10, Broken Crest. Blue Life stared into red eyes without blinking for a second. Many emotions could be seen in the respective eyes. One reflected feelings of guilt and sorrow while the other reflected feelings of betrayal, hurt and sadness. Naruto looked at Kurenai's face. He could see how hurt she was. It broke his heart. He did not blame Kurenai for behaving like this. She had every right to be like this. He was her student, best friend, both of them shared a deep bond of love between them, and he had hidden a major part of his identity from her. Naruto knew that Kurenai was fiercely loyal to the village and to her precious people, and she did not like when someone lied to her. Kurenai's heart was broken, and she grabbed Naruto's collar more roughly and brought him more closer to her face, with only mere inches from her lips. If it was some other moment, Naruto would never avert his gaze from her beautiful face and lips. But right now he couldn't look in her eyes. "Naruto, I need answers now," demanded Kurenai again and leaked little key. To her surprise, Naruto just gave a nod. She expected him to be angry at her for behaving like this in front of the rest of the team, but he just didn't show any emotions. "I will answer every question of every one of you. But please just ask them one at a time," requested Naruto quietly. Sasuke knew he had to step in and help Naruto out, so he stepped up and gently removed Kurenai's hands from Naruto's collar. She gave him a harsh glare, but he didn't flinch at all. "Leave his collar. He won't be able to answer if you keep strangling him," said Sasuke sternly and stared at Kurenai with his Sharingan. Kurenai removed her hands roughly and stepped a few meters back, but continued to give a stern gaze to Naruto. Sakura saw Naruto's hurt face, even though she felt a little sad that Naruto had hidden some things from her, but she knew she had to be rational and at least give him some support to explain himself. "Naruto-kun, how do you have the Sharingan?" asked Sakura in a kind voice. "Because I am an Uchiha," said Naruto honestly. "But how can this be possible? There were no other survivors after that incident with the Uchiha clan. You were in Uzumaki before Kakashi adopted you." "I just don't understand," said Anko confusedly. "Yes, you are right, I had the Uzumaki name before Kakashi-Nisan adopted me. Even he and I didn't know that I was an Uchiha before that incident," said Naruto sadly as he remembered his first kill. "What incident?" asked Kurenai seriously. She was now in more control of her anger and wanted to hear Naruto's reasons. A small part of her heart felt very sad when she saw Naruto was so sad. "I was 6 years old and was training in a field when I was attacked," said Naruto silently. All the members of the team were quite shocked to hear this. Who would want to attack a child? Sasuke and Sakura were shocked on hearing this. Sasuke wondered how hard was Naruto's life, and Sakura was feeling very sad for her best friend. Anko and Kurenai looked at each other. They knew why he would have been attacked. Both of their anger reduced a little. They could now understand that his life had been hard and as such should listen to him. Surprisingly, Kurenai stepped forward and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder gently. "What happened? Who were those attackers?" asked Kurenai softly. Naruto's eyes widened on seeing this. He didn't expect Kurenai to lose her anger so quickly, but then he also realized that they were best friends and as such she was trying to support him. "They were Anbu Black Ops," said Naruto, but didn't mention they were Root for obvious reasons. "What?" yelled all of them in shock. "It will be better if I show you," said Naruto and activated his Sharingan. All the members felt the world around them change, and they were now standing in a white plain and Naruto was standing beside them. After a few moments some light came in front of them. Flashback. Suddenly 2 people arrived at the training ground. Naruto looked at them and saw 2 Anbu standing there. Their faces were hidden by their masks, however their masks were different than most Anbu, because they were blank. "Naruto Hatake," said the Anbu on the left. "Huh?" asked Naruto, curious as to why the Anbu were here and asking for him. Suddenly both the Anbu charged at him, drawing their swords ready to strike him down. Naruto had only time to blink as he barely dodged the strike of the swords but still got a cut on his face mask. It was due to sheer luck and due to some of Kakashi's training that he was barely able to dodge the blow. "What the hell are you doing?" shouted Naruto angrily. The Anbu were surprised that he was able to dodge the strike, but neither showed any emotions. They never showed emotions. Getting out of their daze, they started leaking a massive amount of killing intent. This was the type of killing intent of silent assassins. Naruto was frozen in shock. His body wasn't moving, his heartbeat was increasing every second, he was already hearing it beating so many times. He barely was able to get a kunai from his pouch, but his hands were trembling. He had faced a lot of angry villagers on many occasions, but the killing intent these Anbu were leaking were the most powerful one he had faced in his entire life. There was a sharp pain in his eyes. The Anbu rushed at him. One of them swinged his sword towards Naruto's chest while the other Anbu jumped in the air with his sword drawn ready to cleave Naruto in half. Time seemed to slow down for Naruto, all the things started to move much more slowly around him. He could see the leaves rustling in the air at a much slower pace, he could see that the Anbu were drawing closer towards him. To any other shinobi the Anbu would seem like blurs, but for Naruto he was able to read their movements and the exact angle through which they were going to strike him. "I can't move, what is happening? I can't die here, I will not die," thought Naruto. Acting purely on what his instincts were telling him, he backflipped a few meters, but the Anbus attacked him again. The one on the left tried to attack him with a diagonal slash from his sword, but before his attack could even connect, he felt something cold pierce his chest, but when he looked down all he could see was two red eyes with two tomos in it and a kunai buried deep in his heart. The Anbu's lifeless body fell dead on the ground, and after a few seconds a glow came from his left arm and the entire body was engulfed in flames, burning the body to ashes. Meanwhile Naruto was frozen in his spot, his hands were shaking, he was looking at the blood stained on his hands and realized he had just killed a man. He didn't know what happened, he had just ducked before the blow hit him, and before he realized what was happening his kunai was lodged into the Anbu's heart. He had seen the shock in the man's eyes hidden behind his mask, which were then replaced with emptiness before he fell on the ground and was burned to a crisp. "I killed him, I am a murderer," thought Naruto sadly, and tears started to drop from his eyes. Meanwhile the remaining Anbu was shocked to see his partner killed by the boy and was just about to attack him and was already charging towards him. Naruto was frozen in his spot, so it looked much easy. The Anbu readied his sword to deliver the blow, but his entire body was electrocuted and something had pierced his chest. He looked down to see a hand sticking out of his chest which was covered in a ball of lightning. He only heard a single word before he fell lifeless on the ground. Reikiri. Flashback end. "This was how I got my Sharingan," said Naruto somberly and removed the Genjutsu. He was surprised when he was engulfed in a bone-crushing hug by Kurenai, who was crying and was continuously apologizing to him for her rude behavior. He looked around and saw Anko's sad look and Sakura's shocked face. Sakura had never seen any killing and as such was shocked to see her best friend's first kill. Sasuke was now a little angry as Naruto had lied to him about how he activated his Sharingan, but he could also understand that this was Naruto's pain and as such was not willing to share it, and also they were not good friends when he had lied to him. Kurenai was feeling the worst, she could not imagine how painful it must have been for Naruto. She knew as a shinobi they had to kill, she had her first kill when she was 13 and it still haunted her sometimes, and to find out that Naruto had to go through such horrible experience at such a young age broke her heart. She hugged Naruto more tightly. "Thank you," said Naruto honestly and released the hug much to Kurenai's protest. "Why did you not tell us about this? Did you not trust us?" asked Anko sadly. "No, it was never a matter of trust. That incident was classified by the Hokage. The only people who knew about this were Gigi, Kakashi, Nisan and me. Gigi had told us not to reveal this until extremely necessary," explained Naruto truthfully. "And you think it was time to tell us the truth?" asked Sakura softly. "Yes, I know I have hurt all of you, but please understand that this was something that I didn't want to reveal until the right time. I trust all of you with my life, but this was something personal and I was also following my orders. But I know I have hurt all of you and for that I'm extremely sorry," said Naruto and dropped to his knees and bowed in front of all of them. The rest of the team was a little taken back by this reaction, they didn't know how to handle this situation. On one hand, they were sad that Naruto had hidden this truth for so much time, but seeing he trusted them now and was telling them really put them in a lot of turmoil. "It's alright Naruto-kun. But please no more secrets," said Sakura trying to calm down the situation. Naruto just gave a nod, He knew he could not promise such a thing, but right now it was the only option he had. How strong are you? Asked Sasuke seriously. If he wanted to trust Naruto as a teammate and brother, he had to know some more things about him. I don't want to boast about my abilities. You all just say what I can do, that's all I have to say, said Naruto seriously. He did not want to show his real strength until very necessary in order to avoid more questions. Look Naruto, if you are to be the leader of this team, then we should know everything about you and you should know everything about us, said Kurenai flatly. She had enough of this secrecy. Anko and Sakura agreed too. Naruto just sighed, he knew he had to tell them something at least. If his teammates didn't trust him and knew about his abilities, then how would their team be efficient and perform missions? Fair enough, I'll tell you my abilities, and you tell me yours, said Naruto seriously. I'll start first. I am good in learning genjutsu. I also want to learn medical ninjutsu to help my comrades. I am also good with Doton ninjutsu. Rest of all my abilities are average, said Sakura starting the introduction. I am skilled in fire style ninjutsu and Doton jutsu. I don't know much genjutsu, but I'm working on it. I am skilled in the Uchiha Interceptor Fist Taijutsu and Shuriken Jutsu, said Sasuke briefly. I am skilled in fire style ninjutsu and heavy style taijutsu. My genjutsu skills are average, but I am quite flexible and have speed. I am trained in assassination, recon, infiltration and interrogation, explained Anko. The others were quite impressed with the skills she had. I am a Genjutsu master and thus skilled in this art. My taijutsu and shuriken jutsu are average. I have a Suiten affinity on which I am working to learn different ninjutsu. I also know a little Fuinjutsu, explained Kurenai. Naruto and the others were quite surprised that she knew Fuinjutsu. Everyone then turned towards Naruto, expecting a brief explanation as many of his abilities were highly advanced for a Genin. I am skilled in Suiten and Katen ninjutsu. I also am good with Futon and know some Raiten ninjutsu. My genjutsu is good. I am proficient in the Uchiha Interceptor Fist and heavy style. I know Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu and I am a little proficient in them, explained Naruto seriously. All the members of Team 7 were shocked to hear this. Naruto was skilled in all the different branches of shinobi arts. Naruto, this can't be true. You cannot do ninjutsu of 4 different affinities efficiently if you don't have those affinities. As far as I know, you are skilled in only fire and water style, argued Anko. She had only seen him perform jutsu of these affinities until now. That is true, Anko. However, I am skilled in these ninjutsu because I have 4 affinities, said Naruto, again shocking the members of Team 7. What? That's impossible, said Sakura logically. She knew many shinobi had 2, maximum 3, but for one to have 4 affinities was unheard of. Now I understand why Kakashi adopted you and what you have been doing for all these years. He trained you and Sasuke in the Uchiha Interceptor Fist, while he also trained in you in ninjutsu and your Sharingan. You learned genjutsu from me since past 3 years. You also learnt Anko's heavy style taijutsu. Now the question remains, where did you learn Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu? Asked Kurenai after briefly giving a logical explanation. That is a very good analysis, Kurenai, and you are right at each point. I learnt Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu from Hokage-sama, said Naruto seriously. He was really good at deceiving people. He could look a person straight in the eyes and could lie to them and make the lie a truth with his confidence. It was one of his skills which he was not proud of, but as a shinobi it was necessary. Is that the real truth? Asked Sasuke seriously. Yes, Sasuke, it is, said Naruto without even blinking and looked at Sasuke straight in the eye. Both of them understood what the other was trying to say and nodded respectively. Now I see why the Anbu commander wants you to be in the Black Ops, said Anko, understanding the entire situation. She understood that Anbu and the Hokage must have kept tabs on Naruto and monitored his progress, and he was far skilled than what she had anticipated. Yes, Naruto, if my analysis is correct, you are far stronger than a Chunin, as you defeated all of us easily. I want to know at what level you are, and please, I want the truth this time, requested Kurenai. Her anger had reduced a lot after listening to Naruto's reasons, and they seemed a little logical. It did hurt her, but she could understand him. But more than that, she loved him and wanted to be with him, so she forgave him. I am fit to be in the Anbu if my skills are considered, but I have to show some results in the fields before I am recruited, explained Naruto diplomatically. Would you join the Anbu, if you are deemed fit? Asked Sakura sadly. She did not want her best friend to get separated from her and Sasuke. Sasuke also nodded, indicating he also wanted answer to that question. Anko and Kurenai also were waiting patiently for Naruto's answer. Yes, I will join Anbu. It was always my dream to join Anbu and I hope I am capable for that, said Naruto with a small smile. With your Sharingan you can easily make it in the Anbu, said Sasuke with a smirk. All the females looked at Naruto and Sasuke strangely. They were quite suspicious with Sasuke's behavior. They expected him to have some reaction by seeing Naruto's Sharingan and he was his family, but he was just behaving normally. Sakura wondered when had Naruto and Sasuke become such good friends. At one point they couldn't stand each other and now they were behaving like brothers. That only meant one thing: Sasuke knew about Naruto's Sharingan from the beginning. Did you know about Naruto's Sharingan? Asked Anko sternly to Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other. Naruto made eye contact with Sasuke and requested him to make up some good excuse or else Kurenai would kick his ass. Yes, he was training once and I wanted to fight with him. When I arrived at the training ground, I accidentally saw his Sharingan. I then asked him about this and he had no choice but to tell me the truth. We then talked with the Hokage and he asked me to keep my mouth closed about this for a while, so I didn't speak about this with anyone. Explained Sasuke to the females confidently. Wow, who would have thought he could lie so perfectly? Thanks Sasuke. Thought Naruto with a smirk. Is that so? Asked Sakura with a very sweet voice and cracked her knuckles. There was a dark aura surrounding her. Both the boys gulped on seeing this. Over these years the three of them had become best friends. They used to hang out together, train together. Naruto even gave them some pointers for their Doden ninjutsu after consulting with Kakashi. Both the boys knew Sakura had changed, but if anyone made her mad it would be hell to pay. Even Sasuke didn't want a piss of Sakura. She sure has talent, I like this girl. Thought Anko with a smirk. Guess Sakura can keep these two idiots in control. Thought Kurenai proudly. Yeah, you sure can ask Hokage-sama about this. I am sure he can explain, said Sasuke a little nervously. That we will, said Kurenai confidently. Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other. They didn't need words to convey their message. You owe me for this, Dobi. Thanks team, I'll make it up to you, I promise. Let's just hope the old geezer can handle 3 pissed off kunoichi. Somewhere in the Hokage tower an old man in cage robes sneezed loudly. Why do I feel as if I am in for great trouble? Thought Hiruzen with a little fear. Well, is there any other surprises we should be aware of? Asked Kurenai sweetly. Only that I am a censor, said Naruto quickly. He was a little scared of Kurenai now. You a censor? Don't joke Gaki, said Anko and laughed. Censors are very rare, you didn't show any such abilities in the academy, said Sakura confidently. He didn't show his Sharingan either. Retorted Sasuke. Everyone was surprised when Sakura gave a light bop on Sasuke's head, making a small bump on his head. Acting smartass are we? We'll decide what to do with both of you after talking with the Hokage, said Sakura with a smirk. Damn, she sure can hit hard. Thought Sasuke with a frown. Naruto, Kurenai and Anko started laughing loudly on seeing this. For Naruto it sure was fun to see Sasuke being subdued by Sakura. What are you laughing at, Dobi? Yelled Sasuke angrily. He was a little embarrassed when everyone was laughing at him. It's just funny to see you, the emo king, being talked down, said Naruto with a chuckle. Is that so? I wonder what would Kurenai do if she found out about your hot springs adventure a little while back, said Sasuke with a devious smile on his face. Naruto started feeling nervous. He and Sasuke were just returning after training until they heard some voices coming from a place. They went there to investigate and that place was none other than Konoha Hot Springs. Both the boys sure had a good time there. Damn you team, 2 can play this game. Thought Naruto with a smirk. I remember one emo king also tagging along with me. Retorted Naruto with a smirk. Sasuke was just about to respond when both the boys felt the air around them getting a lot more colder. They both looked back and saw all the females cracking their knuckles and with demonic expressions on their faces. Naruto, I think we need to have a little talk, said Kurenai with a dark chuckle. We would also like to hear about your adventure, said Anko very sweetly. Sasuke, Naruto, you're dead, yelled Sakura and cracked her knuckles. Both the boys each other and yelled loudly. Oh shit. Few hours later. The members of Team 7 were sitting in the training ground. They had practiced their teamwork for the past few hours after a little talk which the girls of the teams quite enjoyed. The same couldn't be said for Sasuke and Naruto XD. Their team was a very balanced team. Naruto was very happy to see Sakura and Kurenai were a good combo in Genjutsu. Kurenai was training Sakura and the girl was quite good with illusions. On the other hand, Sasuke and Naruto were the heavy hitters of the team. Their job was to confront the enemy head-on and face the brunt of the attack. They would receive support from Sakura and Kurenai. Anko was their trump card. While the rest of the team would distract the enemy, she could infiltrate enemy positions and assassinate or capture their targets. The Hokage had indeed well thought about their abilities and formed this team. They still needed to act more quickly and as a unit, but Naruto was sure that they would be able to do that with a few days of hard work. The training had been quite gruesome and all the members of Team 7 were quite tired. Anko was sleeping on the branches of a tree, while Sakura and Sasuke were sitting under the shade of the tree and were talking about various combination attacks. Naruto and Kurenai were sitting near the lake. Kurenai had cooled down a lot and was now able to understand Naruto and his reasons. She just wanted to say that she was there for him. Naruto looked at Kurenai. He could understand many things that happened today and he was not sure what Kurenai thought of him now. "You hate me now, don't you?" asked Naruto carefully. "Why do you think that I hate you?" "I will never hate you no matter what," said Kurenai softly with a smile. "That won't be possible, Kurenai," thought Naruto sadly. "Hey, snap out of it, you sure do space out a lot," joked Kurenai and chuckled. Naruto felt a little happy on seeing Kurenai happy. These were the moments that he would cherish his entire life. No matter what path he would choose, or how he would meet his end or who would kill him for his crimes, it didn't matter. "No matter what happens, Kurenai, I will always love you," said Naruto silently. Unfortunately, Kurenai's listening skills were sharp and she heard what Naruto said. "Do you really mean that?" asked Kurenai shakily. How she wished those words were true. She loved everything about Naruto. Who wouldn't love this type of guy? He was handsome, kind and cared for his friends. He was a strong shinobi and most of all he loved her for what she was. "Huh?" asked Naruto innocently. He suddenly felt himself caught. He realized his tongue had slipped up and he was in trouble. "Naruto, you don't want to do this," advised Kurama sternly. "I know, Kurama, but I just can't live without her. She is my world. Haven't I sacrificed enough for this village? I watched my closest friends die one after one in front of my eyes in Root. My brother died to save me. I endured all that pain, all for what? Can't I have right to deserve some happiness before going down on my dark path that doesn't have a future? I am human in the end and I love her more than anything in this whole goddamn world," yelled Naruto. He couldn't bear this. His heart was already broken. How much lies had he said? How much sins had he done so far? "With great power comes great sacrifice, Naruto. I cannot understand what you are feeling now because I am not human and I am not you." "But think," said Kurama but was cut off. "Please Kurama, don't say anything anymore. I just want to live a few moments as per my own free will," said Naruto sadly. "Very well," said Kurama seriously. If Naruto wanted to do this, then he wouldn't stop him. The Bijou also knew what the boy had gone through. Root was hell, and when Naruto entered it he didn't know that. Naruto had watched many of his comrades with whom he had trained fight to death and die in front of his eyes one by one. Those who survived suffered a fate worse than death. They were just reduced to mindless drones with no memories of their past. How would a person feel when his comrade didn't even remember him? Then one final act sealed the deal. With Shin's death by Naruto's hands, he was broken. He was very good at deception, so no one could look past his false mask. Not even Kurenai, or the ones closest to him. He had been carrying such pain for 3 years. All these traumas had turned him into a pacifist. He just didn't want any more bloodshed. He had seen enough death for one such young. Even after all of this he was willing to sacrifice himself to save the village, but Kurama could understand that Naruto loved Kurenai more than anything. It was the cursed fate of the Uchiha clan. Kurama knew if Naruto didn't let out his feelings he would break down, and nothing was more dangerous than a broken Uchiha. "Do you love me, Naruto?" asked Kurenai again. Her voice was more desperate than before. "Fuck it all. I just can't die without telling her how I feel," thought Naruto angrily. "Yes, I love you, Kurenai, you mean everything in the world to me. You were always by my side helping me, guiding me, you were there for me as a friend, teacher and many more things. Whenever I was sad you would cheer me up, when I lost hope and wanted to give up but you believed in me. I love you more than anything, you didn't even care what the villagers thought about you and continued to stand by my side. I just want to say this, you don't have to love me or even accept me, but from here on out no matter what happens I will always love you, said Naruto and gave Kurenai the biggest smile. Kurenai's eyes widened on hearing everything that Naruto had said. In truth she loved him with all her heart. She didn't give a rat's ass about their age difference or what the villagers might think of them. And now that Naruto had confessed his love for her she became very happy. Naruto was patiently waiting for Kurenai's answer. In truth no matter what answer she gave him, he loved her with all his heart. The reply he got was quite interesting. Kurenai slowly came in front of him, she then gently removed his face mask completely. Kurenai was shocked to see Naruto's face. It was as if she was looking at the Yondaime Hokage himself, the only difference was Naruto's hair were a little more silkier than the fourth. He just looks like the fourth. Thought a shocked Kurenai. She indeed had her suspicions but after seeing his face her belief was getting a lot more stronger that Naruto was related to the fourth. Naruto felt a little vulnerable as Kurenai had removed his face mask. It had been close to 9 years since he had wore it, he never took it off. He didn't even remember when was the last time he saw his entire face in the mirror. But he didn't have time to think any further as he was hastily tackled to the ground by Kurenai. She was now right on top of him with her gorgeous hair falling on his body. Their lips were just an inch apart from each other. Naruto could feel her breath and one look in her eyes showed him what Kurenai felt. I love you too with all my heart. You are precious to me, with you I can be myself. You were always there for me, encouraged me to become a jounin, supported me during harsh times. With you I feel safe, you make me feel wanted, said Kurenai with a true smile. Naruto's heart melted on seeing her smile, to him it was one of the most beautiful things in the world. But what would do the villagers think about us? Asked Naruto sadly. He didn't mind what others thought about them, but Kurenai was a proud and respected kunoichi of the village. She had worked hard to achieve such feat, and he didn't have the best reputation in the village. Naruto didn't want to get in the way of Kurenai's dreams. I don't care about it anymore. When I had first kissed you, I was having these doubts about what others may think about me. But then I realized you mean everything to me. You are the man with whom I would like to spend my entire life with and have a family, said Kurenai happily. Family? Asked Naruto sadly. He too wished to have a family one day. A lovely wife, few kids, and a nice peaceful home where he could spend the rest of his life in peace. But that dream could never be reality. You don't want a family with me? Asked Kurenai in a hurt voice. No, I do want a family with you. But I am nothing but trash Kurenai, I don't deserve your love, I wasn't able to reveal my identity to you. I thought you would leave me when you would know the truth. I was scared, I just couldn't lose you. I don't know what I would do without you, for me you are my world. But I lied to you and for that I am sorry, said Naruto sadly with few tears in his eyes. It had been so long since he wanted to let Kurenai know his true feelings for her. Don't talk like that. I admit I was hurt that you lied to me, but I forgive you because I love you more than anything. And you are not trash, if I ever hear those words from your mouth again I would kick your ass. Joked Kurenai and chuckled. Hi, said Naruto happily, this was what he always wanted. Now you're mine Naruto-kun, said Kurenai with a seductive grin on her angelic face. Kurenai then immediately wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck and slowly brought her lips onto Naruto's lips and kissed him deeply. Naruto was a bit startled by this sudden kiss but he relaxed and wrapped his arms around Kurenai's back and held her more tightly. He then kissed her back more passionately. Both of them were enjoying kissing each other. Naruto was getting a lot more aggressive and Kurenai liked that. She allowed him more access to her mouth, their tongues were dancing wildly with each other. They continued kissing each other for quite a while, both of them were feeling a lot more happy, they could feel that they were perfect for each other and loved each other more than anything. Fortunately the rest of the team were quite a distance away so they didn't notice the couple's little make-out session. Kurenai then broke the kiss after some time, she then gently kissed Naruto on his cheek leaving a red mark. She gave him a lovely smile. I love you Naruto-kun. I love you too Kurenai-chan. They both kissed each other again, they both were so busy in their own world that they didn't notice the pair of hateful lavender eyes looking at them from a distance. Naruto-kun will be mine. Chapter 11, Assemble. It had been 3 weeks since the formation of Team 7. For the past 3 weeks life had changed for all the members of Team 7. They were all quite shocked when Naruto displayed his leadership capabilities and made them run through many different teamwork exercises. He also helped every member of his team in improving their personal skills. Naruto helped Anko in improving her taijutsu. When she started sparring with Naruto, he easily evaded her attacks with his Sharingan and gave her tough hits. Naruto realized that the heavy style taijutsu was ineffective against a Sharingan wielder. Heavy style depends on evading the enemy attacks quickly and counterattacking with tremendous speed, but in a fight against someone with Sharingan, it was pointless. As a result, he had increased her training weights in order to increase her speed. With Kurenai, he helped her with her water affinity. She sure had a lot of talent with water. In a span of 3 weeks she had already learned 5 ninjutsu of this affinity. She was quite amazed that Naruto's control over water was on a totally different level. Sasuke and Naruto trained together. Naruto trained Sasuke in his Sharingan Genjutsu. He also helped him with the Uchiha Interceptor Fist and helped him learn a fire-style ninjutsu. Naruto helped Sakura in improving her stamina and taijutsu. Her chakra control was on par with Kurenai. As a result, she was able to learn Genjutsu. Naruto only knew some basic first-aid medical ninjutsu and he taught Sakura that. To his surprise, she was far more skilled and adept than Naruto in that art. Officially, she was now the medic of the team. Sakura also had a unique talent which no one in the team had, not even Naruto. She was skilled in archery. Sakura's father was a chunin and he had taught his daughter this art to help her and make her strong. Naruto found this ability to be extremely beneficial for the team. Anko and Kurenai had made Sasuke and Sakura accept that they will have to kill during missions. Anko was an interrogator and as such knew how the human mind works. She skillfully eased Sakura's hesitation. All in all, Team 7 was now ready to perform operations as a special combat unit. So we found Team 7 standing in front of the Hokage ready for their first mission. Team 7 reporting for duty, Hokage-sama, said Naruto sincerely. He was in his chunin vest and had a sword strapped on his back. His face was hidden by his face mask. I'm glad that your team is now operational. I have a mission which would require your specific skills, said Hiruzen seriously. What is the mission, Hokage-sama? Asked Naruto curiously. The rest of the members were silently listening to the conversation. It was a habit that only the team leader could speak for the team. I have been getting reports of several abduction cases in our towns and villages near the border of Water Country. Kiri is in a civil war right now, and as a result many of their shinobi have taken this opportunity and have gone rogue. Specifically 2 of these shinobi are behind these abductions. Explained Hiruzen briefly. Do we have any identification on these culprits? Asked Naruto sternly. Yes, they are Taro Kisaragi and Sasami Kisaragi. They both are B-ranked missing nin of Kiri. From our reports they are running a gang of bandits, said Hiruzen. From what information we have, they seem to be related to each other, and what type of people are they abducting from our country? Asked Naruto curiously. Women and children, said Hiruzen angrily. The rest of the team flinched a little when they heard Hiruzen's harsh tone, but they could understand why he was so angry. So we have a crazy band of brother and sister, missing women and children, less time to save them, and a large number of bandits led by 2 B-ranked missing nin in our way. Explained Naruto. The rest of the team looked at him as if he was crazy, saying all of this as if it was a joke, but what they didn't know that he had already performed missions more dangerous than this. Yes, that sums it up. Our estimates say there are 80 bandits, but there can be more. You will not receive any reinforcements, you're on your own. Get the job done in 2 days, commanded Hiruzen. We will take care of the enemy and rescue the hostages, Hokage-sama, said Naruto confidently. He had faith in his team. Also, you will be joined by another shinobi for this mission, said Hiruzen, surprising Naruto. Can you tell us the reason for this, Hokage-sama? My team is more than capable to handle the enemy. Argued Naruto curtly. Yes, that may be true, but the enemy camp is located in the mountains. That place is highly unstable and many times people have got lost. While you are a censor and as such you can find the way. But we don't have time. If we delay, the hostages will be out of our reach. Explained Hiruzen briefly. Who is this new member? Asked Sakura curiously. She just couldn't resist to know who this person was. Naruto just sighed. He knew sometimes he couldn't stop people from asking questions. He too was curious. It may be better if she introduces herself, said Hiruzen. The door to the office opened, and to everyone's surprise and Naruto's disappointment, it was Hinata. Naruto liked Hinata as a friend, but as a kunoichi he doubted her resolve. In this mission there was going to be a lot of bloodshed, and for a kind girl like Hinata it will be horrible. Even he and Anko had to drill in Sakura's head for 3 weeks to make her accept killing. Hello, said Hinata meekly. She blushed when she saw Naruto but gave harsh glare to Kurenai. Naruto and Kurenai raised an eyebrow on such actions. Naruto just shook his head and Kurenai understood his message. Hinata, have you been briefed about the mission? Asked Naruto seriously. Yes, Naruto-kun, said Hinata shyly. Welcome aboard, said Naruto with a small smile. The least he could do was make the girl comfortable, so he could handle her. I hope your mission is a success, said Hiruzen with a smile. All the shinobi bowed to the Hokage and the team then looked to Naruto. Alright, we will assemble at the north gate in 10 minutes, pack light. Hinata, since you are new to the team, I'll say this now, you will do what I say. When I tell you to jump, you ask how high. When I ask you to kill someone, you will do it without any hesitation or remorse. Am I clear? Asked Naruto loudly. Hinata flinted a little when she heard Naruto's harsh tone. She and the other rookies were quite surprised when they heard he was made Chunin, but everyone accepted it except Kiba, who was jealous. But the Naruto that was standing before her was completely different. Kill? Asked Hinata with a little fear. Kakashi had just not trained them enough and prepared them to kill, saying that it would be time before they went on such missions, but it looked like it would be early. It will be alright, we have your back, said Sakura softly. She was in the same boat as Hinata a few days back, but Anko was very harsh and made her accept to kill. Look Hinata, it may sound cold, but we work as a team. If you hesitate it may put the others in jeopardy. I am the leader of this team and as such all of your lives are my responsibility, said Naruto softly. His training in Root had indeed made him very strict when it came to missions. The punishments he had suffered for hesitating were far less tolerable. Hi, said Hinata a little confidently. All the others nodded and left the room with their shun sign. Hinata was quite surprised by this. She turned around and saw the Hokage having an amused smile on his face. Realizing she was getting late, she hurried to her home to get her gear. You are a good leader, Naruto, soft, gentle but also strict when it matters. Thought Hiruzen proudly. Northern Gates. All the members of the newly formed Team 7 were standing at the gates in full battle gear. Alright, since everyone is ready. Started Naruto, but then he saw Hinata was having a bag on her back. He frowned on seeing this. Doesn't she know a basic sealing technique? I guess Kakashi didn't consider her ready to teach it. Thought Naruto. Hinata, why do you have a bag on your back? Asked Naruto seriously. It has my battle gear and supplies, said Hinata with a blush. Kurenai-chan, please help her out, said Naruto softly to Kurenai. Kurenai gave a warm smile in return. The rest of the team had a little smile on their face. They had told their team about their relationship. Sasuke and Sakura were a little surprised by this but were happy for Naruto. While Anko teased him about having a taste in older women. Hinata was furious by this. Why did Naruto think she needed that bitch's help? Alright Hinata, give me your bag. Requested Kurenai. Naruto had told her that she had a crush on him, so she was trying to be gentle as the girl was new to the team. I'm fine Kurenai-san, said Hinata curtly. Hinata, that wasn't an offer, it was an order, said Kurenai firmly. She wouldn't tolerate insubordination in her team. Hinata roughly gave her the bag. Kurenai then took out a scroll from her pouch. Hinata was quite surprised when her bag was sealed in the scroll. How did you do it? Asked a surprised Hinata. Enough talk, we need to get moving, said Naruto sternly. They didn't have any time for idle chat. What should be our formation, Naruto-kun? Asked Sakura curiously. Hinata will be in the front and will scan the area for enemy and the correct path to the enemy camp. Instructed Naruto, and Hinata gave a nod. Sasuke, you will be on the left flank and I will be on the right. Our job is to protect Hinata, said Naruto, and Sasuke agreed. Hinata blushed a little when Naruto said he would protect her. Sakura, you are the medic of the team. You shall be in the center. Anko will be in the back and will cover you and us, said Naruto, and both the females agreed. Kurenai, you will be our trump card. You know what to do, said Naruto with a smile. Kurenai came forward and gave him a soft kiss on his cheeks. Naruto blushed a little. Bitch, stay away from my Naruto-kun, thought a furious Hinata who was clenching her hands tightly. Meisai Gakur no Jutsu, hiding with camouflage technique. Kurenai quickly performed the hand signs and camouflaged herself. It was Naruto's plan in any case they got ambushed. One member could surprise the enemy and attack them or fall back and get reinforcements. Let's go, said Naruto firmly. Right, said the team in unison. Team 7 had started moving towards the target in the formation which Naruto wanted. It had been a few minutes and there was no presence of any hostiles. Hinata was already scanning the area since the last few minutes, but there was something wrong. Naruto saw her eyes were getting strained and as such decided to find out. "Hinata, are you alright?" asked Naruto in a concerned voice. "Hi, I'm fine," said Hinata in a strained voice. She was trying to give a smile but Naruto saw her smile was fake. Her eyes are straining, running towards the target and maintained her Byakugan at the same time as taxing. Her chakra level and stamina are very pitiful for a person with a Kekkei Genkai. Thought Naruto with a frown. "Hinata, deactivate your Byakugan, you don't have the stamina. Gather your strength back, and don't even think about opposing it. I am the team leader and I don't want any member of my team collapsing from chakra depletion before our fight with the enemy," commanded Naruto firmly. "I couldn't even live up to Naruto-kun's expectations. I'm a failure just like To-san had said," thought a sad Hinata. "Naruto, can you give us more information about the enemy?" asked Sasuke curiously. Taro was a Chunin and so was his sister Sasami. Both of them are skilled in water style and Taro is skilled in Kenjutsu. In the bingo book it was mentioned that Sasami was skilled in Genjutsu. Explained Naruto briefly. "Then, that would make me the best choice to fight her," said a camouflaged Kurenai. "Yes, you will be the best opponent for her. Your Genjutsu skills are one of the finest in our village, I believe you can handle her," complimented Naruto with a smile. Kurenai blushed but fortunately she was camouflaged. "We should increase our speed and reach the target quickly. It would be good opportunity to attack them at night. Today will be new moon, so it can work as our advantage," suggested Naruto. "That can also work against us," advised Anko. "Anko-san is correct, Naruto, only Hinata's Byakugan could see clearly in such darkness. You and Sasuke-kun could also manage. But it would be very difficult for the rest of us," said Sakura a little worriedly. "I have the proper gear so you don't need to worry about that. Now let's speed up, we must reach the target in 5 hours, said Naruto and the others nodded. Few hours later. The team had reached the outskirts of the mountains behind which the enemy camp was located. They had been traveling continuously for the past few hours, it was already evening and the team was a little tired. "We'll make camp here, rest up for a few hours. I'll make clones to keep guard, we'll be moving at midnight," instructed Naruto. Everyone nodded a little tiredly. Sakura and Hinata instantly sat down as they were pretty much exhausted. Meanwhile Anko and Kurenai were talking about something. Naruto formed 20 shadow clones and sent them in different directions to keep guard. Sasuke was sitting alone, he had a perplexed look on his face. Naruto got curious and went to find out what was troubling his brother. "What's on your mind?" asked Naruto silently and sat beside Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Naruto for a while. Naruto was the only family he had left, he had always been there for him and understood him as a person and they both had shared similar pain. Naruto was the person whom he trusted the most in the village. "How strong am I?" asked Sasuke silently and looked at the sky. "Honestly, you have come a long way. You are easily a Chunin level shinobi. The reason you have developed your skills so quickly is because you want to protect your friends, you may not admit it but I know you do care a lot about Sakura and the team," explained Naruto briefly. Sasuke's eyes widened on hearing this, he thought he had hidden his feelings well. Sakura and Naruto were precious to him, he was even starting to accept Anko and Kurenai. "You can see through my deception?" asked a shocked Sasuke. "These eyes of mine see everything, Sasuke, I'm an Uchiha too, so I can understand you better," said Naruto deeply. "You know, I always want to become like you," said Sasuke with a short smile. Naruto had a pained look in his eyes, he too cared about Sasuke, he was his family. "Sasuke, I'll tell you this once. Don't follow my path, there is nothing but loneliness and pain. Become a man who would protect his friends and village, just like your parents would want you to become," said Naruto seriously. "But you are everyone's hope. People look up to you, I look up to you. Why are you saying all this?" asked Sasuke a little loudly. A little fear had started to build in his mind, the memories of that night coming back with full force. "I am following a path where you can't follow. Sasuke, I want you to promise me one thing," requested Naruto in a soft voice. "What is it?" asked Sasuke doubtfully, he didn't know what was going in Naruto's life. No matter what happens, Sasuke, protect the village and revive our clan. You are the hope of the Uchiha clan, and take care of our team, said Naruto sadly. Naruto, what's the problem? Asked Sasuke desperately. Naruto looked at Sasuke through pained eyes. What should he do? Should I tell him? By telling him would things change? I guess there is no point now. Thought Naruto deeply. Sasuke was just about to ask the question again when Anko suddenly jumped in front of them. Naruto, I need to talk to you now, said Anko sternly. Naruto gave a nod and followed Anko, leaving behind a desperate Sasuke. Something is wrong, thought Sasuke worriedly. Naruto, while I'm sure about our team handling the enemy, I'm not sure about the Hyuga, said Anko doubtfully. Kurenai stepped beside Anko. They both were experienced jounin and as such knew Hinata wasn't ready for all the killing. She is too shy and kind. Maybe if we had more time we could have drilled it into her head like Sakura. Right now if she steps in the battlefield, she may not be ready and as a result it would put her life in danger. The enemy already have great numbers in comparison to us. We don't need any of our team member getting captured or killed in such situation. Explained Kurenai briefly. But if we don't allow her to fight, we lose our strength, our information about the enemy may be wrong, there could be more than 80 bandits. But you're right, instead of using her in the offense we shall use her as a support. Suggested Naruto. What do you have in mind? Asked Kurenai curiously. Anko, you are skilled in infiltration. After we collect information about the enemy I want you to rescue the hostages while the rest of us will distract the enemy. You will need help in protecting those hostages and finding your way in dark. Hinata can assist you in protecting the hostages and getting you out of there with the help of her Byakugan, said Naruto analytically. But that would leave you four to deal with the enemy force alone, said Anko seriously. She didn't want any of them to get hurt, all of them were precious to her, even Sasuke. Yes, that is why I want you to be as quick as possible. Our success will depend on how fast you will be able to provide us assistance, said Naruto firmly. I guess you are right, I'll leave the hostages with the Hyuga and will try my best to assist you quickly, said Anko softly. That's all I ask, said Naruto with a grateful smile. I'll go check on Sakura and Hinata, make sure they are ready, suggested Anko. Naruto and Kurenai nodded and Anko went towards both the girls. You okay? Asked Kurenai softly and hugged Naruto from the back. Let's go somewhere else, said Naruto tiredly. He saw Hinata eyeing them strangely. Kurenai saw that too and they both shined away. Why can't Naruto-kun see that I love him? Thought a dejected Hinata. Hinata, snapped Anko. What? Asked Hinata fearfully. Listen girl, this isn't a picnic, we are in enemy territory, we have a mission to complete. Frankly you are not fit for the mission at all. The only thing you are useful is guiding the team. So listen to me carefully, you and I are going to rescue the hostages. If I find you hesitating or distracted I'll kill you myself, said Anko furiously and leaked her key, making Hinata cower with fear. Anko had enough with the girl's fangirl habits, lives were at stake here. Please calm down, Anko-san, I'm sure Hinata will do alright, said Sakura calmly. She was trying to calm down the tension, she knew Anko was short-tempered and had made it very clear to her. Sakura, make sure she understands, said Anko with a frown and walked away. Sakura looked at Hinata's fearful face and sighed. Guess it's going to be a long chat. Naruto and Kurenai were sitting in a field. Kurenai was resting on Naruto's shoulders. There was pitch black darkness as there was no moon in the sky. Naruto was looking at the sky with his Sharingan ablaze. It was as if he was searching for something. You know, you look very handsome with your Sharingan, said Kurenai with a small blush. Your ruby eyes are more beautiful than my Sharingan, said Naruto with a smile. Kurenai then leaned a bit and kissed Naruto gently. Naruto happily kissed her back. Kurenai's lips were so soft and delicious that he just couldn't resist kissing her. Naruto then gently pushed Kurenai a little, making himself get on top of her. He kissed her cheeks, then her ears, he then slowly started kissing her neck. Kurenai was moaning loudly. Naruto's kisses were making her a lot more aroused and excited. She then gently started exploring her hands on Naruto's chest and unzipped his Chunin vest. Naruto smiled a little. He then decided to do something unexpected. He gently gave a soft bite on Kurenai's neck, earning a loud moan from her. It wasn't an animalistic bite, but was just a simple hickey. Ah, moaned Kurenai loudly as Naruto again gave her a hickey. Naruto then gently put his hands on Kurenai's breasts, He hesitated a little and looked at Kurenai, asking for her approval to touch her. She gave a warm smile to him and he gently caressed her right breast. "It feels so good," moaned Kurenai with pleasure. She really liked when Naruto was making love to her. Deciding to return the favor, she then gently took off his chunin flak jacket and the black shirt beneath it. She started kissing his chest, gently sending jolts of pleasure through Naruto's entire body. She then gently started kissing his neck. Naruto was in a world of pleasure. He loved the feeling of Kurenai's soft lips kissing his neck. He was quite surprised when she gently gave him a hickey too. Kurenai's hands then slowly reached towards Naruto's pants. Realizing where this was heading, he then gently grasped her hand. "What's wrong?" asked Kurenai confusedly. "This isn't the time. We should get back with the team." "I'm sorry I got carried away," said Naruto with a sheepish smile. "You're right, we should get back." "You shouldn't be sorry, it was I who started it. Besides, I enjoyed it a lot," said Kurenai with a naughty look in her eyes. "I enjoyed it too," said Naruto with a warm smile. He then gently put on his black shirt, hiding his well-toned chest, much to Kurenai's displeasure. He chuckled on seeing that look on her face. If they weren't on a mission he wouldn't have stopped, only he knew how much he had to restrain himself from just taking Kurenai right there. She was a true goddess, her beauty was unparalleled, it was as if every part of her body was just perfect. "Should stop perverted ideas," thought Naruto firmly and shook his head. He then offered his hand to Kurenai and made her stand up. She got up and gently kissed his lips one last time before he put his face mask back on. They both started walking back towards the team. Kurenai had a few questions in mind and thought now was the time to ask them. "Naruto, do you and Hinata have a past?" asked Kurenai doubtfully. As far as she knew, Naruto had not been in any kind of romantic relationship before. "No," was Naruto's simple reply. "Then why does she always glares when I'm close to you?" "I think she has more than a crush on you," suggested Kurenai. "That's because she wants to be in the place you are in," said Naruto curtly. "You haven't tried to convey it to her that you don't like her that way?" asked Kurenai curiously. "It's different, Kurenai-chan. Hinata has always admired me since the academy. She would do whatever I say, would listen to anything I say. She admires me so much, that her admiration has become something more. I am not blind to her feelings, but I just don't like her type of girls," explained Naruto briefly. He was being honest with Kurenai about Hinata. "If there was any other man in your place, they would have bagged her long ago," said Kurenai analytically. "If you look at it that way, suppose I would have ended up in a relationship with her, it wouldn't have any future. She is the heiress of the Hyuga clan, that clan preserves their Byakugan to death, they even sacrifice their own siblings for that. They wouldn't let any outsider marry one of their clan less the clan heiress, they will preserve their Kekai Genkai, so chance of me and Hinata ending up as a married couple would be impossible," explained Naruto briefly. Kurenai was a little surprised by what Naruto had said. What he said made complete sense. Even if he did love Hinata, there was no way he could end up with her, as the Hyuga clan wouldn't allow that in order to save their Byakugan. The Uchiha clan did allow some people to enter their clan, but only those of noble blood. However, the Hyuga were such stuck-up pricks that they branded members of their family with seals and made them branch family members in order to protect the main branch. In the history of the clan, there was not a single incident when an outsider was allowed to marry someone from the clan. So Hinata's wish in real life would only be wishful thinking on her part. Her dream could never be a reality. Besides, I don't love Hinata, I love you. I do care about her, but only as a friend. I don't want to break her heart, so I am not telling her straight away that I don't like girls like her as my partner. Maybe one day she will realize this herself," said Naruto seriously. "I understand," said Kurenai calmly. The couple just remained silent on the rest of the way, instead were enjoying the calm night. They both arrived at their camp and saw the entire team was ready in their battle gear. They had rested for quite some time. Naruto put his hand in his pouch and took out 5 ration bars. Anko and Kurenai got the message, while the younger members were curious. "What's this, Naruto, is that a ration bar?" asked Sakura curiously. "Yes, it is. It will help you all to replenish the energy you have lost. It'll taste like shit though," said Naruto with a chuckle. He then tossed the 5 ration bars to his team. He and Kurenai had already taken them. He watched in amusement when Sasuke, Sakura and Hinata took their first bite. Sakura and Hinata instantly threw it up, while Sasuke's eyebrows were twitching. My someone sure didn't like it," joked Anko mischievously. "Eat it up fast, we don't have much time," commanded Naruto. Hi, said the three irritatingly. Anko had already eaten her share. She and Kurenai were jounin and were used to this, but it was fun to see the look on the new Jinan's faces. After a few moments the team was finally ready and were now standing in a circle waiting patiently for Naruto's orders. Alright, right now we have the information that there are supposedly a force of 80 bandits led by a 2 Chunin ranked missing ninja from Kiri. Both of them are brother and sister. Taro is skilled in water ninjutsu and kenjutsu while Sasami is skilled in water ninjutsu and genjutsu. The number of hostages they have are currently uncertain. Is this much clear? Asked Naruto seriously. Hi, replied all of them in unison. Now before we attack the enemy I want to reconfirm this information, so we are going to split up in pairs with the objective of collecting more information of the enemy. Explained Naruto briefly. But Naruto-kun, we already have the information given by Hokage-sama, it must be efficient. Argued Hinata. That may be true, but it is better to have no information at all rather than having wrong information. Trust me on this. Requested Naruto. I trust you, said Hinata with a smile. Now Anko and Hinata, I want you two to scout out the enemy camps. Your primary objective is to locate the hostages and try to find out the exact number of hostages. Hinata, I want you to do your best. I am putting my faith in you, do whatever Anko says. Instructed Naruto. I won't let you down, said Hinata a little confidently. I'm holding you to that. Now Sasuke and Sakura, said Naruto and looked at the two Jinan. What do you need us to do? Asked Sasuke seriously. I want you two to find out about the enemy's frontline defense and a vantage point, said Naruto analytically. Vantage point? Asked Sakura confusedly. Yes, I have a plan in mind and for that you need to find such position. I and Kurenai will get all the information regarding all the enemy fortifications, said Naruto seriously. But for that you will have to infiltrate the camp, said Sasuke firmly. Not necessarily, said Naruto and performed a couple of hand signs. Those hand signs. Thought Anko and Kurenai in shock as they recognized what jutsu Naruto was doing. Kushios no jutsu. Black marking appeared in the ground and there was a puff of smoke. When the smoke disappeared everyone was shocked of what they saw. There was a large black crow about the size of a medium tree standing in front of the team. Well, I guess that takes care of that problem, said Naruto a little sheepishly with a nervous chuckle. You have a summoning contract? Said the entire team in shock. Even Hinata didn't stutter. Kind of, said Naruto nervously. Well, now is not the time for such questions, we'll talk about this later. Let's get moving. Suggested Sasuke, but he gave a firm gaze to Naruto saying he would like to have an explanation later. Sasuke and Naruto were best friends, so in a way Sasuke considered it his right to know things which were going on in Naruto's life to some extent. Naruto knew if he didn't want to say how he got the contract then Sasuke wouldn't push it, but he would at least try to ask once, and Naruto was sure about that. Thanks, Sasuke thought, a relieved Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura went of their own way, while Hinata and Anko went to fulfill their objective, leaving Naruto and Kurenai alone. Naruto turned around and saw Kurenai looking at him a little expectantly. Well, would you like to tell me how you have a crow contract, Naruto? Asked Kurenai calmly. She had understood from her mistake, Naruto had some rights to hide some very personal information and she had decided she would just not lash out at him like before. This contract was given to me on the condition that I wouldn't reveal from how, where or who gave me the contract. I had made a promise to that person, so I cannot tell you. I'm sorry, said Naruto apologetically. Danzo had warned him not to tell anyone how he got the contract, and he was doing just that because if he answered one question many would follow. You don't trust me? Asked Kurenai sadly. No, I do trust you with my life, but I cannot break my promise to that person. I never go back on my word. Have I ever asked you about that mission which almost sent you into depression a few years back? Said Naruto calmly. Kurenai remembered the mission with Yakumo. Naruto had never even asked once what did she do. He understood her. He knew he could easily convince her to let her feelings out, but he didn't do that. He understood her and gave her some personal space. Guess I should return the favor. Thought Kurenai warmly. It's a right, I understand, said Kurenai with a smile. Thank you, Kurenai-chan, said Naruto gratefully. Now let's finish this mission, said Kurenai seriously. Right, said Naruto. Both of them then hopped on the crow and took off in the air in order to complete their objective. 2 hours later. The entire team was assembled back at the camp. Everyone had completed their objectives and were eager to report what they had found. Alright, so did everyone accomplish their objectives? Asked Naruto firmly. Everyone nodded. Naruto then motioned for Anko to speak as their first priority were the hostages. There are 10 hostages, 6 women and 4 kids, the women are in a very bad condition. You know what I mean, said Anko a little angrily. Hinata was still shocked after what she had seen in that camp. Those women were given the worst treatment ever and were raped. I see, where are they located? Asked Naruto harshly. He would make those scum pay. To do such things to women were despicable for him. Eastern side of the camp, 3rd tent from the left. The kids are in the next tent. Also there are 70 bandits and not 80, our estimates were wrong, said Anko seriously. Good job Anko, Hinata. Complimented Naruto. There is a large 20 feet wall in front of the camp. It has been heavily fenced and electricity runs through the fence to prevent any form of escape from the prisoners. There are roughly 15 guards guarding the gate. Explained Sasuke briefly. Also, we have found a vantage point on the north side, although it is a little high and it would be very difficult to see in such darkness, said Sakura doubtfully. Nice job, Sasuke, Sakura-chan. Don't worry, I have the gear we need. Assured Naruto, and both the Genin nodded. Now we have scouted the entire camp and different routes of escape. The results are not much good, said Kurenai seriously. What have you got? Asked Anko curiously. The entire camp is surrounded by high walls. Even if we manage to destroy the wall and try to rescue the hostages, we don't have many routes, said Naruto strategically. How so? Asked Sakura curiously. On the southern side there are dense forests where you could get easily lost with the hostages. We did aerial recon and the place is like a maze. So that route is impossible for rescue. Explained Naruto. What about the western and the northern side? Asked Sasuke curiously. They aren't any good either. The main enemy force is on the northern side, so we cannot evacuate the hostages from that path. While the eastern side is too sloppy and the hostages are civilians, so we cannot take them from that route either. Explained Kurenai briefly. So that leaves only the eastern side, said Anko as she understood the entire scenario. Yes, although it is the easiest way for escape, the enemy may have set traps, so you will have to be very careful. Suggested Naruto. So what's the plan? Asked Kurenai curiously. Naruto then took out a scroll, and when he unsealed it the others were quite surprised and curious on what they saw. There were 5 set of goggles and 6 set of communication devices. Now everyone, one of you take these communication devices, it will keep us in contact. These goggles are a special type of goggles. They are able to read the thermal heat energy which is released from a person's body. This will help you to locate the enemy. Now Anko and Hinata will rescue the hostages, everyone else in that camp is hostile. Explained Naruto in detail. Such gear must be very costly, Naruto. I haven't seen such goggles before, said Anko curiously. It's because they are recently developed by our village's research and development, R&D, branch. We are a special team, so the Hokage has given the first issue to us. Since Hinata has the Byakugan, her eyes are more than capable for seeing in such darkness. Am I right? Asked Naruto calmly. Hi, said Hinata in a low voice. Naruto then showed them how to operate the equipments. Everyone was quite amazed by their effectiveness and how easy they were to operate. Now how many exploding tags do we have? Asked Naruto curiously. 20, replied Sakura. It was her responsibility to check the team's supplies and she had made sure that they had enough battle gear. Alright, Sakura, you take 15 exploding tags while the rest of us will take 1 each. Instructed Naruto seriously. What do you want us to do? Asked Sasuke seriously. This was his first mission and he won't let anyone down. He had worked very hard to make himself strong in order to protect his team. Sakura, you will take position at that vantage point. Your primary objective is to cover Anko and Hinata through your archery while they rescue the hostages. You will also have to take out the sentries on the eastern side, and with the help of these exploding tags you will destroy the wall and cover their escape. Some of the hostages are injured, so after they have been rescued you will retreat and join the hostages and will heal the injured. After that you will protect the hostages with Hinata. Explained Naruto in detail. Understood, but shouldn't I also cover you guys? Asked Sakura a little worriedly. Do if you get the chance, but your main objective is the hostages' safety, said Naruto calmly. He knew she was anxious and as such was keeping her calm. No matter how much training they did, a first mission was always very important for Jinan. Right, said Sakura confidently. The enemy has the strength in numbers, but we have something that they will never have. Stealth. Explained Naruto. Everyone understood what Naruto was trying to say. Ninja don't go in with flashy jutsu most of the time. We are known for our stealth, said Naruto confidently. Hinata was hesitating a lot. She was scared of dying on this mission. She couldn't die before she lets him know her feelings and ends up with him. Naruto saw the look in Hinata's eyes and sighed. Hinata, don't hesitate. If you win, you live, if you lose you die, but if you don't fight you will never win, said Naruto harshly. Hinata just gave a small nod in return. We will turn their numbers against them, advised Kurenai sagely. Genjutsu, said Sakura on realizing what Kurenai meant. I guess we would be the ones who would face the enemy from the front, isn't it, Naruto? Asked Sasuke with a smirk. Right, but only stealth. The enemy must never know what hit them, replied Naruto curtly, and Sasuke nodded. Let's do this, said Anko with a mad grin on her face. The rest of the team got ready. Team 7 was ready to kick ass. Chapter 12, First Blood. In a small room sat 4 figures in a full circle. One thing which all of these people had in common was that they looked similar to each other, if one could say they looked like clones of each other. Their lavender eyes also made them look almost the same. Hiashi Hyuga was sitting in the middle, his face was stoic as usual. Right now he was sitting in a very important meeting with the elders of the Hyuga clan. Hiashi, has the plan been put into motion? Asked Hibachi seriously. The man looked like the older version of Hiashi. Yes, To-san, it is done, said Hiashi impassively. The Hyuga clan have chosen their heir as Hiashi-sama. We want that weakling removed as the possible heir of the clan, said another elder angrily. Yes, Hinata brings shame to our clan, she is weak and pathetic. We would become the laughing stock of the entire village if she is made the clan heiress. The girl can't even beat her little sister in a spar. We want you to name Hanabi as the clan heiress and make Hinata a branch family member and give her the cursed seal, commanded Hibachi firmly. Yes, that is why I strongly requested the Hokage to let her go on a B-rank mission with Team 7. The Hyuga clan is the strongest clan of this village. I told the Hokage that we needed to see Hinata's skills in a mission to decide the future leader of our clan. Naturally, the Hokage agreed and accepted my request. Explained Hiashi briefly. But what would happen if she dies on that mission? Asked another elder curiously. The Hokage has assured me that she wouldn't die. He has a lot of faith in that boy and his team, and if she dies on a mere B rank then she doesn't deserve to be a Hyuga, spat Hiashi distastefully. In truth he was disappointed with his elder daughter, he had so many hopes from her. The Hyuga clan followed tradition to the code and were always firm in their beliefs, yet Hiashi's own flesh and blood couldn't speak properly. She couldn't even beat her 9-year-old sister in a spar, she had a crush on the Jinchuriki, her skills were weak. Hiashi wondered how did he end up with a daughter like Hinata? But he was relieved when his younger daughter fulfilled all his expectations that Hinata couldn't. Hanabi was a genius, she was the star of Hiashi's eyes, she was strong, confident and firmly believed in Hiashi's and the Hyuga clan's ideals and traditions. Hiashi wished to make Hanabi the heir to his clan, but their tradition was getting in the way. The eldest child of the clan leader always ended up as the next leader while the younger ones would be made branch family members. It had happened with him and his brother. Thinking of his brother shot a wave of guilt in Hiashi's heart. He didn't want that to happen with Hanabi. She deserved much more than Hinata. As a result he had found a way. If the elder child is proved to be incompetent to lead the clan, then in that case the younger sibling could lead the clan in his place. Hiashi had explained this situation to Hiruzen and the Hokage had agreed as he couldn't deny it as it was matters pertaining to the Hyuga clan. However, Hiruzen had made him take full responsibility of Hinata and the consequences of the mission on her and her life. Hiashi had readily signed the agreement. However, he did believe that Hinata would survive. He was disappointed in her, but that didn't mean he wished her dead. He was his father, he tried to act tough as he was a leader, but he still cared for his child. Hinata, please come back alive, prayed Hiashi. It was pitch black darkness, rain was pouring heavily from the sky, 6 figures had surrounded a bandit camp. Team 7 was patiently waiting for Naruto's signal to attack. Sakura was already positioned in the shooter position on the northern side. She was wearing the goggles which Naruto had given her. She could clearly see the various bandits located in the camp. Her hands were firmly holding the tip of the arrow. She had made up her mind, today was the day she was going to kill, and these people were just scum. When she had heard what those bandits did, all her hesitation faded away. Now she was ready to kill these bandits and was patiently waiting for Naruto's signal. On the eastern side, Anko and Hinata were hiding behind a rock. Anko was stoic, she had been on such missions before, so she was confident that she would do her job done. Get in, rescue the hostages and get out. Plain and simple. In the meanwhile, Hinata was the most nervous person in the entire team. She was supposed to take a person's life. She didn't know if she could do it. She feared she would fail, as she had with everything in her life. The only thing that was holding her together was Naruto's faith in her. Hidden in trees, Kurenai was anxiously waiting for the order to attack. She was immensely proud of Naruto, he was a true leader. The plan which he had made would end this mission in minutes, the enemy won't know what hit them. Even though their team had a weak link like Hinata, she was sure that Anko could handle her. The only thing that was on her mind was to get her job done. On the northern side, near the enemy gates, Naruto and Sasuke were hidden in the shadows. They both were a tag team. Naruto was observing every movement of the enemy. He had been trained to never underestimate the enemy no matter how weak they seemed. He had analyzed every possible strategy he could make and was sure that his team would do their job. He would protect his team, no matter what. Meanwhile, Sasuke's heartbeat was rising with each passing second. This was where he would find out how strong he was. He had trained for years and he would make sure no harm came on his team. Naruto sensed Sasuke's tense behavior and put a hand on his shoulder. "I've got your back," reassured Naruto with a smile. "So do I," said Sasuke confidently this time. "Is everyone in position?" asked Naruto quietly. "Hi" was the unison reply of the team. "Let's roll," commanded Naruto seriously. The guards in the tower were having a very boring night. They couldn't even see in such darkness, plus their leader had forbidden them from having any more fun with the women. It was such a shame. "Hey Sura, can you see anything?" asked one bandit who was standing in his tower. No response. "Hey, you fucking idiot, are you listening?" asked the bandit loudly. He then turned around and to his utmost shock he saw Sura's body fell with a big arrow right between his eyes. Before he could finish the sentence he felt something cold pierce his head. He didn't realize it was a precise arrow, his body limply fell to the ground. "Sentries are neutralized," replied Sakura silently. She felt a little sick for having taken 2 lives, this was her first kills after all. But she knew she was doing the right thing and was prepared to do it once again. "Roger, Kurenai, move front," commanded Naruto. Kurenai nodded, she then quickly sunshined herself in the enemy camp. She was hidden due to her camouflage jutsu. Her objective was simple, kill the enemy and turn them against each other. She silently went towards the southwest direction. There was a tent there which contained all the weapons of the bandits. It was night time, so most of them were sleeping with only a few standing guard. It was a primary rule of warfare: if you want to destroy the enemy, destroy his weapons to fight. There were 2 guards who were guarding the tent. Kurenai silently positioned herself behind the guard on the left. The bandit didn't even know that he was just going to die in a few seconds. She slowly wrapped her hands around the man's neck. The man found something cold touch his neck. He tried to move his neck to look back to see what it was. But soon his entire neck was twisted in one swift motion with a sickening crack. The only expression that remained on the man's face were his wide eyes before his body simply fell lifeless to the ground. "What?" said the bandit on the right, but before he could act, his neck was pierced by a sharp arrow. Blood started to spill out from his neck. Kurenai acted quickly and threw the man's body in the tent. She then quickly hid the other bandit's body beside his partner. She was quite impressed with Sakura's aim. The girl was a precise shooter. She then laid her only explosive tag in the tent and started to move towards her next targets. "Objective complete," whispered Kurenai lightly. "All right, let's storm the front," said Naruto. Naruto and Sasuke quickly stormed towards the front gate. This seemed like blurs which could not be seen by the bandits in such darkness. Naruto unsheathed his sword, his Sharingan was ablaze and he was clearly looking at the 10 bandits on the right side. He quickly threw his blade high in the air and performed a quick set of hand signs. Futon, Kazekiri no Jutsu, wind release, wind cutter technique. Several sharp blades of wind rushed towards the oblivious bandits and what appeared to be a moment sliced their heads of their necks. It wasn't just a simple slice, their heads were torn to pieces with every part on it crushed. The bandits didn't even know they were dead and passed into the afterlife. Naruto jumped high in the air and caught his sword in mid-air. He instantly flashed wind chakra through his sword and made a swipe at the nearby 3 bandits. They saw the sword etching closer and tried to parry the attack by raising up their own swords. Futile. Naruto's attack cut the bandits' swords to pieces, followed by the bandits' head. Nearby Sasuke quickly slashed the throat of a bandit. He then jumped in the air and cleaved the other bandit who was trying to run away in half. He felt strange, he had already killed 3 people. He was amazed when he saw Naruto kill 13 bandits in 5 seconds. He was so much mesmerized by the precision with which Naruto was attacking that he left his back open to the enemy. Big mistake. Die, yelled a bandit from behind. His sword was quickly moving to chop Sasuke's head off in an instant. Sasuke tried to block the sword, his kunai was slowly moving to block the attack. But the enemy's sword was just an inch away from his neck. Sasuke felt his entire life flash before his eyes. His mother, father, his clan, everything was over now. Amaterasu. Sasuke heard this word, and when he opened his eyes he saw the bandit's entire body engulfed in black flames. The man had an arrow in his head, courtesy of Sakura. He realized before the bandit made any noise she had silenced him. The man's entire body was melting in those flames, the skin was dissolving, leaving a bad foul. Sasuke immediately puked when he inhaled that foul stench. He was quite surprised when he was roughly grabbed by his shoulders. He looked up and saw Naruto looking at him seriously. Naruto's right eye was bleeding heavily, and he was panting a little. Sasuke, focus. We need to finish the enemy, said Naruto tiredly. Naruto had just used his Mangekyo Sharingan, the Amaterasu was his strongest fire ninjutsu. When he had seen Sasuke about to be killed, he immediately used his power to protect him. The vision in his right eye blurred a little and he was in immense pain, but he had to go on. Hi, said Sasuke a little hesitantly. He was worried when he saw blood coming out of Naruto's eyes, he wanted to know what happened. Sakura, I want you to fire your arrows laced with exploding tags in 40 seconds. Till then we will deal with the enemy and Kurenai can put her plan in motion. Then you focus on the others, commanded Naruto strictly. Hi, are you alright? Asked Sakura worriedly. I'm fine. Let's go, said Naruto. Kurenai heard what had happened on her radio. At first she got a little worried, but then she heard Naruto's orders. She was standing in a small tent where 7 bandits were sleeping heavily. She knew she barely had seconds. She immediately took out 7 sharp kunai from her pouch and in one precise strike launched them at the sleeping bandits, killing them instantly. She was thankful to Naruto for giving her a little training in Shuriken Jutsu. 10 seconds, whispered Sakura in order to warn Kurenai. Hi, said Kurenai quickly and made a ram hand sign. Boom. There was a loud explosion in the armory tent of the enemy camp. Kurenai quickly disappeared from her tent because now their plan was finally going into its last stage. The loud noise suddenly woke up Taro and Sasami. They both looked at each other and understood what was happening. We are being attacked, thought both of them, and picked up their gear in order to fight and repel the enemy. Now, commanded Naruto loudly. Almost all of the bandits had woke up when they heard the loud explosion. Sasami and Taro were already outside in their Chunin vest. Both missing nin were pissed when they saw their armory burning like hell. Wha, shouted Taro lightly, but he was stopped when Sasami tackled him away quite roughly. Boom boom boom. Taro was quite shocked when his tent along with several others were bombed and blown to bits. Many of the bandits were in the camp and were torn to shreds. Some who had survived had some of their limbs missing and were screaming in agony. AHHH. Help me. Save us. All of these voices were coming from every direction in the camp. Where the hell are those motherfuckers? I'll kill them, hissed Sasami angrily. She then angrily sped up to the south side of the camp. Sasami, wait! Screamed Taro, but she was already gone. He too went off in another direction to gather his men and flee. In the meanwhile, Anko just stabbed a bandit straight to his heart. The man's eyes widened in shock before they closed, never to open again. His body fell limply to the ground. Hinata just stood behind Anko. She was shell-shocked on seeing such a murder. She was brought out of her daze when Anko slapped her with such force that sent her crashing on the ground. Hyuga, where are the hostages, you little shit, hissed Anko angrily. This was the girl who was supposed to watch her back, Anko never really had patience and she had even tried to explain it to Hinata in a civil manner, but now the girl was getting on her nerves. Hinata fearfully activated her Byakugan and pointed in the right direction. Anko had just turned her back in order to enter the tent when she heard a body fell to the ground. She looked back and saw it was a bandit with an arrow lodged in his neck. Hinata's entire body was covered in the man's blood. She was shivering, her entire body was covered in blood. What is happening? Help me, thought Hinata fearfully. Sakura, I want you to blow up the eastern wall in 1 minute. Please cover my back, this Hyuga is a pussy, said Anko seriously. Hi Anko Taiku, said Sakura and took out the pair of bandits guarding the prisoner camp. Good girl, now you follow me and help the women and children. I'll cover you, escape with them, Sakura will rendezvous with you. Protect the hostages with your life, if anything happens to them there will be one less Hyuga in Konoha. Barked Anko angrily. Hi, said Hinata meekly. She realized this was what shinobi were. They murdered, they killed, they stole, this was the truth which Iruka had spoke about. Anko quickly entered the tent, she knew she had to hurry, the others needed her help. Please don't kill us, begged a woman with tears in her eyes. Most of the women were badly beaten and had bruises on their body. 2 of them were unconscious and there was a pool of blood near them indicating they must have been recently raped. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Immediately one shadow clone popped up beside her and picked up the wounded females. We are here to save you. Follow me if you want to live, commanded Anko. The women immediately got up and quickly followed Anko out of the tent. They looked around and saw fire everywhere, there were many bodies littered around. The smell in the air was sickening. In a far distance Anko saw Naruto and Sasuke quickly kill 10 shinobi in a matter of seconds. Their speed was frightening, the boys didn't look like teenagers but trained shinobi who had killed. She heard the eastern wall being blown to pieces indicating Sakura had used her last explosive arrows. Hinata, take the hostages and leave. I'll take care of the rest of these scum, Sakura rendezvous with her. Hi, replied both girls. Hinata had already gathered some courage and rescued the kids, a bandit had tried to stop her but Sakura had killed him. She wondered how Sakura did that, how was she able to take a person's life? With her Byakugan active she clearly saw Naruto killing so many enemy, this was not her kind and gentle Naruto. This was a cold-blooded assassin. The same thing was being seen by Kurenai, she had already dealt with her target with the help of her genjutsu and the mission would be over in a few moments. She was unnerved a little when she saw Naruto cut through numerous bandits. It was as if he had no emotions. He had not guilt. He had no soul. She shuddered, she feared what Naruto was becoming. She knew he was strong, she knew he was wise, she knew he would kill, but this was just plain slaughter. Meanwhile Taro was quite frightened. Sure, he and Sasami had the B-rank missing nin status in the bingo books, but that was just exaggeration of their skills. They could handle a few bandits but the enemy that were attacking them were skilled shinobi. They must be Anbu, thought a fearful Taro. Their army was almost finished, they couldn't even see what was happening in this pitch-black darkness, no matter how hard they strained their eyes. The sound of bodies dropping from everywhere was sickening. Taro knew there was no escape now. Sasami was missing, his men were killed like chickens, he knew running was futile, he had to fight. Beside him stood 6 bandits, this was what was left of their men. They didn't even know if the others had survived or not. We are all gonna die, said a bandit on the left fearfully. It's all because of you, yelled another bandit. Shut up all of you. Do what I say, we must fight the enemy, said Taro angrily. To his surprise one of his comrades attacked him, Taro defended himself but soon all the remaining 5 bandits attacked him from all sides. He jumped high in the air and in one swift motion killed all the bandits. He hastily landed on the ground. Sasami, where ga, screamed Taro in agony. He looked down and saw a kunai had pierced straight through his heart, the entire surroundings changed and the last thing he saw was a cold pair of Sharingan eyes. It's over, said Naruto. His entire uniform was drenched in blood, there were drops of blood on his face which he washed away slowly. He turned around and saw Sasuke was standing still, he had his head bowed down. Sasuke had at least taken out 15 bandits, Naruto knew how Sasuke was feeling, the guilt of first kill and Sasuke, Sakura had taken multiple lives today. Sakura had taken more lives than Sasuke, Naruto was a little worried about her. Kurenai slowly came in front of him. She was holding Sasami, the Chunin was no match for Kurenai, she had defeated her and captured her as per Naruto's orders. Females were easy to crack and Naruto knew that, and in front of a Sharingan wielder they cracked instantly. "Naruto, are you alright?" asked Kurenai worriedly. She then gently hugged Naruto. She didn't care that he stinked, she didn't care that he had killed so many. She loved him and what they did was for the sake of the mission. They were shinobi. "You alright, brat?" asked Anko softly to Sasuke and put a hand on his shoulders. Sasuke just gave a nod. He didn't feel sad for killing these men, but he was shocked to see he had killed so many in one night. "Sakura, Hinata, are you alright?" asked Naruto firmly through his communication device. No response. "Is anyone there?" asked Naruto a little worriedly. "Nothing. We need to check on them quickly," said Anko quickly. The entire team quickly went towards the blown-up eastern wall. On their path they saw that the entire camp had been destroyed with only dead bodies remaining in the area. Naruto used his sensor skills in order to see if they had left someone alive. But no one was alive. His mission was simple: annihilate the enemy and save the hostages. No enemy was to be left alive. He wanted to get some information from Sasami, that's why he had ordered Kurenai to capture her. After that she would be executed. Anko had told him about Hinata's performance. To say that he was disappointed would be an understatement. He still remembered his talk with Hinata's father. Flashback. Naruto was standing at the northern gates ready for the first mission with his team. He was relaxed. A typical B-rank mission that bordered near high C rank was no difficult task. It would still be a few minutes before his team arrived. He was an Root Anbu captain and as such was trained to be on time. He was interrupted from his thoughts when a man came towards him. It was none other than Hiashi Hyuga. Hinata had sometimes mentioned about her father when they were in the academy. The strict posture and from the way he walked Naruto knew it was Hiashi. Danzo had also made him remember Varua's information about different political clan heads, just in case. Naruto-san greeted Hiashi formally with a nod. "Hyuga-sama, what can I do for you?" asked Naruto respectfully. "The Hyuga clan and I want to make a formal request to you," said Hiashi calmly. "I'm listening." "We want you to observe Hinata and her performance during the mission and report it to us," said Hiashi stoically. "It can be arranged. You will get the full report only from the Hokage," said Naruto seriously. Hiashi was a little surprised. He had thought that the boy would ask questions, but it appeared as if he knew why all of this was happening. "I thought you would like to know the reason behind this request?" asked Hiashi curiously. "It's quite simple. You want to choose your younger daughter as the heir to your clan, but your tradition is getting in the way. So if you can prove Hinata is not capable of leading your clan, then she can be made a branch family member. Hinata lacks the confidence and strength, and what you are doing is for your clan," explained Naruto briefly. "You seem to know a lot more about our clan," commented Hiashi a little warily. "You are forgetting that Hinata is my friend. I know how she feels. I don't know what happened between both of you, and neither it is my business to know. I will give an honest report about her skills in my report. I will not sell her out just to please your clan. She is now a member of my team and I will not do her any injustice," said Naruto firmly. He was quite surprised when a small smile came on the Hyuga clan leader's face. "I may not have been a good father to her, but I still care about her. Please keep her safe," requested Hiashi humbly. "I'll try. In the end we all are shinobi and death is our profession," said Naruto stoically. "You are an interesting person, Naruto-san," said Hiashi silently. "That I am." Flashback end. After hearing from Anko about Hinata's actions, Naruto was sure of what he had to do. But still, for old time's sake, he was going to give the girl one last chance. If she fails that, then he would suggest her removal from the shinobi corps. "Naruto, what were those flames back there?" asked Sasuke curiously. "Flames?" asked Kurenai surprisingly. "It was one of my fire-style ninjutsu attacks," explained Naruto shortly. Well, he had at least told Sasuke half of the truth. "Then why was your right eye bleeding?" asked Sasuke sharply. "Naruto," said Anko a little worriedly. "That was the blood of a bandit which I had to hastily kill. Next time be careful, Sasuke, and don't leave your back open to an enemy," reprimanded Naruto sternly. "Hi," said Sasuke with a small nod. Naruto's right eye was burning like hell. His vision had gotten a little blurry since he used the Amaterasu. "If I don't do something about this, I'll go blind in a few months," thought Naruto seriously. "That was a nice strategy, brat. You confused the enemy so much. They even turned against their own leader. The speed of our attack didn't allow the enemy to counter. Hell, they couldn't even see in such darkness. Kurenai's genjutsu and Sakura's attacks were lethal, said Anko proudly. Yes, we did defeat the enemy. We are shinobi. Instead of going in a full-scale battle, I tend to finish the enemy in a second. Kurenai took down Sasami in a few moments. I killed Taro without letting him know who I was, or why I was attacking him. A true shinobi always stays in the shadows and protects the village, said Naruto firmly. You know, you just sounded like Danzo, said an amused Kurama. TCH, said Naruto irritatingly. What are you going to do about Hinata? Asked Kurenai curiously. I need to do one last thing before I decide what to do with her. Sasuke, deactivate your Sharingan, we're almost there, said Naruto seriously. Both the boys then deactivated their Sharingan. Naruto didn't want Hinata to know about his Sharingan just yet. When they arrived at the clearing, they saw the hostages were safe. Women were taking care of children and were trying to keep them calm. Sakura was off in the corner trying to heal a woman, while Hinata was trembling in fear in the shade of a tree. Brat, what are you going to do? Asked Kurama curiously. Naruto just had enough of Hinata's weakness. She called herself a shinobi? He quickly went towards her and roughly grabbed her by the neck and slammed her against the bark of the tree. Naruto, snapped Kurenai angrily. She went to stop him, but one look in his eyes made her stop in her spot. Stay out of this, said Naruto harshly. Naruto-kun, said Hinata with ragged breath. She couldn't breathe properly. Hinata, I trusted you, I put my faith in you, and yet you failed me. If not for Sakura and Anko, you would have been dead, said Naruto angrily. I'm sorry, said Hinata with tears in her eyes. Sorry doesn't cut it. You put the hostage's life in danger, you put Anko's life in danger, you risked the safety of the entire mission. What the hell is your problem? The world isn't made of roses, you live in your own dream world, Hinata. Why do you even want to become a shinobi if you cannot even defend yourself? Asked Naruto angrily. I wanted to become like you. I wanted to become strong. I wanted to be acknowledged, said a sobbing Hinata. Her voice was getting more choked as she spoke. Naruto, what are you doing? Asked Kurenai angrily. She knew Hinata had failed, but Naruto was going very harsh. She had never seen him so much angry. You say you wanted to be acknowledged. But you will never be acknowledged, said Naruto impassively. What? Asked a shocked Hinata. Hinata, I know how you admired me, how you looked up to me, how you wanted to prove yourself. But yet you did nothing, you just watched me get strong. You never trained, you never tried, you cried like a baby for being weak. You know why your clan and even your own father are disappointed in you? It's because you are pathetic, not because you are weak, but because you have no respect for yourself, said Naruto bitterly and dropped Hinata on the ground. Hinata was already crying, as her dream was crushed. The person from whom she wanted to get acknowledged the most considered her a failure. Before anything further could happen, Kurenai stepped forward. Naruto, stop this now, hissed Kurenai angrily and grabbed him by his shoulders. I did what was right, said Naruto without any remorse in his voice. He looked Kurenai straight in the eyes. She saw how he looked at her. This was not her kind and gentle Naruto, this was a ruthless killer. I know Hinata failed, but you are being rude, said Kurenai softly. She rubbed his cheeks affectionately. Naruto just remained silent and was looking at Kurenai with a soft gaze. Meanwhile, everyone else was watching them. Sakura and Sasuke were also quite surprised with Naruto's behavior. The only one who thought Naruto was right was Anko. Hinata was seething with anger now. How dare that bitch, she was taking her Naruto. She is corrupting him, my Naruto-kun would never do such thing to me. I will rescue you from this bitch, Naruto-kun thought a fuming Hinata who was clenching her hands so tightly that her knuckles had gone white. Alright, I'll give her one last chance, said Naruto tiredly. What do you have in mind? Asked Sakura curiously. She was a little sad that Hinata was treated this way, but Naruto was the team leader and what he did was right. Hinata did jeopardize the mission. Hinata, you want to prove that you are a shinobi, right? Asked Naruto seriously. Hi, said Hinata a little confidently. Then kill Sasami, said Naruto harshly and pointed towards the prisoner whom Anko was holding. Wah, T? Asked a shocked Hinata. You heard me. Kill her after Anko interrogates her. Kurenai, I'm giving her a chance to prove herself. Enemy won't be merciful to her or her team. She must learn to be a true shinobi. Explained Naruto, hoping Kurenai would understand. I understand, agreed Kurenai. I'll see if she has some valuable information, said Anko and went behind a few trees with Sasami in order to interrogate her. Sasuke, Sakura-chan, you did well. How are you feeling? Asked Naruto softly. I'm fine, Naruto-kun, but am I a bad person? I took so many lives today? Asked Sakura sadly. No, you were a savior, dear. You saved us from those tyrants. They planned to sell us to slavers. If not for you and your shinobi friends, we would not be so safe. Thank you, said one elderly woman and gave a soft pat on Sakura's shoulders. We will drop you safely in the hands of the nearest local police. From there you can return to your families, said Naruto with a smile. Thank you, said a small boy. He came forward and hugged Naruto's leg tightly. It's all right, you'll be fine. Grow up and become strong, said Naruto and ruffled the little boy's brown hair. That's my Naruto, thought Kurenai with a warm smile. The women had tears in their eyes, they were finally saved. This had been a nightmare, but now they could return home to their families. Sasuke, I need to talk to you. Alone, said Naruto, and Sasuke nodded. Both the boys went away from the others and were now standing on top of a big tree. Kurenai and Sakura were healing the injuries of the woman. What's the matter? Asked Sasuke curiously. Is there any document or evidence which can explain more about the visual powers of the Sharingan? Asked Naruto seriously. His eyes were suffering damage and he had to find a way quickly. Why do you want to know? Asked Sasuke suspiciously. He was just getting a bad feeling about this. I want to know about the various powers of the Sharingan, said Naruto honestly. But your Sharingan is already powerful and developed, argued Sasuke. Are you going to help me or not? Asked Naruto sadly. Sasuke was thinking about whether telling Naruto about the tablet or not. Damn, you really are a good actor, muttered Kurama. Shut up, Kurama. I'm trying my best here, my eyes have suffered damage, I need to do something, said Naruto firmly. I know, you don't have much time. You need the power of your Sharingan to do your mission, stated Kurama simply. I know, said Naruto silently. Alright, in the main hall of the Nakano Shrine is the Uchiha clan's secret gathering place, said Sasuke seriously. Naruto was an Uchiha and he couldn't deny him his right, besides he was his best friend and Sasuke trusted him. How do you know about this, if it's a secret place? Asked Naruto curiously. He told me, said Sasuke bitterly, that's all Naruto needed to know and he understood immediately. Under the 7th tatami mat, there is a room beneath which contains a tablet. It explains all about the Sharingan. Explained Sasuke briefly. I guess only those who have the Sharingan can read it, suggested Naruto. Precisely, I have been able to decipher some parts of the tablet but the rest I'm still trying, said Sasuke seriously. In truth, he knew some things about the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi had told him how to get those eyes but he wouldn't do what Itachi wanted him to do. I see, thank you, said Naruto gratefully. Sasuke nodded and both the boys went towards the others. Sakura was resting while Kurenai was standing guard near the hostages. Anko was holding a bruised Sasami who barely looked alive while Hinata was sulking in a corner. What have you got? Asked Naruto. Nothing much, they were the real culprit behind these abductions and they planned to sell the hostages as slaves to various slavers, explained Anko. I see, Hinata, barked Naruto loudly. She flinched a little and hesitantly came towards Naruto and the prisoner. The rest of the team were silently watching the entire ordeal, wondering whether Hinata would be able to do this or not. Naruto took out a kunai from his pouch and put it in front of Hinata. Kill her, stated Naruto simply. Hinata shakily picked up the kunai. She knew it was a direct order and she had to obey it. She looked at Sasami. The woman was heavily bleeding and had bruises all over her body. Anko had badly tortured her. Hinata, kill her or I will kill you, said Naruto and pointed his sword at Hinata's neck. Naruto, said Sakura worriedly and tried to intervene but was stopped as Anko stepped between. Let the Hyuga do this, said Anko sternly. Fortunately Kurenai and Sasuke had already took the civilians and kids somewhere else as Naruto didn't want the innocent children to see this. Now, said Naruto firmly and pressed the sword at Hinata's neck. What should I do? I cannot do this, thought Hinata fearfully. Her heart started beating more faster, there was a throbbing pain in her head, her hands were shaking, her legs were trembling. How could she take the life of another human being? She did one thing which she had done for so many years. She fainted. TCH, Sakura, get her out of my sights. Anko, finish her, would you? Asked Naruto irritatingly. He had made up his mind, Hinata Hyuga was not fit to be a shinobi. Sakura picked up Hinata's unconscious body while Anko beheaded Sasami and burnt her body. Naruto sighed tiredly. It has been a long day. Chapter 13, Twilight. Team 7 was standing in front of the Hokage. Naruto was standing in front with Kurenai and Anko on his sides. Sasuke and Sakura were behind their back with Hinata standing last. Mission complete, Hokage-sama, said Naruto curtly. On the other side of the room stood Hiashi, Kakashi, and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Any civilian casualties? Asked Hiruzen sternly. None, they have been transferred to the nearest local police, they will take care of the paperwork and send them to their homes safely. A report has been given to me to hand it over to you, said Naruto and handed the file to Hiruzen. Very well, enemies? Asked Hiruzen seriously. Killed till the last man, the heads of Taro and Sasami are in this scroll. Enemy camp has been totally destroyed. Confirmed Naruto and handed over the scroll containing the dead bodies of the missing nin. He sure has grown, thought Kakashi proudly. Kakashi then looked at Anko, who was looking at him a little warmly. He gave her a small wink that didn't went unnoticed by Naruto. Kakashi and Anko had gotten together a few days back and were now deciding on marriage. Naruto was very happy for both of them. Excellent work, you performed the mission faster than I expected. Now give me a brief report on the team's performance, stated Hiruzen simply. Anko and Kurenai performed as expected, they got the job done. Sasuke was a little hesitant at first, but he controlled his emotions and got the job done too. My performance was satisfactory. Sakura gave the best performance in this mission, she not only protected us but also destroyed the enemy. We owe our success to her, said Naruto with a short smile. Sakura, you have done very well. Konoha is blessed to have such skilled shinobi like you in our forces, your contribution is definitely going to be taken into consideration for your promotion to Chunin. Announced Hiruzen happily. It's nothing, Hokage-sama, all of us did our part, said Sakura a little embarrassingly, getting praise from the Hokage was a really big thing. Naruto-san, how was Hinata's performance? Asked Hiashi seriously. Hinata, who was standing in the back, flinched a little when she heard her father's voice. She feared of what would happen now. Pathetic, said Naruto harshly. What? Asked a shocked Kakashi. Hinata was his new student, she was a little shy, but to call her pathetic was a little harsh. Care to explain, Naruto-san? Asked Hiashi a little angrily. No one insulted a Hyuga in his presence, less his daughter. She was tasked with helping Anko in rescuing the hostages, but she failed, she couldn't kill the enemy, she left her comrade open to attacks, she was trembling in front of the enemy. If not for Sakura and Anko, I would be handing over her corpse to you, Hiashi-sama, said Naruto truthfully. Hinata, said Hiashi loudly. Hinata came forward, she was shaking from head to toe. Her father was always angry when someone brought shame to the Hyuga clan, and she had done just that, and worst of all, she was the clan heiress. Now Hiashi, calm down. Naruto, it happens sometimes in the field, said Hiruzen calmly. I understand, that's why I gave her a second chance too, said Naruto tiredly. You did? Asked a surprised Kakashi. Yes, after capturing Sasami, we interrogated her. Then I asked Hinata to kill her as she was the enemy and the village protocol clearly states to kill the enemy. My aim was to make her accept the truth of being a shinobi. Explained Naruto briefly. Did she obey your order? Asked Hiashi hopefully. She fainted, said Naruto bitterly. Hinata brought her head down in shame, how could she look at her father? She had failed everyone, she had failed Naruto-kun. Hiashi was looking murderously at his daughter, she was a disgrace to the entire clan. He could accept her not killing the enemy but feigning by a Hyuga? I apologize for my daughter's disgraceful actions, Hokage-sama, Naruto-san, said Hiashi bitterly. Hinata just kept her head down in shame. Kakashi Niazan, I know you were a good teacher, you taught me and Sasuke, but in my opinion Hinata is not fit to be a shinobi, said Naruto frankly. Hinata's heart shattered in a million pieces, she couldn't believe what Naruto was saying. How could you do this to me, Naruto-kun? Thought a depressed Hinata. I know Hinata has some issues, but she can be a good shinobi. With time I can train her and make her ready. Suggested Kakashi. Naruto, while Hinata's performance was poor, I think I might have a solution to her problem, said Hiruzen kindly. What is it, Hokage-sama? Asked Kakashi curiously. Let her be transferred to the hospital in order to become a medic. Some people are just not made for the front lines. I believe Hinata is not yet ready yet. So Hinata, you are now removed from Team 8 and will join the medical corps. Ordered Hiruzen. But Hokage-sama, said Kakashi in protest, but was cut off when Hiruzen signaled him to keep silent. I know what I'm doing, said Hiruzen sternly. Hi, said Kakashi sadly. Hokage-sama, if our presence is not required, I request you to grant us permission to leave. Hinata has to answer to the elders for her disgraceful performance, said Hiashi curtly. You may go, said Hiruzen quickly. Hiashi immediately left the office. He gave a stern gaze to Hinata to follow him. As Hinata was leaving, she gave one last glance to Naruto, who just gave her a short goodbye. Now Team 7, you have done a good job. You are relieved for 2 days, get some rest. The payment for the mission as well as the bounty of the 2 missing nin will be transferred to your bank account, said Hiruzen with a smile. Thank you, Hokage-sama, said Naruto with a bow. Naruto, I need to talk to you, the rest of you can go. It'll just take a moment, said Hiruzen seriously. Alright, do any of you guys want to go for lunch, my treat? Offered Naruto happily. I've got some personal work to do, said Anko with a light blush. Naruto and Kurenai gave her a knowing smile, while Sasuke and Sakura just shrugged. Well, see you later. Hope you enjoy your time, said Naruto with a smirk. Shut it, brat, said Anko embarrassingly and gave Naruto a bop on the head. No need to get wild, you know, said Naruto with a pout. Said Anko and shunshined away. Kakashi bowed to the Hokage and left in a swirl of leaves. I've got to help my parents at the shop. Sorry, said Sakura apologetically. I want to do some training, said Sasuke simply. Alright, next time perhaps. Shrugged Naruto. Sure, we'll have a good time you two, said Sakura with a wink and shunshined away. Naruto was a little surprised and so was Kurenai. Sasuke just gave him an amused smile before he shunshined away too, leaving Naruto, Kurenai and Hiruzen in the office. Well, that just leaves us for the lunch, I suppose, said Kurenai with a wide smile. Now I can finally spend some time with you. Thought Kurenai happily. I'll meet you outside, said Naruto with a warm smile. Kurenai gave him a smile and went out of the office. Hiruzen gave Naruto a knowing smile, which was then replaced by a very serious look on his face. He made a signal and Naruto felt the Anbu leave the office. Hiruzen then activated the silencing seals and motioned for Naruto to sit in front of him. Naruto, are you doing the right thing by doing this to Kurenai? Asked Hiruzen seriously. Naruto sighed. In truth, he had not just expressed his love for Kurenai because he wanted to, instead it was his plan. I know what you mean, said Naruto sadly. How long is it before that day? Asked Hiruzen sadly. 20, said Naruto stoically. She would be broken when you do this. What in the world made you do this to her? Asked Hiruzen a little angrily. You are family, Gigi, but there are some things in my life which I have a right to decide. I will do my mission for the village, but the rest is none of your concern. I have a right to choose my own path and I have chosen mine, said Naruto harshly. The preparations have been made. I want you to meet our Anbu commander, said Hiruzen stoically. If Naruto didn't want him to interfere, then he wouldn't. He then raised his hand. Immediately a figure came out of the wooden floor. It was as if he had merged with it. Naruto was surprised. He hadn't sensed this man's presence in the room. Then again, that was to be expected from the chief of Anbu Black Ops. The man was wearing a grey trenchcoat. His face was covered by a wolf mask. Naruto Uchiha, said the man respectfully. Hiruzen had briefed the Anbu commander about Naruto's truth and his skills. Naturally the commander was surprised, but he had agreed with the plan. It's an honor to meet you, Taiku, said Naruto with a deep bow. Naruto then sensed something in the man that made him widen his eyes. Your chakra, it is eerily similar to the, said Naruto in shock. The Shodai Hokage, explained Hiruzen. Judging from the way he merged himself in the wooden floor, he must have some talent like Shodai-sama. You are certainly not a Senju, as members of that clan had a unique chakra signature. Your cells resemble Shodai-sama. Explained Naruto briefly. Astonishing, you are the first person besides the Hokage to recognize my chakra, said the Anbu commander in shock. I want to know how you know this, Naruto? Asked Hiruzen curiously. Every clan of Konoha have a unique chakra signature and those with a special Kekai Genkai. I know this because Danzo trained me in this. Explained Naruto briefly. And because he too has the same chakra signature. Thought Naruto darkly. Indeed, said Kurama sternly. Now I see why you chose him, Hokage-sama. He is indeed talented. Complimented the Anbu commander. How are you going to explain my actions to the village? You will need a good plan. Advised Naruto seriously. That we have, but before that, Naruto Uchiha, it is my greatest honor to have a shinobi like you in our forces. Your sacrifice will save the village, said the Anbu commander firmly. I see, what's the plan? Asked Naruto seriously. Hiruzen and the Anbu commander then explained the entire plan to Naruto. He was quite surprised with the plan they had came up with it. I guess this is it. Meanwhile, Kurenai was patiently waiting outside. She was very curious as about what was going on in the room. If it was not the Hokage and anyone else, she would have tried to listen what was going on. After what seemed like 30 minutes, the door to the office opened. Naruto stepped out of the door. His face was sad, his eyes it was as if they were dead. What happened? Thought Kurenai worriedly. But as soon as he saw her, his sad face was replaced by a wide smile. But something told Kurenai that the smile was fake. Are you alright? Asked Kurenai worriedly. I'm fine, just the old geezer and his boring talks. Don't worry, said Naruto with a smile. If you say so, said Kurenai hesitantly. Well then, would you like to go to Hebi's? It's a very good restaurant. Suggested Naruto happily. That is also one of the most expensive restaurants of Konoha. Chided Kurenai playfully. What, you don't think I can pay for us? I'm hurt, said Naruto with a fake pout. I didn't mean that, I mean why waste so much money, said Kurenai warmly. If it means I can make you happy, money doesn't matter. Come on, I know you like the food, said Naruto firmly. Sigh, I guess I can't win an argument against you, said Kurenai with a smile. She really was happy that Naruto cared so much about her. Nope, I'm the best after all, said Naruto proudly and punched high in the air. I beg to differ, said Kurenai with a smirk. Naruto face palmed on hearing that. Kurenai couldn't stop her laughter on seeing that. She looks beautiful, I wish I could see her smile always. Thought Naruto warmly. I'm hurt, Kurenai-chan, said Naruto with mock anger and roughly sat on the ground. Kurenai looked at him softly. He's such a baby sometimes, but I love it. Thought Kurenai with a blush. Kurenai slowly bent down and wrapped her arms around his neck. It was very fortunate that they were in a secluded corner of the Hokage tower. She then gently started laying soft kisses on his neck. Ah, said Naruto blissfully, as he felt very aroused when he felt her soft lips kissing his neck and her warm hands running through his soft blonde hair. Is that good enough for an apology, Naruto-kun, said Kurenai sultrily. You just know which buttons to press, don't you? Asked Naruto with a smirk. I try my best, said Kurenai coyly. Well, let's get going, said Naruto and got up. He then offered his hand to Kurenai and they both shunshined away. Hebi restaurant. Naruto and Kurenai were sitting in a secluded corner of the restaurant. Both seemed very happy as their first mission as a team was a success. Here's to more successful missions. Toasted Kurenai. Naruto gave a short smile and drank his sake. Kurenai also slowly drank her sake, she was really happy. So how are you feeling? Asked Kurenai softly and put her hand on Naruto's hand gently. What do you mean? Asked Naruto in confusion. You know, with all the killing, I was really worried when I saw you doing that, Naruto, said Kurenai worriedly. I understand, I didn't enjoy that, but I am shinobi and it was my job to do that. Besides, those men were scum, said Naruto a little angrily. I know how you feel, I'm not trying to start an argument here, said Kurenai defensively. Naruto nodded, he knew she didn't mean anything but was just worried. Both of them started eating their food until something came up in Naruto's mind. Hey, Kurenai, can I ask you something? Asked Naruto hesitantly. Yeah, said Kurenai nonchalantly, she was a little busy in eating her food. What was the mission you did a few years ago? You know, that one, said Naruto silently. He really wanted to know for all these years, what was that made her so sad? Kurenai's breath stopped for a second, she looked at Naruto for a second, he seemed genuinely concerned about her. She knew he only wanted to ease her pain. Why do you want to know? Asked Kurenai sadly. Was your mission similar to mine? Thought Naruto sadly. It's just I'm worried about you, you don't have to tell me if you don't want. I love you with all my heart, and no matter what happens I'll be there for you, said Naruto affectionately and caressed her soft cheeks. Even if you are the one who will kill me, thought Naruto with a sad chuckle. A small tear escaped from Kurenai's eyes, the pain was still within her. The little girl's fearful eyes, the look of betrayal on Yakumo's face, the hatred and sadness which she saw in her eyes. I'm so sorry, said Kurenai to herself, and a few more tears slipped from her eyes as she remembered her student. Naruto got up from his seat and went and sat beside her. He gently hugged her. He couldn't see her tears, he wanted to be there for her, even if their love would be short-lived, even if she would hate him with all her heart, he would be there for her and always love her. She hugged him more tightly and started sobbing more loudly. Fortunately, Naruto had placed privacy seals around their corner and paid the waiter a good sum to leave them alone until called. Kurenai's grief was overtaking her. It had been 4 long years. How she had lived with such pain only she knew. If Naruto hadn't come into her life, she didn't know if she could have lived with such guilt. It's all right, said Naruto and rubbed Kurenai's back soothingly. Her eyes, said Kurenai sadly, she still couldn't stop crying, those innocent eyes. I'm such a baka for asking you this. I'm so sorry, said Naruto remorsefully. He felt like stabbing himself straight to the heart right now. It's okay, it's not your fault, said Kurenai calmly. Her sobbing had stopped, but there were still a few tears in her eyes. Let's just talk about something else, suggested Naruto softly. No, will you please hear me out? Pleaded Kurenai. She just wanted to share her pain with somebody, and who better than the man she loved? If you want, said Naruto with a smile. He leaned a little and pressed his forehead against her. She gently removed his face mask and kissed him lightly. She just wanted comfort. Naruto slightly opened his eyes and saw how passionately she was kissing him. She had her eyes closed, but he could see the few tears slipping from them. She just looked so delicate, gentle, thought Naruto warmly. He then gently wiped away the tears from her angelic face, and kissed her more lovingly. She moaned in his mouth when he gently caressed her tongue with his own. They both kissed each other for a few minutes. Kurenai was feeling a little more happy. The pain in her heart was reducing with each passing moment. Naruto was trying his best to make her feel wanted, to make her feel loved even after what she did. She broke the kiss after a few moments and kept her face down in shame. Would he still love me after he knows what I did? Thought Kurenai sadly. Feeling better? Asked Naruto gently. Naruto, I want to tell you the truth, said Kurenai hesitantly. Truth? Asked Naruto in confusion. I destroyed a young girl's life, said Kurenai sadly. Naruto was shocked to hear this. Kurenai was not a person who would do such a thing. Something was missing. What do you mean? Asked Naruto gently. Before I tell you this, I know you would never love me after hearing this, but I will always love you, said Kurenai with a sad smile. Naruto gently lifted her chin, so he could see her straight in the eyes. Kurenai saw his fierce blue eyes and the love which they had in them for her. Nothing you say could ever stop me from loving you, said Naruto with determination. A warm smile came on Kurenai's face when she heard how fiercely he loved her, but she didn't want to get her hopes high. After hearing the ugly truth, she wasn't sure that he'd ever want to have a relationship with a person like her. A few years ago I was given the task of training Yakumo Kurama, said Kurenai hesitantly. The heiress of the Kurama clan? Asked Naruto curiously. Yes, she was my student, said Kurenai, surprising Naruto. Really? Asked Naruto in a surprised tone. Training a clan heir was supposed to be a great honor for a jounin, only the best were chosen for the task. She was a prodigy, Naruto. Her skills and talent in Genjutsu were far more powerful than mine. She could use her imagination and do almost anything, said Kurenai a little proudly. That's amazing, Kurenai, to have such talent in Genjutsu, said Naruto in shock. But said Kurenai in a choked voice. Naruto understood something bad must have happened, so he gently wrapped his arm around her and let her lay her head on his shoulders. I guess things went downhill, said Naruto solemnly. Yes, she had a problem. She had a violent inner personality. It acted as a fail-safe mechanism whenever Yakumo was scared, or sad. Its main purpose was to fulfill every wish of Yakumo, and it went to very bad depths to make it happen. It even went as far as to kill her parents, said Kurenai sadly. That's horrible. Did Yakumo knew about this? Asked Naruto gently. No, she was a very scared child. The Kurama clan's reputation had decreased since the past few years, as they were unable to provide talented shinobi like before. Yakumo was born with exceptional powers and she felt as if the entire clan's existence, her parents' wishes, all of them depended on her. Her body did not allow her to become a ninja, but still she thrived to become one. Explained Kurenai briefly. She must have been a good person, she really wanted to prove herself, said Naruto with a short smile, as he remembered how he wanted to prove himself to Kakashi in the past. But she couldn't control her powers, she was not fit to be a shinobi. I advised her to give up on her dream of becoming a shinobi, said Kurenai sadly. You did the right thing, if she was not fit then by trying hard she must be hurting herself and her family, said Naruto thoughtfully. That's what I wanted her to understand, but she thought that I didn't believe in her abilities and her inner personality started getting more violent. Many accidents even happened in the Kurama clan because of her unstable powers. Explained Kurenai briefly. The Hokage must have taken some actions after such losses, said Naruto firmly. He did, he asked me to seal away her powers, and thus finally destroying her dream to be a ninja. It was my mission to stop her from the madness and I did that. The way she was hurt, the way she looked at me. Naruto, I cannot forgive myself, said Kurenai grievously. Naruto didn't know how to react. Kurenai had done a perfect job, she had did what a true shinobi would have done for his village. But he wasn't an idiot either, he knew he just couldn't say something like this straight to her face. You did the right thing, if she was allowed to stay that way, she would have hurted herself and many others. Sometimes for the future of many a few people must be sacrificed, said Naruto sadly. Naruto. It's alright, I know how you feel. I lost someone too, said Naruto shocking Kurenai. Who was that person? Asked Kurenai silently. He was my best friend, said Naruto sadly. What? Asked a shocked Kurenai. Naruto just gave her a sad glance. He died protecting me from the villagers a few years ago. For my sake he sacrificed himself, said Naruto sadly, and a lone tear escaped from his eye. He could never forgive himself for Shin's death. Only if he had just stabbed himself, Shin would have been alive, he could have had a future, a life. Shin died to save a scum like him. I don't deserve this, Niazan thought Naruto miserably. He was quite surprised when Kurenai hugged him tightly, she was trying to comfort him. She couldn't believe what she had heard, the pain of losing one's best friend. She didn't want to even think about how she would feel if Anko died. What was his name? Asked Kurenai softly while still rubbing his back lovingly. Shin. He didn't have a last name? Asked Kurenai curiously. We both were orphans, so. Muttered Naruto. I understand, just stay with me like this, said Kurenai warmly and hugged him more tightly. Naruto just hugged her more tightly than ever, he needed this, he needed someone, he needed Kurenai. This moment, he didn't want it to end, he wished to stay like this with her forever, he wanted to cherish this moment as long as possible. He knew what he was doing was wrong, he was hurting Kurenai by doing this. But he just couldn't live like this, he knew he would save the village by stopping the coup, but the blood of so many of his friends would always be on his hands. The pain Kakashi, Anko, Tsunade, Amiko, Sasuke, Sakura, all the rookies, Hiruzen and most of all Kurenai would feel because of his actions would be unbearable. The sins he had done in the past, present and future were hounding his soul. He wanted to atone for his sins, to atone for all the mistakes he did, to pay for all the innocent lives he took in the name of Konoha, all the lies and treachery which he had done for the village, the sin of murdering Shin. The greatest evil was of breaking Kurenai's heart. And he had found a way to pay for all of this. He wanted her to kill him. He wanted her to get him out of his misery, his guilt, his pain. He wanted to die by her hands, the person he loved the most in the world. All the Uchihas are fucked up in the head. Thought Kurama frustratingly, he didn't want to say anything as nothing could change his container's mind. I need you Kurenai, said Naruto desperately, he was hugging her so tightly that it was starting to hurt her, but she didn't mind, she knew he needed her right now and she would stand by his side. I'm right here, everything will be fine, said Kurenai soothingly. Get a grip you idiot, yelled Kurama irritatingly. Do you always have to ruin the moment, said Naruto tiredly to his long-time friend and partner. You're a mess, you're supposed to comfort her moron, not cry like a little shit in front of her. What kind of shinobi are you? Asked Kurama frustratingly. Naruto just sighed, he knew he had to control his emotions now. He was an Anbu captain for Christ's sake and he was crying like a little boy. What kind of shinobi am I if I cannot even control my emotions? Crying like a baby in front of you, said Naruto with a chuckle. It's not a crime to cry Naruto, we are shinobi but we are human too. Explained Kurenai and broke the hug. Yeah I guess you are right. Just remember this Kurenai, it was not your fault. You did what was best for Yakumo and the village. You shouldn't feel guilty, said Naruto with a warm smile. Says the person who blames himself for his friend's death for the past 4 years, said Kurama bemusedly. Shut the fuck up for now. I'm having a moment here, said Naruto angrily. Alright, no need to get your panties wet, said Kurama and laughed loudly. Naruto just cut off the connection and looked at Kurenai. You don't blame? Asked Kurenai hopefully. No. Do you still love me? Asked Kurenai more expectantly. I love you, no matter what you did in the past, present or what you may do in the future. My feelings for you will never change, said Naruto happily. Thank you for understanding me and staying by my side for all this time, Naruto, said Kurenai happily and kissed him lovingly. Well, now that these sad feelings are out of the way, do you think our first mission went well? Asked Naruto professionally. He was trying to change the topic. It went very well, Naruto. You were a good leader. You included every member of the team and motivated them. Praised Kurenai. But I couldn't motivate Hinata enough. I failed her as a leader, said Naruto disappointedly. He was angry at Hinata, but he was also a little angry at himself. It was not your fault. She has some personal problems which she has to deal with. In time she will get over it just like Sakura did. Explained Kurenai. You're right, but you were truly amazing. Sasami didn't even know what hit her. I'm proud to have had a teacher like you, Kurenai. Complimented Naruto with a wide smile. Kurenai blushed when she heard that. She really liked when Naruto praised her. You were also very good in taking down Taro. I'm impressed, said Kurenai with a wink. Hee, I learned from the best, said Naruto happily. Naruto, I want to thank you, said Kurenai softly. For what? Asked Naruto curiously. For everything, said Kurenai lovingly. You don't need to thank me. You have given me everything that I ever wanted. A scum like me doesn't deserve you, said Naruto sadly. Slap. Naruto was quite shocked when Kurenai gave him a hard slap on his right cheek. His eyes widened briefly, but when he saw the tears in her eyes he became even more ashamed of himself. She grabbed his collar roughly and brought her face just an inch apart from his own. Why? Why do you always consider yourself as scum? How many times have I told you not to talk like that, said Kurenai sadly with tears in her eyes. Said Naruto hesitantly. No, you listen to me, Naruto, because I'm not going to repeat this. You are a good man, a good friend, a fine shinobi, a good comrade, a good leader, a good brother and most of all a good lover, said Kurenai with a true smile on her angelic face. Do you really believe that? Asked Naruto in a shaky voice. How he wished those words were true. Yes, I love you with all my heart and please just don't say those words anymore. Pleaded Kurenai. Hi, said Naruto submissively. Good, but don't think you won't be punished for this, said Kurenai with a smirk. What do you want me to do, Kurenai-sama? Teased Naruto with a small smile. Carry me home. Asked Naruto in confusion. On your back. Finished Kurenai victoriously. What? You re-fucking heavy? Yelled Naruto defensively and pointed an accusing finger at her. He just loved making her angry. The expression on her face was priceless. What? Did you say, Naruto? Yelled Kurenai and raised her fist to bonk him. I'm so dead. Kurenai's apartment. Lemon warning. Naruto gently laid Kurenai down on the ground. She had a large smile on her face. Naruto had enjoyed carrying her. All the negative emotions which both of them had felt were now gone. Kurenai did give him a large bonk for making a little fun of her, but she laughed afterwards. Her laughter was so melodious for him. Thank you, Naruto-kun, I love you, said Kurenai happily and kissed him passionately. Naruto kissed her back more lovingly. He was happy to know that Kurenai was free from her guilt now. Yes, the sadness was there, but now she could move on with her life. The fact that she had shared such a painful memory with him showed how much she loved him. Kurenai's hands gently went to Naruto's crotch and she caressed it a little mischievously. You know, a beautiful woman like you shouldn't do that. It's hard to resist, said Naruto with a mischievous grin. Then don't resist, said Kurenai lovingly. Naruto slammed Kurenai against the door. She was quite surprised with how anxious he looked. She gently put a hand on his chest. He looked at her in confusion. Let's get inside, or you want to do it in public? asked Kurenai with an evil smirk. She just loved teasing him. Ah, no, I don't mean, stuttered Naruto in embarrassment. His cheeks were red as tomato. Shh, it's all right, said Kurenai warmly and put her finger on his lips, silencing him. Naruto felt even more excited than before. He was not a virgin, so he knew what he was doing. As a part of his training, Danzo had made him have sex with a prostitute. It was only for mission's knowledge, just in case, and well, Danzo demanded perfection in almost everything. And reading Uchiha sometimes also made him aware of the desires of the opposite sex. Kurenai gently opened the door to her apartment with her right hand, while her left hand was encircled around Naruto's neck, who was kissing her more passionately. She tried to put the lights on, but Naruto's hand stopped her. Kurenai looked at him in confusion. They at least needed a little light, or else they might fall somewhere. It's better like this, said Naruto seductively. Hearing Naruto's sexy voice surprised Kurenai. She didn't know he had such talent. Well, good for me, thought Kurenai naughtily. Naruto flashed his Sharingan. His deadly red eyes made Kurenai even more excited than before. You really look a lot more sexy with your eyes, said Kurenai with a moan as he kissed her neck. Is that so? Whispered Naruto right beside her right ear. He gently nibbled her ear, sending jolts of extreme pleasure across her entire body. Author's note: there is a lemon here if you want to read it. Link to the story is in the description. Chapter 14, I am in hell. The shiny rays of the sun slowly fell on his body, enlightening him in their warmth. He slowly opened his azure eyes. It was morning. Naruto felt something on top of him. His vision was a little blurry. After a few seconds he recognized who this person was. Kurenai was clearly sleeping on top of him. Her head was closely pressed against his chest while her silky raven hair were shining in the morning light. Their legs were intertwined with each other. She was completely naked and her body was glowing magnificently in the morning light. Naruto couldn't help but blush when memories of the previous night hit him with full force. It had been the most beautiful night of his life. He truly had loved each moment of that night. Looking at her beautiful face made him more aroused, but she looked very exhausted, so he just settled for staring at her. He was going to miss this. He was going to miss her. He wondered how his life would have turned out if his parents didn't die, if he was not a Jinchuriki, if he had not joined Root. Would he still be with Kurenai? Would his life still turn out the way it had? He just wanted it all to end. He wanted to finally rest in peace. He knew some people might think of him as a coward, but his life was filled with more pain than anyone could imagine. Each person has a limit before he breaks down completely, and Naruto knew he was way past his limit. He was just dragging on his life just to fulfill his mission, fulfill the promise which he made Shin of protecting the village. After that he would be free from his guilt, his pain, his misery. He would make sure Kurenai would be the one to kill him. He would do everything possible to make her strong. By killing him he would make her the biggest hero of the Hidden Leaf Village. She would then finally move on with her life and he would just be a bad memory. It was painful, there was no hope left for him, but he would try till his last breath to try to amend for his sins. Naruto, what do you plan to do about those eyes of yours? If you keep going at this rate, you'll go blind in a year or two, warned Kurama sternly. I know, that's why I will go to the Naka shrine today. I have a feeling all of our questions will be answered there, said Naruto calmly. Very well, said Kurama and cut off the link. Naruto slowly felt Kurenai move a bit. After a few moments her ruby eyes opened. Naruto gave her a small smile which Kurenai reflected with her vibrant smile. She leaned forward a little and captured Naruto's lips in a heated kiss. Naruto didn't resist but instead turned her over, so he was now on top of her. He kissed her back lovingly and was slowly exploring her mouth and sending jolts of pleasure down Kurenai's body. Their little make-out session continued for a few minutes until Naruto stopped and was now just staring at Kurenai calmly. Kurenai too was just looking at his Sharingan eyes. He really looked very handsome and caring. Last night was the best night of her life and she now really wanted to spend more time with Naruto. What are you looking at? Asked Kurenai curiously. You are the most beautiful female in the world, Kurenai-chan, said Naruto with a smile. Trying to flatter me, are you? Well, your trick is really working, said Kurenai with a soft chuckle and came forward to kiss Naruto. He just gave her a soft peck on her lips and broke the kiss. Kurenai frowned. What was up with him? It's getting late, I'll prepare something for us to eat. You can rest till then, said Naruto warmly. I guess you're right, said Kurenai calmly. However, Naruto didn't move from top of her. She got a little curious. Naruto sensed this and decided to say something. Kurenai, Last night was the best night of my life, and I truly enjoyed every moment I spent with you, said Naruto slowly. I enjoyed every moment too, Naruto, said Kurenai with a warm smile. Naruto bit his lip nervously, he was thinking about the right words to say this. Kurenai got confused, Naruto was really acting a little strange. Hey Kurenai, said Naruto hesitantly. Yes. Can you promise me something? Asked Naruto very slowly. What is it? Asked Kurenai a little skeptically. If I ever lose myself in darkness, will you save me? Asked Naruto sadly. Now Kurenai's danger senses were starting to kick off, something was really off and she decided to know about it right now. What kind of stupid question is that? I'll save you no matter what, Baka, said Kurenai harshly. Thank you, said Naruto gratefully. Why are you saying this, Naruto? Asked Kurenai suspiciously. It's nothing, it's just I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and if I ever lose control, said Naruto but was stopped when Kurenai sent him a harsh glare. You won't lose control, Yondaime-sama's seal is the best. Besides I won't let him have you, said Kurenai fiercely. As if I could do something. Damn this fucking seal, said Kurama angrily. Naruto gave a warm smile to her in return, while he ignored Kurama. I know, but if I ever lose control, said Naruto fiercely. You won't, said Kurenai but was cut off when Naruto gave her the most cold look she had seen in her entire life. His Sharingan was spinning madly. Kurenai's entire world went blank. After her few moments, Kurenai slowly opened her eyes and found she was in a dark room. Suddenly a pair of cold Sharingan eyes started spinning in front of her eyes and she got hypnotized. Yami no Seikai no Jutsu, World of Darkness. You will kill me? Ordered the Sharingan eyes. Hi, said Kurenai without any emotion in her voice. After that her world went blank again and she slowly started losing consciousness in those mesmerizing Sharingan eyes. The plan has been put into motion. He slowly washed the blood that was coming out of his eyes. He was in pain, a lot of pain. Naruto gently opened his eyes, his vision seemed to blur a little, he couldn't properly see his face in the mirror. He blinked his eyes for a few times and then slowly his vision seemed to get clear though it was a little hazy than before. It really took a lot of my power. Thought Naruto tiredly. You fucking moron, do you know what you have done? Yelled Kurama at the top of his lungs. I am well aware of what I am doing, said Naruto calmly, he wasn't even a little bit fazed by Kurama's response. He was expecting such a response from his partner. You casted your most strongest hypnotizing genjutsu on her to kill you? Asked Kurama angrily. Yes, this was the most ultimate and strongest form of Yami no Seikai Jutsu. It will not fail, Kurenai will never be able to overcome my visual powers, this genjutsu would force her to kill me, no matter how much time it may take, said Naruto neutrally. You do know that she is the most powerful genjutsu master in this village and your teacher too. Warned Kurama. I know, but there is slim to no chance at all for her to break out of my genjutsu. I have ran through all the possible outcomes and loopholes. Explained Naruto briefly. You know that she loves you and you will make her kill you? Asked Kurama furiously, he had enough of Naruto's madness. The boy had started losing it. She won't remember any of this. She will not hesitate, she will not stop, I implanted the entire mechanism in her mind through this genjutsu. She will kill me but not consciously, said Naruto calmly. But what would happen after she kills you? I don't want to diminish your skills but with me sealed in you it won't be easy. Besides I won't let you, said Kurama harshly. I have a plan for that too. She will get strong enough to kill me. And as for you trying to stop me, you do remember you have been defeated twice by the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, don't you Kurama? Asked Naruto darkly, his tone was so cold that for a second Kurama could see Madara in Naruto. Are you threatening me? Asked Kurama dangerously. No, I am telling you. Don't get in the way, besides what does it matter to you? You'd be free anyway? Asked Naruto curiously. Kurama just remained silent, he really didn't want to tell the boy that he considered him his only friend. Is there no other way? Do you really want to die, Naruto? Asked Kurama sadly for the first time. Naruto was quite surprised, never had he heard Kurama being sad about something. Thank you for being my friend. Thought Naruto gratefully. Yes, I want it to end this way, Kurama. I want to die while I'm still human, said Naruto sadly. Your father didn't seal me in you, so you could just throw your life away. He wanted you to master my power and bring peace to this world, snapped Kurama angrily. My father's dead, said Naruto harshly. Naruto. He wanted to believe in that reason because he wanted to find solace in his pathetic existence, said Naruto hatefully. What are you saying? Asked a shocked Kurama. For the first time in his existence his eyes were wide as saucers. There is no such thing as hope, said Naruto bitterly. His Mangekyo Sharingan was already spinning at tremendous speed. Naruto's entire body was shaking too. There is no such thing as peace, yelled Naruto and cut off the connection. Kurama's couldn't believe in what he just heard. Naruto always wanted to bring peace in this world. It was his dream. But since Shin's death, Kurama had noticed Naruto had started to change. He had started losing faith. He lost faith in his friends, his superiors, his comrades, his adoptive brothers, the Hokage. He had lost faith in himself. He had lost faith in Kurenai's love. He had lost faith in the shinobi world. Naruto Uchiha had fallen to the Uchiha's curse of hatred. Chapter 15. The S-rank mission, Birth of the Sharingan Devil. He sat in a dark room, all alone. It was his home, well for now at least. The entire room was engulfed in the smoke that was coming from the cigarette that he was smoking with the help of his right hand. His back was laid back against the wall and his face didn't show any emotion on it. He had a small note in his left hand which he was staring at quite intently. This was his choice. This was his fate. This was his dark path. He looked up and saw the smoke in the air. He idly wondered if humans are like smoke who ultimately vanish into thin air. What awaited a person after death? Was it heaven? Was it hell? Or was it loneliness? He could accept either of the choices, though after tonight he knew he would most probably be going to hell. But he didn't want to remain alone. Loneliness was the worst fear of his life. He was a Jinchuriki and for such a person loneliness was the worst pain in life. He really didn't want to know how he would have turned out if Kakashi had not adopted him, if he had not made such good friends like Sasuke and Sakura. If he didn't have such a good family like Hiruzen, Emiko, Konohamaru, Tuchi, Ayame, and Tsunade. And most of all he wouldn't have been sane if Kurenai had not loved him. He had no regrets except one, he didn't blame anyone for his misery nor his pain. Maybe it was karma and he was paying for the crimes of his past life in this one. Maybe he really was a monster, demon that the people had called him in the past. After tonight, no matter what his reasons might be, what type of person he was, nothing would be remembered. He would only be known as a traitor, a murderer and scum. It didn't bother him at all, he had made his peace with destiny. He knew what he was doing was for the greater good and with great power came great sacrifice. Self-sacrifice is the duty of a true shinobi. A small smile came on his lips as he remembered that phrase which his brother had told him. A small memory came to his mind which reminded him why he was here. Flashback, a few days ago. In a small abandoned hut, two figures could be seen standing in the darkness. One of them was standing straight while the other was in a kneeling position and had his head bowed. The person who was standing was wearing a black cloak and had his face covered by a wolf mask. Have you made up your mind yet? Asked the cloaked person sternly. The other person just didn't answer and kept his head bowed down. His silky blonde hair was flowing freely with the cool breeze of the wind. After a few moments he said in a low voice. Please wait, I just need more time. Requested the person formally. It will be too late once the players start to make their move. The situation is extremely fragile, said the wolf-masked person seriously. Hi, said the other person silently. If you haven't made up your mind, we'll be forced to take action. Ordered the wolf-masked person sternly. The other person panicked and raised his head instantly. The wolf-masked person could clearly see the shock in his azure eyes. The shock in his eyes slowly died away, his eyes morphed into a Mangekyo Sharingan. I realize that, said the person slowly. Naruto. I'll end this once and for all, said Naruto and walked away. Flashback end. A tired sigh escaped from his mouth. It really was time and there was no going back now. Tonight he was going to set aside all his personal feelings and do his duty as a true shinobi of Konoha. Most of all he was going to fulfill the promise which he had made to his now dead brother. He slowly dropped the note that he was holding in his left hand. He picked himself up and slowly made his way towards his shelf. He put on white bandages around his arms and legs. He still remembered Kurenai giving these bandages to him as a gift. A small chuckle escaped from his lips as he remembered how he had complained to her that they were not cool and received a light bop on the head in return. He put on his arm guards over the bandages on his arms. He gently put on his black pant and strapped his weapon pouch on his right thigh. Opening the door to a shelf, he could see a vast amount of weapons and supplies stashed in it. Kunai, shuriken, exploding tags, wires, medkit, few storage scrolls and a sword. He was going to need all of it. His hand slowly started placing a large number of kunai and shuriken in his pouch. He sealed some stuff in the scroll and stuffed them in his back pockets. The wires and medkit were hidden in the pockets of his pants. The medkit was given to him by his teammate and longtime friend Sakura Haruno. She really cared about his safety and his health. He was grateful for having such a caring friend. He slowly put on his shiny black combat boots. They were very sturdy and stubborn. He put on his black t-shirt which had a small Uchiha crest on its back. Sasuke had given him this t-shirt on his birthday and he was grateful to him for that. He put on his Anbu gray flak jacket, this was his uniform. His hands then went towards the hilt of the sword that was very precious to him. This was Shin's sword, the sword of his beloved big brother. Whenever he held it in his hands he felt as if his brother was with him and he was not alone at all. He sheathed his sword on his back with a gentle push. His hands then went towards his Konoha forehead protector. It had a very unique black piece of cloth which Anko had personally sewn for him. He was grateful to his sister figure for giving him such a present which she made with her own hands. At last his hand slowly went towards his black face mask. This was his first gift which Kakashi had given him. Kakashi was the closest thing he had to a father and a big brother. Naruto knew no matter what he did, he would never be able to repay the man enough for adopting such an orphan like him and giving him a good life. A small tear escaped from his eyes as he remembered all the good times he had with Kakashi. Their training, their pranks, their joy, their pain. He would never forget anything and he would never forget Kakashi, the first precious person of his life. He slowly put on his face mask and wiped away his tears. He stepped up in front of a mirror and looked at himself. He was ready. He looked as a killer shinobi. He was not Naruto. He was an Anbu captain. He was a soldier. He was a shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato. He was Naruto Uchiha of Konoha. He gave one last glance to the picture on the wall of his apartment. There were several people in that picture. Naruto stood in the center with his Chunin vest, Kurenai was leaning on his right side and had a big smile on her face, Sasuke stood on his left with a bored look while Sakura was beside Sasuke and had a big smile on her face while making the victory sign. Kakashi stood in the back with an eye smile on his face while Anko was leaning on Kakashi and had a board proclaiming how sexy and beautiful she was on her back. Thank you for everything. These were his last words before his azure eyes morphed into a 3 Tomoe Sharingan and he put on his Falcon Anbu mask. He left the house with a shunshine knowing he would probably never return home again. The only thing that remained were memories and the note which he had left on the floor. It just had one word on it, but the message was clear. Goodbye. A lone figure could be seen standing on the rooftop. His shiny Anbu gear was being reflected in the moonlight. But the most unique things was his Falcon Anbu mask and his 3 Tomoe Sharingan which could be seen through the holes in the mask. The person's vision was fixated on a small window of a Nibi apartment. More specifically on the person who was sleeping in the apartment. She had silky raven hair and a very beautiful face. She was sleeping in her nightgown but she looked like a goddess in the moonlight. Her beautiful luscious red lips could make any man fall for her. There was a flash of thunder which made her open her eyes. She sat up straight and looked outside the window. Her vision was very blurry but she saw a person standing on a rooftop opposite her window. Was it an Anbu? She slowly wiped away the dust which was on her eyes and now looked more clearly. But no one was there. The person was gone like the wind, it was as if he was a ghost. I swear I saw someone outside just a moment ago. Thought Kurenai in confusion. Naruto awaited patiently in the shadows of a tree. In front of him there was a small clearing. To any normal person it would seem as if no one was there but Naruto knew better. Anbu were ninja who specialized in stealth and the fact that this person was very stealthy was to be highly taken into consideration. A small snake slowly slithered beside Naruto. The unique thing about this snake was that it was made of ink and it slowly dissolved into the ground in front of Naruto. This was the signal. He shunshined in the field and awaited patiently for his comrade to show up. He could feel his presence, he knew where he was and was waiting for him to show up. Suddenly a shinobi in Anbu gear rose up from the ground beneath. He had a tanto strapped on his back and his face was covered by his cat mask. Naruto looked at this person seriously. Now they were in enemy territory and they had very less time to fulfill the mission. The invasion was going to happen in a few hours, and for the first time the entire Root Anbu Black Ops had gathered in one single location. Naruto knew most of the Root Anbu must be awake and ready for any type of attack, but this was their only chance. He will not fail. Report, said Naruto sternly. I have taken out the patrols and the guards at the entrance, however the entire main task force is inside, said Sai curtly. How many? Asked Naruto with a weighted breath. Killing bandits, Chunin, Jounin was one thing, but Anbu were the best of the best. The fact that the Root Anbu were mere killing machines who would not stop until they annihilate their enemy or themselves wasn't helping Naruto either. 300, said Sai, shocking Naruto. What? Asked Naruto in shock. There was an entire Anbu force equivalent to 3 companies of ninja. Each Anbu was equal to 5 Chunin. Things just got more fucked than they were before, thought Naruto frustratingly. Sai sensed his friend's dilemma and he didn't blame him. Even he was nervous. They were facing an entire Anbu force all by themselves. The fact that many of these Anbu were their comrades and friends in the past was severely weakening their morale. Sai and Naruto were the only ones en route who couldn't kill their emotions completely. They were shinobi, but they still could not muster enough courage to kill their own comrades, their friends, their superiors, their teachers. It was so much painful that both boys couldn't describe their feeling in words. Do you want to abort? Asked Sai silently. No, we will do this. There is no going back now. If we don't stop them now, the entire village will be swept in a civil war by tomorrow. We must do this. We'll go down fighting if it means saving the village. Are you with me? Asked Naruto seriously. Till the end, said Sai confidently. Sai, I know how you feel, but this is for the greater good, said Naruto sadly. I know, Naruto, you are my friend. We are in this together till the end. I know how your heart is breaking right now, said Sai in a remorseful voice. Naruto dropped his head in shame, his fists clenched tightly. He was going to kill his friends, the kids he had trained and grew up with. The teachers who had taught him, his superiors. All of them. It was unbearable. And all of this was happening because of one man's madness. Danzo, thought Naruto angrily. All of this is happening because of that bastard. If not for him, Niazan would be alive right now. He must pay for his crimes against Konoha and against all of us. I will kill him tonight no matter what happens, said Naruto dangerously, and his Sharingan flashed murderously. Sai did his best to control his feelings. Naruto was very angry right now, and it was good that he was on Sai's side. Sai pitied those who were going to face Naruto in combat. Naruto was the strongest Anbu captain ever in the history of Konoha. His skills were totally on a different level, and Sai didn't even want to think about Naruto's Sharingan. Those eyes scared him to death. He still remembered Naruto slaughtering 3 platoons of Iwa shinobi in a covert operation a few years back. Sai was very frightened when he saw how dangerous Naruto was in battle. It was as if he was the descendant of Uchiha Madara himself, and the man was a legend. Here's the plan, said Naruto seriously. Sai was brought out of his thoughts and he looked at Naruto. He had displayed a map and now he was going to explain their strategy. Hi, Taiku, said Sai strictly. The madness and bloodshed was about to begin. Hell was going to be unleashed. Bor was getting a very bad feeling with each passing moment. Even his squad that was standing guard beside him could feel something very bad approaching their position. It was as if the Shinigami was at their doorstep. He was stoic as usual, but something was wrong. He was sure that by tomorrow Danzo-sama's plan would be successful and the Root Anbu would have taken control over Konoha by eliminating the higher command. They had the strongest Anbu captain and the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi by their side. They were unstoppable. Oh, how wrong he was. He was interrupted from his thoughts when suddenly mists started to form all around his and the squad's position. They were supposed to be guarding the frontal part of the base, and it seemed that they had intruders. Kirigakure no Jutsu, hidden mist technique, thought Bor analytically. Bor's danger senses suddenly kicked in when suddenly his feet started to get bound by black snakes. Sai thought Bor alarmingly. Sai was the only Anbu in the entire Root division that specialized in such jutsu. The fact that he was being attacked by these ink snakes meant that Sai had turned traitor. Bor's eyes hardened and he unsheathed his tanto. He tried to look for his squad in the mist, but he couldn't see anything. He closed his eyes in order to focus, and he could barely hear the sounds of a few slashes and sound of drops of blood falling on the ground. He knew what that meant. His squad was now dead and he was probably the only one standing. He suddenly tried to jump, but those snakes were holding him tightly. He made a hand sign and substituted himself with a nearby log. Sigh, I must report this to Danzo-sama, thought Bor immediately. But fate had other plans. Bor suddenly felt the entire air around him turn as cold as ice. The air was filled with so much ki that the tanto he was holding fell to the ground with a thud. Bor's entire body was shaking. He could feel the presence of his enemy behind his back. He knew it was over. So, you have turned traitor, said Bor calmly. He knew there was only one person who could get behind his back so easily. He had trained the boy since he was little, he was the best student of his class, and Bor knew his death was now imminent if he was his opponent. It's over, sensei, said the assassin silently, but his voice had a sad tone in it. The way we think is different, but I'm still proud of you, said Bor curtly. He was an honest person and he valued skill above everything else, and the man standing behind him was the best student he had ever trained. Bor took one last breath and slowly closed his eyes. He had made his peace with death. The assassin quickly slashed his sword and Bor's head rolled off in one sweep. His eyes were lifeless now and his face had a calm expression, but that was hidden behind his Anbu mask. Bor of the Root Anbu was now killed in action. Forgive me, sensei, thought Naruto sadly. He disappeared with his body flicker technique to kill his next targets. No matter what happened, he could not forget the guilt that had started forming in his heart. The man he had just killed was one of his teachers, the one who taught him Kenjutsu. This was just the beginning. There were 295 more lives to be taken before this would be over. Naruto gripped his sword tighter. He was moving at a very fast speed across the dark corridors of the base. He was like a blur moving in the darkness. He knew stealth was his only weapon against these Root Anbu, but it would only be a matter of time before there was all-out war in the base. His Sharingan was spinning wildly and his emotions were hidden beneath his falcon mask. He channeled wind chakra through his sword and in a quick motion blocked a strike that was aimed to cut his head off. He could feel the presence of 15 Anbu around him, and a moment later he was surrounded by all of them. Looking at their masks, Naruto recognized some of them as his classmates while the others were his comrades. They didn't utter a word, they didn't show any emotion, they just were fixated on killing him. He knew his sensei, whom he had killed a few moments ago, would have alerted the others before his death through some means. The man was an Anbu and he did his duty even in the face of death. 3 Anbu tried to attack him together and slashed their tanto at him to cut his body from 3 different angles. And their tanto pierced his body from all sides and he fell to the floor in pieces, but before his body completely reached the ground it disappeared in a murder of crows. Genjutsu thought all the Anbu in shock. But it was too late for them. A left, a right, a straight, a swipe and a long decapitating slice, and 5 Anbu's bodies instantly fell to the floor. They didn't even know that they were dead. They would pass into the afterlife believing they didn't commit any mistakes. But all of them had failed to recognize the hand seals which Naruto had performed at lightning fast speed. They were all in his genjutsu from the moment they attacked him and revealed their position. Before the remaining Anbu could get out of their stupor and launch any counterattack, Naruto jumped high in the air and released 10 shuriken at high speed. All the shuriken hit their targets with deadly precision and the bodies of the 10 remaining Anbu fell to the ground in a sickening thud, one after the other. They were all dead as each and every one of them had a shuriken lodged in a vital spot of their body that killed them instantly. Naruto immediately ducked in order to avoid the kick that would have broken his neck. He immediately caught his attacker's leg and gave him a hard kick in his jewels which knocked his opponent down on the ground. He somersaulted and delivered a chakra-infused punch that broke his attacker's heart and killed him on the spot. Naruto got a hard kick on his face and was knocked a few meters back with a very strong force. He backflipped in the air and landed a few meters away gracefully on his feet. He looked at his attacker and immediately got on guard when he realized who it was. It was Eagle. He was an Anbu captain like him and was very skilled in taijutsu. The fact that Eagle knew how to counter Naruto's Sharingan was a very bad situation for him. Naruto knew he had very little time before the entire base became alert, and fighting Eagle with brute strength would be time-consuming and suicidal. Eagle jumped at him quickly and gave him a very harsh kick that broke one of Naruto's ribs instantly with a sick crack. "Fuck!" screamed Naruto in pain. But Eagle was shocked when Naruto grabbed his leg and instantly was in the front of his face. The last thing Eagle saw was a shuriken in Naruto's eyes and one word which would be the last word that Eagle would hear. Amaterasu. Black flames awakened in an instant and burned Eagle's face. He didn't have any time to react, and he was dead as the black flames melted his face. His body fell to the ground with a thud, but still the black flames didn't went off and they were continuously burning. The entire air had now a very foul odor that reeked of the smell of dead bodies. Naruto vomited instantly when that disgusting smell reached his nose. The fact that he just saw a man's entire face melt away in front of his eyes was pure horror. He had seen the flesh burn and melt off in seconds. Words couldn't describe how sick he felt. He purposefully took Eagle's hit to get him off guard and kill him instantly. Kurama's chakra had almost healed his broken rib, but still it was very painful and he coughed up a little blood. He slowly picked up his sword. It was going to be a long night. With Sai. Choju Giga, Super Beast imitating drawing. 20 ferocious lions jumped on an entire squad of Anbu and instantly tore their body to pieces. Their sickening screams filled the entire corridor and Sai felt really broken on seeing his comrades dying by his attacks. He jumped at the Anbu on his right and tried to stab him with his tanto. Sai's opponent was very quick, and before Sai could realize, he was given a large gash that tore a major portion of his uniform and drops of blood started flowing from his now wounded chest. He looked closely and now he could see flow of chakra in his opponent's sword. Before Sai could react further, he suddenly felt something cold pierce his chest. He looked down and saw 2 swords sticking out of his chest. He looked back and saw another Anbu had pierced his chest from behind while the one in front of him had stabbed him straight through his heart. It was over. Fuuten Kazikiri no Jutsu, Wind Release, Wind Cutter Jutsu. Naruto quickly performed his lethal jutsu and injured 3 Anbu in front of him. Large cuts appeared on their body and they fell down on the ground, but Naruto hit them straight in the head with 3 shuriken and put them out of their misery. Naruto was quite surprised when another 5 Anbu appeared in front of him and had already performed a very familiar set of hand signs. Cage Shuriken no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Several shuriken quickly impaled Naruto all over his body and he fell down to the ground. The Anbu quickly jumped towards him in order to kill him now, but their eyes widened when they saw something. Naruto performed the ram hand seal. Katsu whispered Naruto and was blown to pieces along with the 5 Anbu. The real Naruto quickly stepped out of the shadows with a calm facade. Cage Bunshine Daibakua, Exploding Shadow Clone Technique, success, thought Naruto calmly. The explosion had alerted everyone and in a matter of seconds a large force of 100 Root Anbu stood in battle position in front of Naruto. Naruto was not at all unfazed by this counter-reaction. In fact, his enemy was a little slow according to his standards. His eyes hardened and he gathered a large amount of chakra for one of his most devastating and lethal attacks. His fingers quickly formed the horse hand seal. The sensors in the enemy forces realized that the attack was going to be devastating. It is going to be huge. Brace yourselves, yelled many sensor Anbu. Kaden, Goka Mekiyaku, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. An enormous tidal wave of flames was unleashed from Naruto's mouth, which was heading towards the enemy at great speed. The attack had already covered the entire corridor and was burning everything in its path. Few squads of Root Anbu had already came forward in order to defend themselves against such a lethal attack. They quickly made their hand seals together and performed their jutsu. Suten, Suijin Heki Water Release, Water Encampment Wall. Both the jutsu collided with each other with great force. The entire corridor was engulfed in the mist that was formed as the fire and water attacks fought with each other. Ultimately, Naruto's attack proved to be more powerful and ran through the defensive water attacks and burned all the Anbu at the front lines. Their screams could be heard in the entire corridor as nearly 60 to 70 of the Anbu got caught in that destructive fire and were now being burnt to a crisp. Smoke was blocking the vision of the remaining Root Anbu. They were on their guard as they just now saw more than half of their force taken out by one single attack of their enemy. Here he comes, announced a random Anbu quickly as he sensed Naruto's movements. Fire Release, Great Fireball Shower. The Anbu eyes widened in shock when they saw the entire ceiling covered in so many large fireballs that were heading towards them with ferocious speed. And right in the middle of these fireballs was their enemy, who was converging at them murderously. We are all dead, thought all the Anbu in shock. The entire base was rocked by a number of explosions as all the fireballs impacted with the Anbu forces and destroyed majority of the remaining Root Anbu. The walls of the corridor were now covered in blood, flesh was now lying in every direction. The foul smell of blood along with the decaying burning flesh could be seen in the entire corridor. Only a handful Anbu survived this brutal attack, They were trying their best to seem unfazed, but even they were stunned by the massacre that just happened now. Smoke was hindering their vision, but they could clearly hear slow footsteps approaching their position. Beads of sweat were rolling off the Anbu's skin as they heard Naruto getting closer and the sound of his sword killing those who were barely alive. "You are weak." The Anbu froze in fear when they heard such a demonic voice. It was as if they were hearing the nine-tailed demon fox himself. "You are naive." Some of the very young members collapsed on the ground in fear, as the ki escalated beyond their limits. "Because your hatred is weak." Another sickening crunch and the sound of a body dropping to the ground could be heard across the corridor. The survivors knew they were now not fighting a man, but a god. The power of hatred is the power to kill. This time Naruto's voice was so demonic that whatever morale the enemy had left till now was completely broken off. The power to kill is the power of revenge. Another blasted ki hit the surviving Anbu with full force, and all of those who were standing dropped on their knees. They couldn't breathe properly. The footsteps were now getting closer and they could now see a person coming out of the smoke. All the Anbu's eyes were wide in shock when Naruto emerged from the shadows. He looked like a death god himself. His entire uniform was now drenched in blood and pieces of flesh were stuck on it. His sword looked as if it had a blood bath. The entire sword was covered in blood and many droplets were falling on the ground. Naruto's Anbu mask looked burned in a lot of places. But the most fearful thing were his eyes. Those cold murderous red eyes that were looking at the surviving Anbu with such hatred. Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan had already awakened. "This is it for us," thought the surviving Anbu finally. Their bodies weren't moving, their hands were shaking, and they knew now they had lost. "Because your hatred is weaker than mine," yelled Naruto darkly. Kenjutsu style, lightning crescent wave. Naruto released thousands of bolts of lightning from his sword that impacted with the survivors instantly. "Ah!" The screams of the dying Anbu rocked the entire corridor. Even Kurama was startled by seeing such a slaughter by a human. A teenager barely 15-year-old had committed such a heinous massacre. "Is this the power of hatred? Is this really Naruto?" thought Kurama worriedly. In the entire history of mankind, Kurama had only seen one man do such a massive massacre, and he hated that man with passion. That man was Madara Uchiha himself, the first person to defeat and tame Kurama. That man had used Kurama for his own benefits, and right now the level of darkness Kurama felt within Naruto was equivalent if not greater than that of Madara. Kurama was suddenly brought out his thoughts as he felt a very massive attack heading towards his container. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he saw the giant 30-feet earth dragon that was going to collide with him in a few seconds and blow his body to pieces. He had already felt a large force of 150 Anbu that had gathered in front of him and those who had fired such a lethal jutsu on him. "Doten, Doryu Dan, Earth Style, Earth Dragon." "Very well," said Naruto calmly. "Ga!" screamed the Earth Dragon. It collided with its target with such a force that the entire base got shaken as if it was hit by a massive earthquake. There were large cracks in the wall and many debris had already scattered as the Earth Dragon hit Naruto. "It's finally over, report it to Dan," said the leader tiredly, but was cut off when he felt a massive spike in chakra from the direction of their enemy. The entire ground shook violently and slowly white light started to be seen at a distance from the Root Anbu force. "What is this?" asked one Anbu in confusion as he could not see properly due to the smoke. Suddenly very bad cracking voices could be heard across the entire corridor and the chakra levels one of the roof. The smoke slowly started to clear a little and the eyes of the commander of the Root Anbu forces widened in shock when he saw what was in front of him. Naruto's entire body was protected by a very huge skeleton-like structure. The skeleton was bigger than the Earth Dragon they had fired. The skeleton structure was very wide and from the look of it, it was fucking strong as it seemed to have saved Naruto from that Earth Dragon. Naruto was standing right in the middle of this humanoid monster that was protecting him. His Anbu mask had already broken to pieces and he seemed to be panting very harshly. His head was bowed down and his silky blonde hair were swinging wildly while his face seemed to be covered by his black face mask. The entire skeleton was white in color, and it very much resembled the actual color of the human bones. Naruto slowly lifted his head and the Root Anbu slowly took a step back in fear when they looked in his eyes. There were now a three-pronged shuriken in his blood-red eyes signaling that he had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan fully. Naruto firmly said one word that sent chills down the spine of all the Root Anbu. Susanoo. Chapter 16. The Mystery of Naruto Uchiha. Susanoo. The entire ground shook violently, sending a very big shock wave across the entire base. Many of the walls cracked due to the sheer force of Naruto's jutsu. The root forces just stood there in shock, their eyes couldn't believe what they were saying. The entire skull-like structure was developing with each passing moment. At first it was just a skeleton, but now slowly veins had started to form over the bones, and now it possessed two Sharingan eyes that had a shuriken in each of them. In the right hand of the structure soon some light started to glow, and to the root force's shock soon a large 20 feet sword came out of it. The sword was sparkling with so much electricity that the sound was starting to get unbearable. The humanoid monster underwent another change, and now its face was covered in a knight armor helmet, only its red Sharingan eyes could be seen, which were looking at the root forces murderously. Naruto was in an unbelievable pain. His entire body was on fire, each and every cell of his body was burning like hell. He couldn't describe in words how painful this process was. He suddenly coughed up a lot of blood from his mouth. This jutsu is really harmful for my body, thought Naruto tiredly. Take my chakra, it would decrease the pain your body is in and will not drain your chakra completely, said Kurama seriously. Thank you, said Naruto gratefully. The pain started to decrease as Kurama's chakra started to flow across Naruto's entire body. The effect was instantaneous. Naruto's Susanoo that was white in color now started to have large shades of orange across its entire body. The muscle of the Susanoo became even more hard, and two horns of orange color developed on the Susanoo's helmet. All in all, it looked as a demonic monster of hell. Today I'll show you the legendary power of the Uchiha. You shall see why we were feared in the shinobi world, said Naruto loudly. Soon a large spear started to form in the Susanoo's left arm. The spear was very sharp, but the most dangerous thing was that it was entirely made up of black flames. Damn, said a young Root Anbu. What is this? Asked another Anbu hesitatingly, his legs were shaking very badly. It's out of our league, said another Anbu defeatedly. Is this the power of a devil? Said an Anbu with a little fear and took a step back. Is this really ninjutsu? We cannot defeat such a monster. This is not good. Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan spinned wildly, and soon the entire spear looked like a blazing inferno that would burn and destroy anything in its path. Enten, Susanoo Kagetsuchi, blaze release, Susanoo Kagetsuchi. Naruto's Susanoo raised the now burning spear high in the air. It then moved its hand a little back and then with great force threw the spear straight towards the Anbu forces. Fuck, this is it, thought all the Anbu in fear as they saw the enormous spear ready to destroy all of them in one precise strike. Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind-body switch technique. Naruto suddenly felt someone take over his body, but before he could do something the attacker was already gone from his mind. So you are here, Fuyamanaka, said Naruto with a grin. Naruto's spear had totally missed its target and had now struck the ceiling. There was a large hole in the ceiling and black flames were spread on the entire ceiling. As the smoke cleared, Naruto could clearly see Fu as well as his partner Torune Aburame standing side by side in their Anbu gear. Formation C soldiers, barked Fu loudly. The Root Anbu forces that had previously lost their morale quickly got into the said formation. The appearance of two of their strongest Anbu captains was a relief for them. Don't give up no matter what. We must fight for Konoha, even if it costs us our lives, said Fu commandingly. We are the roots that support this village. We shall not fall, said Torune firmly. The Root Anbu's morale increased further and they tightened their grip on their tanto. Their ki increased greatly and they now looked ready to kill. Naruto started chuckling, which then fully transformed into a mad laughter. Ha ha ha, you two are a good team. Now let's begin the fun, said Naruto with a murderous glare. Fu and Torune's danger senses immediately kicked in as they felt the severe increase in Naruto's chakra. Both of them back-flipped towards the Anbu forces and were now standing in front. They could clearly see a dark shuriken being formed in the right hand of Naruto's Susanoo. It looked to be very devastating. Everyone form a defensive wall right now, yelled Torune loudly. All the Root Anbu performed a quick set of hand seals in order to defend themselves. It didn't matter if their defense was strong or not, but they had to do something or they were all dead. Doten Doryuki, Earth Release, Mud Wall Jutsu. Several walls of mud started forming one after the another. They looked like a domino and were huge in heights and were already reaching the ceiling. Fu and Torune knew that their defense was not absolute because not every Anbu had a earth affinity, so their defense was weak. But they had to fight with quantity against quality. They sensed a large chakra being gathered and a very loud noise could be heard in the entire corridor. These walls must hold or we are dead, thought Fu worriedly. Yasaka no Magatama. There was huge explosion and the entire corridor was blinded in its light. There were several explosions and Fu and Torune could hear their numerous earth walls collapsing and getting destroyed one after the another rapidly. They could hear the explosion coming their way, the temperature was increasing with every millisecond and soon they saw a light apricotting their position. They both knew they had just used a major portion of their chakra to form the defensive walls. The both looked back and saw their men too had anxious looks in their eyes, some were calm and looked as if they were ready to die and had made their peace. Both the captains looked at each other and gave a firm nod. If we are going down, we shall be beside our men till the end, thought both of them at the same time. Both the captains were quite shocked when 20 Root Anbu jumped in front of them. Fu could sense they had gathered every last bit of chakra they had. Doten Doryuki, Earth Release, Mud Wall Jutsu. A strong earth wall was formed in front of both the captains and as soon as it was formed a great explosion occurred. The force was such that both Fu and Torune along with majority of the Anbu forces crashed several meters back with a sickening thud. The entire corridor was covered in smoke and the only thing that remained was the buzzing noise in every Root Anbu's ears. Fu's head was badly injured and blood was leaking from it. He looked around for his best friend Torune and found him a few meters away. He immediately rushed towards him and saw him crushed under a few small debris. He checked his pulse and found that Torune was alive but was unconscious. He looked around and saw many of the Root Anbu were now unconscious while some were trying to get back on their feet but were miserably failing in their attempt. Suddenly Fu remembered those 20 Anbu that had gotten in between them and the attack. He looked around and saw many bodies in front of him at some distance. He ran towards that position and to his utmost horror, all of the 20 men were dead. Their bodies were badly burned and Fu could see third-degree burns on their entire bodies. Fu dropped his head and gave a short bow to his deceased comrades who had willingly sacrificed their lives to save the others and him. The dust started to clear and to Fu's surprise there stood Naruto with his humanoid monster. He was without a scratch on his body. How could he not be injured at all? Thought Fu frustratingly. Naruto looked at the devastating corridor in front of him and all the dead bodies of the now deceased Root members. Ah, this does bring back memories, said Kurama with a dark chuckle. Are you fucked up in the head? Asked Naruto in confusion. Says the one who is the most mad person in this world. Retorted Kurama quickly. Okay. Geez, don't get your panties wet just yet, said Naruto with a smirk. You little, yelled Kurama, but Naruto cut the connection off. In truth he never was in any mood to laugh, or to joke. He felt sick, twisted, all the dead bodies and all the horrors that were in front of him were breaking his heart. He just was trying to divert his mind from all the guilt that had built up in his heart. He just felt like committing suicide, but there was no peace for people like him. His time had just not come yet. He had to endure all this pain. This was the path of a true shinobi. But still, he was the one who had done all this. He had brought hell on earth. He was the Sharingan Devil of Konoha. Another person landed right beside him. He was panting quite heavily and there was blood all over his body. Naruto sighed in relief on seeing his friend still being alive. You're late, Whitey-chan, teased Naruto deviously with a smirk. Sai's eyebrows twitched in annoyance. He hated when someone called him that. Naruto really was an asshole, he knew just how to piss at people. Sorry to make you wait, dickless, said Sai with a smirk. Now it was Naruto who felt irritated, but as people always say, tit for tat. Oh, you have no idea, said Naruto deviously. Sai edged a little away from his friend, some very bad images had already come to his mind. I don't think I want to know, said Sai hesitantly. Naruto just gave a nod, it was enough now. Sai nodded too, he knew what his friend was doing. He was trying to make both of them feel normal and not like murderers. They were only halfway through and the feeling of guilt was killing both of them. And why shouldn't they feel guilty? Some would say they were heroes for killing Root Anbu and saving the village. But only Sai and Naruto knew how they felt. They were not heroes. They were murderers. They were butchers, they were just sick, twisted souls in a human form. They had killed their friends, their comrades, their superiors, their teachers and so much more. Had they killed the enemy? Yes. Were they not humans? No, they were humans too. Did killing them in the name of protecting Konoha was the right thing to do? There never was any right or just thing in this mission. All that was spilled was blood. Blood of hundreds of soldiers. The Root Anbu were not at fault, they were just twisted for the greed of one man. All this madness, all this hell, all this bloodshed. All for the sake of one mad man. Danzo. Sai's blood boiled when he thought about Danzo. Every cell in his body was burning with immeasurable passion to kill that man, to make him feel pain. To cut his body to pieces, then stitch them back and cut them all again. Sai had just killed nearly 30 to 35 of the Root forces, and the guilt and sorrow he had in his heart was killing him. He looked at Naruto, he didn't even want to think about how much suffering his friend was in. Naruto's eyes were hard and he looked as a killer shinobi, but Sai could see the sadness that was hidden behind his Sharingan eyes. His friend was broken, dead, the only thing that was keeping him going was just his sheer will. Sai knew Naruto was a kind and gentle person, and for him to do such things, he must have really sealed away all his feelings. In the end, both of them were just sacrificial pawns in a world full of lies and deception. "What took you so long?" asked Naruto silently. Sai just looked at his friend sadly. Flashback. He jumped at the Anbu on his right and tried to stab him with his tanto. Sai's opponent was very quick, and before Sai could realize, he was given a large gash that tore a major portion of his uniform and drops of blood started flowing from his now wounded chest. He looked closely and now he could see flow of chakra in his opponent's sword. Before Sai could react further, he suddenly felt something cold pierce his chest. He looked down and saw two swords sticking out of his chest. He looked back and saw another Anbu had pierced his chest from behind, while the one in front of him had stabbed him straight through his heart. It was over. Both the Root Anbu were shell-shocked when both of them felt something cold pierce their chest. They looked down and saw two identical tanto had pierced their heart. In their last moment they tried to look at the enemy they had just killed. And to their utmost horror, the person they had stabbed bursted into ink. Sumi Bunshine. These were the last thoughts of both the Root Anbu before they dropped dead on the floor. Their bodies were lifeless, their heart was shattered to pieces, and their eyes were now dead. The real Sai and his clone slowly stepped out of the shadows. All this time the Root were fighting his clone, and when the time was right, Sai had struck and killed his enemies. Sai's Bunshine was quite surprised when Sai gave a curt bow to the deceased two Root Anbu. The only explanation that the clone got from his caster were just 6 words, but the message was clear. "Even the dead deserve some respect," said Sai sadly. Sai's ink clone just gave a small nod indicating that he understood his original. They both were interrupted from their thoughts when they heard silent footsteps coming their way. Sai looked at his clone quite tiredly. This wasn't going to be easy. Flashback end. Naruto just looked at his friend sadly. He didn't need any more explanation from Sai, he understood the message clearly when he saw Sai dropping his head in shame. "I see," thought Naruto tiredly. Both the teenage boys now looked towards their enemy, who were now standing together. Well, only half of them were in any fighting condition, while the rest were barely standing on their feet. Gah! Sai was shocked when Naruto dropped to his knees and coughed up a lot of blood from his mouth. "Are you injured?" asked Sai worriedly. Pant, I'm fine," said Naruto with a ragged breath. "You don't look fine. You look like shit," said Sai heatedly. "So do, Pant, you," said Naruto tiredly. Not yet, thought Naruto tiredly. Naruto shakily got up, his Susanoo was trying to maintain its form but was shaking badly. "I said not yet," yelled Naruto angrily. To Sai's amazement, the Susanoo that was shaking started to grow again, and now something strange started to form in its left hand. "Sai, stay back. Things are going to get very ugly now," said Naruto tiredly as he saw the remaining Root forces ready to charge at them. "But," said Sai in protest. "That's an order. I'm your captain and I'm ordering you to stay back," yelled Naruto loudly. Whatever protest Sai was going to raise died in his throat when he saw how fierce and serious Naruto was about his order. Naruto was his captain and Sai knew he had to obey his orders at any cost. "Hi," said Sai defeatedly. "Charge." Sai heard Fu's voice across the corridor and his eyes widened in shock when he saw Fu charging towards them with 90 to 95 of his remaining Anbu forces. Almost all of the Anbu were going through their specific hand seals. This was going to get very ugly. Naruto soon jumped in front of Sai, his Susanoo flared heavily and soon something round started to form in its left hand. Fuuten Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Fuuten Suidu no Tatsumaki, Wind Release, Tornado Tunnel Jutsu. Fuuten Repiso, Wind Release, Gale Wind Palm Jutsu. Fuuten Kazikiri, Wind Release, Wind Cutter Jutsu. Fuuten Suresu no Tatsumaki, Wind Release, Slicing Tornado Jutsu. Fuuten Kaiten Shuriken, Wind Release, Rotating Shuriken Jutsu. Fuuten Juiao Saigun, Wind Release, Gravity Force Jutsu. Fuuten Atsugai, Wind Release, Pressure Damage Jutsu. Katen, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. Doten Dori Yudan, Earth Release, Mud Dragon Projectile Jutsu. Doten Ishasha, Earth Release, Stone Catapult Jutsu. Suten, Mizurappa, Water Style, Violent Water Wave. Suten, Suryudan no Jutsu, Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Kawara Shuriken, Tal Shuriken. Katen Hosenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Raiten Rakurai no Jutsu, Lightning Release, Thunderbolt Jutsu. Sai's eyes widened in shock and fear when he saw an entire sea of elemental ninjutsu attacks heading towards them. Now he knew why Anbu were not to be taken lightly. He doubted even Naruto's Susanoo could bear so many attacks at the same time. He could see even Naruto was shocked on seeing so many attacks ready to kill them, but he didn't back down. The attacks were heading closer and Sai's entire life flashed in front of his eyes. His waking up in a house, meeting Danzo, meeting Naruto and Shin, their training, their pain, their joy and everything else all up till now. He closed his eyes and accepted his death. This is it, thought Sai calmly. The attacks were heading closer and Sai could hear the sound of the jutsu within a few feet from them. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Boo oh 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 There was such a violent noise in the entire base that was unbearable. Walls started collapsing, the ceiling which was burning with black flames collapsed in some areas and fell on some of the unlucky Root Anbu and burned their bodies to nothing. Smoke and dust was everywhere, violent coughing could be heard in the entire base, and there was a very bad sound that was buzzing in everyone's ears. It was as if they were hit by a grenade right beside their ears. Am I dead now? Thought Sai slowly. He opened his eyes and could see dust everywhere around him. Is this hell? Thought Sai in confusion. He was brought out of his thoughts when slowly the dust and smoke started to clear. Sai could clearly see the roof was almost blown to pieces and the moon could be seen in the sky now. Bad cracking noises could be heard from the walls indicating they were badly damaged. But what Sai saw next shocked him. Naruto stood in front of him, his shoulders were slumped but he was still standing. But Sai could clearly see the pool of blood that was dropping from his mouth, but the most shocking thing was that there was some sort of shield that Naruto's Susanoo was holding. It was completely orange in color. Naruto soon dropped on his knees again and coughed up blood again. His Susanoo lost some of its structure but the sword in its right hand and the shield in the left hand still remained. Sai immediately rushed towards his close friend. He could clearly see Naruto's skin was burning due to his Susanoo but the Kyuubi's chakra was healing them at the same time. Sai couldn't even imagine how much horrible pain Naruto was feeling right now. Naruto, said Sai worriedly. There were black markings all over Naruto's body. Sai put a hand on Naruto's chest and he realized these markings were severely harming his body. Stop this, Kurama, it burns, said Naruto sickly. This is some sort of curse mark, but this is, said Kurama in shock, he couldn't even believe what he just found. This is not Danzo's regular curse mark, this is, said Naruto but was cut off as he coughed up more blood. There is her chakra that is keeping this mark alive and is destroying your cells at a very alarming rate, you little shit, said Kurama angrily. Cough, 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 Naruto continuously kept coughing up more blood. Sai had already taken guard position in front of him in order to protect him. Fortunately the smoke and dust was still there so the Root Anbu were not attacking. For now. What is going on here, Naruto? Demanded Kurama angrily. This, cough, mission. Cough, was, never, just. About, stopping, cough, root, said Naruto and vomited a lot of blood again. I realize that, what are you hiding, Naruto? Asked Kurama furiously. This is, Operation Ghost, said Naruto tiredly. What is this mission? I have never understood why you think you will be known as a traitor for stopping these idiots. You would become a fucking hero for saving this pathetic village, said Kurama in confusion. HN, said Naruto stubbornly. So you will not tell me? Asked Kurama tiredly. Naruto just remained silent and was trying to wipe the blood that was coming from his mouth. Just stop this pain, Kurama, please. Begged Naruto. His body was tearing itself from inside, he didn't know how he got this mark. It must be some sort of last resort Danzo would have put to stop him if he ever went rogue. I'll stop it for now, but I can't keep it under control forever. It has her chakra. Explained Kurama briefly. I know, said Naruto silently. Do you know whose chakra this is, one that even I am helpless against? Asked Kurama suspiciously, he had a very bad feeling about this. Yes, said Naruto truthfully. Who is it? Asked Kurama, but something told him that Naruto already knew about this. There were certain times when Naruto completely used to block Kurama. Kurama felt suspicious, but he believed Naruto wanted some personal space, so he didn't ask any questions. Now he regretted that. So many questions were rising in the Bijuu's mind, and the only one who knew the truth was Naruto. Naruto always was a very mysterious person. Kurama had not seen such a man since the Rikudo Sennin. Naruto always believed in shouldering everything alone. He didn't share anything even with his close friends, and not even Kurama. It was as if he didn't trust other people. Kurama could understand that because Naruto had a very troubled early childhood and many people mistreated him. Those traumas had changed him, and the effects could clearly be seen now. Kurama always had a nagging feeling that things weren't what they seemed. Something really fishy was going on in Naruto's life. The boy was a puzzle and no one seemed to figure him out. He was unpredictable. This mission was the most fishy thing that had happened in Naruto's life. Kurama really didn't understand how Naruto would be known as a traitor or a murderer when he was stopping a civil war. He would become the greatest hero of Konoha, even a much bigger hero than his own father. Worst of all, why was he leaving the village? He had asked Naruto about it so many times, but the boy never gave him any answer. He would just divert the topic. Kurama had tried numerous times, but then he had lost hope and had given up. What was this mystery? What was the real truth? Was Naruto really a hero or a monster in hiding? So many questions and no answers in sight. Kurama's head exploded in anger. He couldn't bear this anymore. He would get his answers now. Answer me, human, yelled Kurama angrily at the top of her lungs. Naruto just stood calm. He could feel the cool breeze that was touching his body. He could hazily see Sai standing guard and telling him to stay awake and get up quickly. His vomiting had stopped for now. But it was time for some answers. He took in a deep breath to reveal the most shocking truth of his life. Kushina Uzumaki, Chapter 17. The Dark Truth. In a dark room sat one man in a small chair. He sat there all alone in the darkness of the office. He couldn't sleep. He was restless, anxious, worried. He was none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of Konoha and the god of shinobi. What an undeserving title. This was the worst night of his life. This night was even more brutal than the Kyuubi's attack 15 years ago. That day they had fought against a Bijuu together. But tonight, blood was being spilled in Konoha. It was the blood of its own shinobi. It was not being attacked, but instead two of their loyal shinobi were killing their own comrades. A tired sigh escaped from Hiruzen's lips. He felt rotten. He was ashamed of himself. He just wanted to go back in time and tell his sensei he didn't want to be a Hokage. When he had become a Hokage, he had sworn to protect Konoha, but even he was a human in the end, and the mission that his surrogate grandson and his comrade were performing on his orders was the biggest and the most dangerous Black Ops operation in the history of Konoha. It was the first SS-ranked mission ever in the history of the Hidden Leaf Village. A cold shiver ran down Hiruzen's old body when he tried to think about what Naruto was going through right now. That boy was killing his own friends, his teachers, his superiors, and his own brothers in arms. A tear rolled down Hiruzen's old wrinkled face as he knew this was just the beginning of Naruto's suffering. There was so much pain ahead for the blonde boy that it broke Hiruzen's heart. He was furious at Danzo. He was the one who had done all this. But a part of Hiruzen blamed himself too. He was the one who had tolerated Danzo and his actions in the past, and now he was paying the price for it. The road to hell was paved with good intentions. Today Danzo would meet his end along with his root forces. Hiruzen was sure about it that Naruto would succeed, but he was also worried at the same time. He had entrusted everything to the boy alone, and he never hesitated. He was doing all of this considering it his mission to protect the Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen knew he could just cover up this entire mission, but he needed a sacrificial lamb. Operation Ghost. A suicidal mission with little to no chance of making back alive, but in order to protect Konoha from its real enemies, Naruto will be branded as a traitor. This was a very dirty game which Hiruzen knew he was playing. He was gambling with Naruto and Sai's life on the line. He still remembered the last meeting he had with Naruto. Flashback, a few hours ago. Hiruzen stood in his office. He was in his Hokage robes. It was very late, but tonight was very crucial and the survival of Konoha was on the line. Beside him stood his Anbu commander in his uniform. The man was stoic as usual and was standing in attention. In front of him was his youngest Anbu captain and surrogate grandson Naruto. He was in his battle gear and his face was covered by his Falcon Anbu mask. Hiruzen couldn't see how Naruto was doing as his feelings were hidden behind his mask. But one thing Hiruzen could clearly see was the look in Naruto's eyes. They were dead and were not having a shred of feeling in them. "Falcon, are you and your comrade ready for the mission?" asked the Anbu commander sternly. "Hi, Taiku," said Naruto seriously. The Anbu commander then motioned Hiruzen to further continue the briefing. Hiruzen gave a nod, but instead of just standing in his place, he went forward and now stood in front of Naruto. He put a hand on the young boy's shoulders in order to give him some comfort. But Naruto's body was cold and stiff as a machine, his heartbeat was calm. It was as if he had made his peace. "You are the commander of this Operation Falcon. As planned, you will silence the enemy tonight once and for all," instructed Hiruzen in a calm voice. "Understood," said Naruto curtly. "But you and I both know that the real enemies are out there and we need to find and destroy them." "You know what I mean," said Hiruzen curtly, and Naruto nodded. The contents of his mission were a top secret which no one was entitled to know. This was the only reason that he and Sai were executing Operation Ghost alone. The less people that knew about it, the better. Even though the Anbu were trusted soldiers of the Hokage, but there were reports of many spies entering their Black Ops forces. They didn't know who was a friend or who was foe. They were in total darkness here, and the only ones they could trust was themselves. "As of tonight, you will be branded as a S-ranked nuke nin and one of the biggest traitors of this village along with your comrade Sai Sato," said Hiruzen firmly. His voice was harsh, but he knew this was necessary for the greater good. "If you get caught, or if any of the details of this mission are leaked, we will deny any acquaintance with you and will disavow you and your actions. Is that clear?" asked Hiruzen strictly. "Yes, Hokage-sama," said Naruto firmly. "You will infiltrate behind enemy lines. You are the only ones who can do this. Find out the truth and report everything you can. The survival of Konoha depends on you boys. There are dark times ahead and the only ones I can trust is you," said Hiruzen sadly. "I will not let you down, Hokage-sama. I promise that even at the cost of my life I will do my duty," said Naruto honestly. Hiruzen embraced Naruto in a warm hug. Words couldn't describe how broken his old heart was. This might be the last time he would be seeing Naruto. He had watched the boy grow up, how he had become strong, his love for his precious people, and now this. He wished none of this to happen ever again. Naruto didn't return the hug at first and just stood motionless, but after a few moments his feelings started to surface. He knew he may never make it back alive from this mission, and this might be the last time he would be seeing his Gigi. He gently embraced his surrogate grandfather. A lone tear slipped from his eyes, but it was never seen by anyone in the room due to his Anbu mask. Both the men broke the hug after a few moments. It was time for goodbye. "Do you have any last wishes?" asked the Anbu commander silently. Somehow his voice was not harsh this time but was calm and a little sad. "I have one," said Naruto firmly. "Speak freely," said Hiruzen kindly. "I want you to spare one Root Anbu," said Naruto hesitantly. It was as if he feared the worst. "Impossible, no one is going to be spared. These are your clear orders," said the Anbu commander harshly. His voice had a little anger in it now. Hiruzen didn't lash out on Naruto. In all these years he knew the boy didn't ask for anything without a reason. "Who is this person?" asked Hiruzen calmly. "Hokage-sama," said the Anbu commander in protest, but froze in fear when Hiruzen leaked a lot of ki and gave a cold look to him. "Silence, wolf," said Hiruzen loudly. The Anbu commander immediately shut his mouth. If the Hokage wanted to do something, then he had no authority of raising any kind of protest. "Her name is Rei," said Naruto calmly. Hiruzen was quite surprised when Naruto mentioned a female's name. What was going on? "Why do you want to spare her? What is she to you?" asked Hiruzen suspiciously. "She is," said Naruto sadly. "Go on," said Hiruzen kindly. I cannot tell you now, Gigi, you'll understand everything when you see her, said Naruto in a begging voice. Is she willingly taking part in Danzo's mission? Asked Hiruzen seriously. Yes, but she is innocent. Please, I beg you just spare her, Gigi, said Naruto sadly and dropped on his knees. Hiruzen was now really shocked. Naruto never begged for anything. What was this person to him that he was begging to save her? You are free to spare her life, said Hiruzen seriously after a few moments. Naruto's face immediately lit up in surprise and happiness. This was the first time Hiruzen could see some happiness on the teenage boy's face tonight. Thank you, said Naruto gratefully and gave a short bow. But she will be interrogated first and put under strict supervision by the Anbu Black Ops. I do trust you, but until I can see for myself I cannot trust this girl, said Hiruzen firmly. I understand, said Naruto calmly. Naruto then got up and gave one last salute to Hiruzen and the Anbu commander. He then turned around and got ready to leave. Lots of feelings were running through Hiruzen's heart. Gigi, protect Rei. If anything happens to her, said Naruto dangerously. Falcon, said the Anbu commander sternly. I will unleash the nine-tailed fox on this village, said Naruto darkly and looked at both Hiruzen and the Anbu commander with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Is that a threat, soldier? Asked the Anbu commander sternly. His hands were already on his sword and he was ready to kill Naruto if necessary. Naruto turned around and told 4 words that further shocked Hiruzen and the Anbu commander. This is a promise, said Naruto darkly and vanished with a shunshine. Hiruzen and the Anbu commander just stood there in shock. They were walking on thin ice now. Flashback end. Hiruzen just didn't understand why was this girl so important to Naruto? That boy was willing to kill everyone but her. What was she to him? Was she his friend? Did Naruto love that girl? So many possibilities and no answers in sight. But Hiruzen knew he just wanted one thing. Please come back alive. Kushina Uzumaki. Kurama was shocked, his eyes were wide as saucers. Had he heard it right? What has she got to do with any of this mess? Asked Kurama irritatingly. It's her chakra that is powering this curse mark. Danzo's normal curse seal, which everyone in Root is, cannot be applied to me because of you being sealed in me. And there were only 2 persons in history who could keep you sealed with just the power of their chakra. Explained Naruto briefly. Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki, said Kurama silently. Some things were starting to get clear in his mind. Yes, those 2 women had such strong chakra that even you were helpless. Gigi told me about this, and even though I am their descendant I don't have such powerful chakra like theirs. The only thing that is holding you and me is my father's seal, which he made with the help of the Shingami, said Naruto calmly. But both Mito and Kushina are dead. I watched both of them die in front of my eyes. Argued Kurama in confusion. Yes, they are dead, said Naruto sadly. Then how does Danzo possess Kushina's chakra? Asked Kurama curiously. I don't know. When I interrogated Torune in my Genjutsu I came to know that in the past Danzo did something with my mother. You remember our talk with Koharu? Asked Naruto seriously. That old bat you killed? What has she got to do with this? Asked Kurama seriously. She mentioned that Danzo had a secret base in the village which only he and Orochimaru knew about. Knowing Orochimaru and his twisted experiments, he must have helped Danzo in making this type of curse seal. But I don't know when Danzo put this curse seal on me, said Naruto in confusion. But how come those bastards get your mother's chakra if she was dead? Asked Kurama angrily. Sigh, you forgot, Kurama. Jinchuriki are not normal humans, their bodies are different. Even after their deaths their chakra network remains active for a few months. It's just like the human brain. Whenever a person dies the brain remains alive for a few months and runs on the little energy that it has in its nodes. Jinchuriki's chakra network is the same. The Uzumaki clan possessed a very strong chakra as they were related to the Senju and were the direct descendants of the Sage of 6 Paths. Explained Naruto in detail. I see, now it all makes sense. That Uchiha tablet you read was indeed very helpful. The sage really left his legacy behind, said Kurama seriously. Indeed, said Naruto firmly. A small smile came on Naruto's face as he remembered the things he had found when he had read that ancient tablet. He had found a solution to cure his blindness. Now he just had to be patient and wait for the right time to gather his resources. Before embarking on this mission he had found out about every truth of his life. Hiruzen had told him all about his ancestry. Words couldn't describe how shocked Naruto was when he realized he was the great-grandnephew of Uchiha Madara. The man was a legend and was the most powerful Uchiha in history. He was totally surprised that his father Namikaze Minato was an Uchiha. Even Kurama was shocked. Though the Bijou was furious when the truth came out and didn't talk with Naruto for weeks. But with time he calmed down and understood that Naruto was not like Madara but just was related to him. It was not his fault. Kurama, how was my mother able to control your power? You are the strongest Bijou in this world, your power is a Misorbale. How can she just hold you down without the Reaper death seal of the Shingami? Asked Naruto in confusion. It's because her chakra was poisonous, said Kurama sagely. Poisonous? Asked Naruto in confusion. Kushina was one of a kind. She was able to hold me down with the help of her chakra chains primarily. Explained Kurama. Chakra chains? Asked Naruto curiously. Yes, they were the strongest types of chains that got power from her chakra and her life force. She did have a seal too, but I was helpless against the power of her chakra chains, said Kurama bitterly, as he didn't like when someone overpowered him. But your chakra is so powerful, argued Naruto. It is, but Kushina and Mito's chakra destroyed my chakra in small proportions. Kushina's chakra chains were like acid, they burned my energy, and if I tried to move they would slice my skin off like acid. They had extraordinary power. Also, a Jinchuriki's chakra is harmful to another Jinchuriki, and it seems that Danzo knew this. Explained Kurama briefly. So he somehow utilized my mother's chakra to empower his curse seal and increase its strength. My mother's chakra destroyed your chakra, and it seems Danzo curse seal's mechanism destroys my cells, which can ultimately lead to my death. The more I use your chakra, the more my cells burn. In a way, he has restrained me from using much of your power, said Naruto bitterly. You got the hang of it. You didn't think that he would trust you to be loyal to him, did you? Asked Kurama sarcastically. No, that man may be a lunatic, but he knows people better. So this was also one of his counterplans to stop me if I betrayed him, said Naruto analytically. One of? Asked Kurama in confusion. Yes, said Naruto angrily. Does it have something to do with that girl? What was her name, Rei? Asked Kurama curiously. Yes, I had asked Sai to find out about the base that Danzo and Orochimaru had used in the past, said Naruto seriously. And? Asked Kurama anxiously. He did find the base, it was right beneath the Naka River, said Naruto, shocking Kurama. An underground base in a river, it must have been very costly and dangerous to make such a base. What did they want to do in it? Asked Kurama anxiously. Sai found the truth, said Naruto darkly. The truth? Asked Kurama confusedly. Danzo created my replacement, said Naruto, shocking Kurama to the core. You don't mean, said Kurama hesitantly, he couldn't believe what he just found out. Yes, said Naruto sadly. I'm sorry, Naruto, said Kurama sadly for the first time in his existence. Now you understand why I cannot kill her, said Naruto with deep regret in his voice. Did Danzo use? Asked Kurama slowly. Yes, it is exactly what you think it is, said Naruto angrily. I see, said Kurama silently. He created someone whom I can never kill, and if my life is an example, she must be very strong. That bastard, he made me kill my brother, my friends, my teachers, my comrades, and now this atrocity. I swear it on my life, Kurama, I'll kill that bastard even if it costs me my life, said Naruto darkly. We will kill him tonight. I, Kurama, promise you to get your vengeance tonight, said Kurama with determination. Naruto slowly got up, he was in pain, but his will to fight, his will to kill Danzo was stronger than ever. Naruto, they are coming, said Sai seriously. The smoke started to clear and there stood in front of Sai and Naruto the entire Root Anbu force. There were approximately 200 of them left, and all of them were ready to kill. Fu and Torune were in the front and were leading the forces. Sai and Naruto looked at each other, both the boys nodded. This was it, this was their final fight with Root, one which they will not lose at any cost. Let's do this, Sai said Naruto fiercely. The Root Anbu started charging towards them at great speed. The key went of the roof. The tension increased. The heartbeats became faster. The sound of footsteps on the ground was getting louder with each passing moment. Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan flared dangerously and his chakra went of the charts. The pain didn't matter. He was fearless. He was ruthless. He would not fail. He would not stop. Get ready for my final Susanoo, yelled Naruto loudly. Naruto Uchiha's quest for vengeance had begun.